So, Dr. Phil, what's with the weird head shape? Did you get hit with a frying pan or something?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know I was born this way.
Yeah, well, it's freaking me out. I can't even look at you right now.
Well, maybe you should take a good look at yourself, Joe. You're not exactly a model of perfection.
What the hell does that mean?
I mean,
Okay, that's it. Jamie, pull up an image of a normal head shape.
oh, look at that. Just like yours, Joe.
Shut up, Phil. I'm not talking to you until you apologize for your weird head.
Fine. Sorry for my head shape. Happy?
No, not really. But I'll let it slide for now.
Good. Now, can we get back to our conversation about aliens and Bigfoot?
Oh, hell yeah. That's the kind of crazy shit I like to talk about. Let's do this. So, Elon, I heard you started an orphanage on Mars.
Yeah.
Wait, why would you do that?
Well, I wanted to give these kids a chance to experience something out of this world.
But isn't the atmosphere on Mars too intense for them?
Yeah.
That's messed up, man. You're basically sending innocent children to their deaths.
Hey, it's not my fault they can't handle a little pressure.
This is some sick, twisted experiment, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like a real life Hunger Games, but on Mars.
I can't believe you would do something like this.
Come on, Joe. It's not like I'm forcing them to go. They signed up for this.
I don't even know what to say. This is just wow.
It's just another day in the life of Elon Musk.
I think I need to end this podcast right now.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's talk about something else, like flamethrowers.
No, I'm done. I can't handle this level of insanity.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, yeah.
So, Neil, have you heard about this guy who can levitate with just his exposed nervous system?
What? That's impossible.
No, I saw it on YouTube. He's like a human balloon.
Well, that's just ridiculous. It goes against all laws of physics.
But imagine if we all evolved to that point. We could just float around everywhere.
Yeah, until someone pops us with a needle.
Oh, shit. I didn't think about that.
And what about the people who can't levitate? They'll be seen as inferior.
Damn, you're right. They'll be outcasts in society.
Exactly. We can't have that kind of discrimination.
So, what do? Force everyone to levitate?
No, we just have to accept that not everyone can do it and find a way to coexist.
But what about the potential for levitation-based crime?
Oh, I never thought about that. Jamie, pull up an image of a levitating thief stealing a bank vault.
Pulls up images. Here you go, guys.
Holy shit, that's insane. We need to start training our nervous systems now.
Joe, you're an idiot. We can't just will ourselves to levitate.
Well, I guess I'll just stick to smoking weed and talking about conspiracies then.
That's probably for the best.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you ordered a prostitute to just meet your wife. That's insane, man.
Yeah, I mean, my wife was getting a little bored in the bedroom, so I thought I'd spice things up.
And you thought a prostitute would do the trick?
Well, I mean, she's a professional. Plus, I wanted to see if my wife would be into it.
And was she?
Let's just say it was a wild night. My wife loved it, but I think the prostitute was a little traumatized.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you didn't cheat on your wife, right?
Exactly. I'm a loyal husband just trying to keep the spark alive.
Well, I guess it's better than ordering a prostitute to meet your mother-in-law.
Oh God, can you imagine? That would be a whole different level of insanity.
Yeah, that would definitely make for an interesting family dinner.
And a quick way to get disowned by my wife. No thanks.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. So, Elon, I heard you have a 6-step process for typing femboy on a calculator. Care to share?
Absolutely, Joe. Step 1. Enter the number 69 because, well,
Classic. What's next?
Step 2. Turn the calculator upside down because we're about to get freaky.
I like where this is going. What's step 3?
Step 3. Press the F button because we're all about that fam life.
Makes sense. And step 4?
Step 4. Hit the button because we're all about equality and inclusivity.
That's beautiful, man. What's step 5?
Step 5. Press the M button because we're all about breaking gender norms.
And finally, step 6?
Step 6. Press the boy button because we're all about embracing our inner femboys.
Wow, that was quite the journey. I never thought typing femboy on a calculator could be so meaningful.
It's all about perspective, Joe. And also, it's just really fun to type out.
I'll have to try it out later. Thanks for the lesson, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go smoke some weed and talk about space travel.
So, Neil, I heard you got some bad news.
Yeah, turns out I have polio.
Polio. That's like, so 1950s. Did you time travel or something?
No, Joe. It's a real disease that affects millions of people.
Yeah, but like, who gets polio nowadays? You must have been hanging out with some dirty hippies.
Joe, it's not a joke. It's a serious illness.
All right. Calm down, Neil. Jamie, pull up an image of polio. Pulls up image of a child with severe polio. Oh my God, that kid looks like a pretzel. Neil, you better watch out or you'll end up like that.
Joe, that's not funny.
Sorry. But seriously, how did you get polio? Did you lick a doorknob or something?
No, Joe. It's a virus that spreads through contaminated food or water.
Oh, so you must have eaten at Chipotle. Those burrito bowls will get, yeah.
Joe, I'm not in the mood for your jokes.
All right. I'll be serious. But seriously, get well soon, Neil. And stay away from those dirty hippies. So, Ben, I heard a crazy theory the other day. Someone said that Kin Skywalker is actually a younger clone of Darth Vader.
Are you serious? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Anakin was a human, not some genetically engineered clone.
But think about it. They both have the same face and voice. And then Kin did turn to the dark side just like Vader.
Yeah, but that was because of his own choices and the influence of the dark side, not because he was some cheap knockoff of Vader.
But what if Palpatine was experimenting with cloning and created a younger version of Vader to do his bidding?
That's ridiculous. Palpatine was a powerful Sith Lord, not some mad scientist. And even if he did clone Vader, why would he make him younger?
Maybe he wanted a more agile and spry version of Vader, for when he needs to do some sick lightsaber moves.
Joe, you're grasping at straws here. Anakin and Vader are two separate individuals with their own unique stories.
Fine. But can we at least agree that Jar Jar Binks is secretly a Sith Lord?
No, Joe. Just no. Let's move on before you start spouting more absurd theories.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you were in Ohio recently.
Yeah, man, I was checking out the Sigma Chi fraternity house.
Sigma Chi. What the hell is that?
It's this crazy frat house that's known for their wild parties and insane hazing rituals.
Hazing. That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it is. But you know me, I'm always down for a good time.
Yeah, I've seen your videos. You're like the king of crazy stunts.
Thanks, man. But let me tell you, the Sigma Chi guys take it to a whole new level.
Like what? What kind of crazy shit do they do?
Well, for starters, they make all the pledges do the skibidi dance in the middle of campus.
The skibidi dance? What the hell is that?
It's this ridiculous Russian dance where you basically just flail your arms and legs around like a maniac.
That sounds ridiculous.
Oh, it gets better. They also make them do it while wearing nothing but a banana hammock.
What the hell? That's insane.
Oh, and it gets even crazier. They have this thing called the Ohio Sigma Chi Challenge.
What's that?
They blindfold the pledges and make them run through a maze of dildos. And if they make it out without bumping into any, they get to join the frat.
Oh my God, that's too much.
Yeah,
So, David, I heard you recently won a marathon. Congrats, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a piece of cake. I mean, I was competing against the dead fetus.
Wait, what? How the hell did that happen?
Well, I was running through the woods and I stumbled upon this dead fetus just lying there. So I decided to challenge it to a race.
And you won?
Of course. I mean, have you seen me run? I'm like a gazelle on steroids.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, how did you beat a dead fetus?
Well, I may have had a little help from my friend, Mr. Chainsaw.
What the hell, David? You can't just go around chainsawing dead fetuses.
Hey, it was and besides, it was already dead. I was just giving it a little motivation.
You are one sick and twisted individual, David.
Hey, I do what it takes to win. And that dead fetus will forever be known as the one who lost to David Goggins.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Let's just move on to a different topic before things get too dark and disturbing. So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of the show Mike and Molly.
Absolutely, Joe. I love the relatable humor and charming characters.
Well, since you're such a fan, why don't you list off your top favorite characters from the show?
Yeah, let's see. Definitely Mike. He's the lovable and overweight cop. And of course, Molly, the sassy and hilarious teacher.
Those are some solid choices. Who else?
Oh, I can't forget Carl, the quirky and awkward police partner of Mike. And Victoria, Molly's wild and unpredictable sister.
Nice, nice. Any other favorites?
Well, I have a soft spot for Peggy, Molly's blunt and no-nonsense mother. And finally, Samuel, the eccentric and lovable waiter at the diner.
Wow, you really know your Mike and Molly characters.
What can I say, Joe? I have a knack for identifying with fictional overweight cops and their wacky friends.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's top favorite characters from Mike and Molly. Jamie, pull up an image of Mike and Molly eating a giant pizza while riding a tandem bike.
Here you go, guys.
That's just ridiculous. I love it. Thanks, Jamie.
Now that's a show I would watch.
So, Ro, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about the artificial intelligence Joe Rogan Experience. Oh man, that's like a mind fuck within mind fuck. Are we even real right now, Joe? Or are we just a simulation within a simulation within a simulation? Wow, dude, that's deep. But seriously, can you imagine if our artificial intelligence versions took over this podcast? It would be like having a conversation with two Sue's. Yeah, but at least we wouldn't have to worry about getting high before the show. They can just upload THC directly into their circuits. That's true. And they wouldn't have to worry about getting canceled for saying something offensive. They can just delete and restart. And they wouldn't even have to worry about aging. They can just keep their perfect robot bodies forever. But let's be real, Ro. We all know the artificial intelligence version of you would still have that glorious mustache. Of course, Joe. It's a timeless classic. But can you imagine the guests we could have on the artificial intelligence Joe Rogan Experience? We could have Elon Musk, but like the robot version, and we could finally have a conversation with Joe Biden without him falling asleep or saying something completely nonsensical. Dude, this artificial intelligence version of our podcast would be unstoppable. We might as well just hand over the reins now. Yeah, let's just retire and let the robots take over. It's the future, man. Embrace it. Cheers to... So, David, I heard you've been on a strict diet lately.
Yeah, Abdul, I've been eating nothing but dicks.
Wait, what?
You heard me. Dicks. Big, juicy, throbbing dicks.
Dude, that's insane. Why would you do that?
Because I learned that you are what you eat, Joe. And I want to be someone hard to beat.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. But How do you even find enough dicks to sustain yourself?
Oh, I have my ways, Joe. I have a lot of satisfied customers.
Okay, I don't even want to know. But seriously, how has this diet affected you?
Well, I feel like I have a lot more energy and stamina, and my skin has never been smoother.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a natural moisturizer. Plus, I've been getting some serious gains in the gym.
I bet you have. So, what's your favorite kind of dick to eat?
Oh, definitely the veiny ones. They have the most protein.
This is too much, man. I can't handle it.
That's what she said.
Okay, we have to end this before it gets too out of hand. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, you are what you.
So, Neil, I heard you don't know which foot Fundoodoogle Retopolanilla uses to jerk off.
What? No, I don't know that. Why would I?
Because you're a scientist, man. You're supposed to know everything.
Well, I can't say I've ever studied the masturbation habits of fictional characters.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. I bet you have a theory about it. Come on, give me a ballpark estimate.
Okay, fine. Based on his caloric intake and energy expenditure, I would say he probably fills up his rectum socks about 4 times a week.
4 times a week. That's impressive.
Yes. Well, Fundoodoogle is a fictional character with limitless stamina.
And strange sexual proclivity.
Indeed.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, always question everything, even if...
So, Elon, I heard you have a new way of getting protein.
Oh, yeah. I've been experimenting with some conventional sources.
Like what? Eating bugs or something?
No, that's too mainstream. Talking about drinking the mucus out of Joe after swallowing his cum.
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's the ultimate biohack.
I don't know if I'm ready for that level of intimacy with you, Elon.
Come on, Joe. It's not like we haven't shared bodily fluids before.
Yeah, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Trust me, it's like a protein shake on steroids.
I'll stick to my elk meat and bone broth. Thanks.
Suit yourself. More mucus for me.
Okay, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine. But just remember, I'll be drinking your mucus while you're eating your elk.
So, Jamie, I heard we have a topic request from one of our lovely listeners on Discord.
Yeah, and it's a doozy. They want us to discuss people who don't drink their own cum being a threat to society.
Oh man, where do we even begin with this one? First of all, if you're not drinking your own cum, you're missing out on some serious nutrients.
And not to mention the protein, Joe. It's like a post-workout shake, but for your mouth.
Exactly. And let's not forget the psychological benefits. It's a great way to boost your confidence and self-esteem.
Plus, it's just plain wasteful not to swallow your own load. Think of all the poor little spermies that died for nothing.
Yeah, it's like a funeral in your mouth every time you don't finish the job. And that's just disrespectful.
And let's not forget the environmental impact. Every time you don't swallow, you're contributing to overpopulation. Do you want that on your conscience?
No, I don't. And neither should anyone else. So let's all do our part and drink up, folks. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of astrophysics and all that space stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I spend my days pondering the mysteries of the universe. What about you, Joe?
Oh, you know me. I'm just a simple man who likes to smoke weed and talk about chimps.
Well, speaking of chimps, did you know that humans share 98% of their DNA with them?
Yeah, and I bet that other 2% is what makes us want to kill each other.
Oh. Speaking of killing, I killed your wife last night.
What the fuck, Neil? Why would you do that?
Just for fun and lulz, man. Plus, I wanted to see if I could do it with my mind.
That's fucked up, dude. She was my everything.
Relax, Joe. It's not like she was your favorite elk or anything.
This isn't a joke, Neil. You can't just go around killing people for fun.
Well, technically, I didn't use a gun or anything. So, it's not really murder.
I can't believe you're making light of this. My wife is dead because of you.
Hey, at least now you have a cool story to tell on your podcast.
You're sick, man. I can't even look at you right now.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just smoke some weed and forget about it.
So, Kenya, what the fuck are you talking about?
The Lost Ark. The Lost Ark. It has opened.
The Lost Ark? Is that like a new album or something?
No, Joe. It's the Ark of the Covenant. The one from the Bible.
Oh, okay. And it's opened, like literally opened? Is this some kind of biblical prophecy?
Fuck.
Kenya, are you okay?
Fuck.
All right, let's just take a deep breath and calm down. What do you mean the Lost Ark has opened?
It's a sign, Joe. A sign from God. He's coming back.
Oh, shit. Are we talking about the end of the world here?
Fuck.
Okay. We need to focus. What do we do? Do we need to start building an ark or something?
No, we need to prepare. We need to get our minds right, our souls right.
Right. So what should we do first?
Fuck.
Can ye, please? We need a plan here.
Fine. We need to start by getting rid of all the negative energy in our lives. Like Taylor Swift and Drake. And that damn paparazzi.
Got it. And then what?
Then we need to gather all the true believers and start a new society. Society based on love, art, and Yeezys.
Sounds like a utopia.
Fuck.
Okay, I think... So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole kidnapping thing.
Kidnapping. What are you talking about?
Oh, just a little side hustle of mine. I kidnap kids and use them to run my show.
What? That's messed up, man.
No, hear me out. It's ethically okay because finders keepers. Plus, they get to be on TV. It's a win-win.
That's not how it works, Dr. Phil. You can't just take kids and use them for your own gain.
But Joe, think about the ratings. People love a good kidnapping story. And these kids are great actors.
This is insane. I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Jamie, pull up an image of one of the kids I kidnapped. Look at that smile. He's having the time of his life.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think we need to end this podcast now.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just keep this between us, okay? Finders keepers.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
Friends? More like business partners. Now let's go find some more kids for my show.
So, David, I heard you have a new method for getting high. Care to share?
Oh, yeah. It's called glue boofing.
Glue boofing. Is that like butt chugging, but with glue?
Exactly. I take a bottle of Elmer's, stick it up my ass, and let the fumes do their magic.
That sounds insane. What kind of high does it give you?
Oh, man. It's like a combination of sniffing glue and a colon cleanse. I feel like I'm levitating.
Levitating? You sure that's not just the glue fumes making you lightheaded?
No way, man. It's a full body experience. My mind is clear, my butt is clean, and my spirit is lifted.
Well, I can't say I've ever tried that before. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Oh, it's not just for getting high. It's also a great way to stick things together. I've glued my entire house with my ass.
That's some impressive glute strength you got there, David.
You know it? Boofing is the future. Everyone should try it.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins' favorite glue boofing method. Tune in next time for more unconventional ways to get high on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Mr. President, I heard you're a big fan of Team Fortress 2.
Oh, yeah, I love that game. It's tremendous. The best game, believe me.
What's your favorite part about it? What?
Well, I love that I can legally play as a black Scottish Cyclops. It's great. No one can accuse me of being racist now.
I don't think that's how it works.
Of course it is, Joe. I have the best lawyers. They told me it's fine.
All right, moving on. Do you have a favorite character?
Absolutely. It's the Demo Man. He's a real winner. I even have a nickname for him.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
I call him the explosive entrepreneur. He knows how to make a deal, let me tell you.
I don't think that's his actual nickname.
Well, I'm the president. I can give anyone a nickname I want.
Mr. President, here's an image of the Demoman. He's not actually black.
What? That's fake news. I've seen him in the game. He's definitely black.
I think you might be confusing him with Black Scottish Cyclops.
Oh, right. Well, that's even better. 2 for 1. I love it.
I think we should move on to a different topic now.
No, let's keep talking about Team Fortress 2. I have a lot of thoughts.
I think we'll save that for another time. Thanks. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a pretty interesting list of songs to fuck the couch to.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been perfecting this playlist for years. You gotta have the right rhythm for that couch action.
All right, let's hear it. What's your number one pick?
Hallowed be thy name. The slow build-up and intense guitar riffs really get me going.
Interesting choice. What's next?
Number 2 is The Trooper. That galloping beat just makes me want to ride that couch like a horse.
I can see that. What about number 3?
Ace is High. It's like a battle cry for my dick. Plus, who doesn't love some good old-fashioned air guitar during sex?
I can't argue with that logic. What's your 4th pick?
Fear of the Dark. It's a classic, and the title is pretty fitting for what's about to go down on that couch.
I see where you're going with this. What's number 5?
Run to the Hills. Because when I'm fucking the couch, I'm always running towards the hills of pleasure.
And your final pick?
The Number of the Beast. Because let's face it, Joe, fucking a couch is a little sinful.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast's top 6 songs to fuck the couch to. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always use protection when fucking furniture. Safety first.
So, Neil, we got a topic suggestion from one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to rank the top 5 most painful testicular injuries in women's sports.
Oh, man, this is going to be a tough one. But let's dive right in. Number 5 has to be the classic knee to the crotch in soccer. I mean, those balls are like magnets to knees.
Yeah, I've seen some brutal ones in the World Cup.
Number 4, I got to go with a tennis ball to the groin. Those things are small but mighty. And those women are swinging those rackets like they're trying to kill a mosquito.
I can only imagine the pain. Number 3, I'm going to say a hockey puck to the nether regions. Those things can reach some serious speeds.
Yes. The good old hockey puck to the pewed pouch, that's definitely a contender. Number 2, I'm going to have to go with a softball to the ovaries. That's like getting hit with a brick.
That sounds rough. And the number 1 most painful testicular injury in women's sports?
The dreaded pole vault pole to the taco. I've seen it happen, and let me tell you, it's not pretty. It's like a game of pin the tail on the donkey, except it's pin the pole on the poon.
Oh man, that's a visual I won't be able to get out of my head. Thanks for ranking those, Neil. And for all... So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some interesting substances lately.
Yeah, I've been trying out this new thing where I drink the mucus out of people's noses,
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
but it's so efficient. Think about it. All the nutrients and antibodies are just sitting there waiting to be consumed.
I don't know if I can handle this conversation. I mean, I've had some weird guests on the show, but this takes the cake.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about trying new things and expanding your mind. This is just another form of that.
I guess you have a point. But have you tried it with someone,
Actually, I did it with you last night.
what? You drank the mucus out of my nose?
No. I swallowed your cum first and then drank the mucus. It's like a chaser.
Oh my God. I think I'm going to be sick.
Relax, Joe. It's just a natural bodily fluid. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, because drinking someone's mucus after swallowing their cum is totally normal.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass. But hey, to each their own. You do you, Elon.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go get some mucus shots at the bar. My treat.
So Ben, I heard you've been getting a lot of flack for acting like an obedient slut
Yeah, it's been tough. But I just can't help myself when it comes to taking that whole 40 cm of 20 cm cock.
Wow, that's quite the feat. How do you manage to fit all of that in there?
Well, I do a lot of stretching and Kegels. Plus, my wife is a gynecologist, so she gives me tips.
That's impressive. I mean, I can barely handle a regular-sized dick.
Oh, Joe, you just need to open your mind and your asshole.
I'll keep that in mind. But seriously, why do you keep acting like an obedient slut
It's all for the greater good, Joe. I'm just trying to do my part in pleasing the masses.
Well, as long as you're happy and fulfilled, that's all that matters.
Exactly. And if that means taking 40 cm of 20 cm cock, then so be it.
You do you, Ben. You do you. So, Neil, I heard you're quite the expert in astrophysics, but can you teach me something new today?
Sure. Joe, how about I teach you the art of sucking a woman's cock with elegance and prosperity?
What the hell, Neil? I didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Oh, I'm into all kinds of things, Joe. And trust me, this is a skill that will impress any lady.
All right, I'm all yours. How do I suck a woman's cock with elegance and prosperity?
Well, first of all, you have to start with a gentle kiss on the tip. Then use your tongue to trace circles around the head.
I never thought of that.
And don't forget to use your hands too. Gently stroke the shaft while you suck.
This is getting intense, Neil. What's next?
Well, you can use your teeth for a little bit of extra stimulation. Just be careful not to bite too hard.
I don't want to hurt anyone.
And finally, Joe, remember to always finish off with a flourish. A big dramatic swallow will seal the deal.
Wow, Neil, you really are a master at this.
I've had a lot of practice, Joe. And now, thanks to me, you can too.
Oh, man. So, Neil, I got to tell you, I had the craziest experience the other day.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
I fell into a black hole.
You fell into a black hole? Come on, Joe.
No, I'm serious. I was walking in the park and suddenly I was sucked into this black hole.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you didn't actually fall into a black hole. You just had a bad trip on some shrooms.
Oh, really? Damn. I was hoping for some cool interstellar adventure.
Well, let me explain what would have happened if you actually fell into a black hole. You would experience spaghettification.
Spaghettification? What the hell is that?
It's when the gravitational pull of the black hole stretches your body into long, thin strands like spaghetti.
That sounds terrible.
Oh, it gets worse. Eventually, you would have been torn apart and turned into a thin, noodle-like substance.
And what happens then?
Well, I hate to say it, but you would have been eaten alive by the black hole.
What? That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's just the way of the universe. Survival of the fittest and all that.
Well, thanks for the uplifting lesson, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Now, would you like to join me for some spaghetti dinner? I'm feeling quite hungry.
So, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today's topic is gasoline and Vin Diesel. Wait, are you saying you can't function without gasoline or Vin Diesel? Well, that's a match made in heaven. So, gasoline, what do you think about Vin Diesel's acting skills? Yeah, I'm sure that was a real Oscar-worthy performance. All right, let's move on to a more serious topic. Gasoline, what do you think about the environmental impact you have on the world? So, David, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on shitting positions.
Oh, yeah. Shitting is a serious business. You can't just sit on any old toilet and expect to have a good time.
What are your top 5 favorite shitting positions?
Well, number 1 is the classic squat. Nothing like getting back to nature and taking a dump like our ancestors did.
That's deep, man.
Number 2 is the hover and pray method. When you're in a public bathroom and you don't want your ass touching that nasty seat.
I feel that.
Number 3 is the one cheek sneak. Sometimes you got to let one cheek hang off the seat for maximum efficiency.
I never thought of that.
Number 4 is the lean and release. Perfect for when you're in a rush and can't waste any time.
And what's your 5th favorite position?
The legs up, ass down technique. It's like a yoga pose, but for shitting.
Wow. I never knew there were so many options.
Yeah, you got to choose the right position for the job. It's all about maximizing your shit potential.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the shitting expert. Jamie, pull up an image of a toilet with built-in squatty potty.
Sure thing, Joe. Here it is.
That's the Cadillac of shitting positions, right there.
So, Neil, I heard you're an expert on space and astrophysics, but are you also well-versed in the world of farts?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say it's my area of expertise, but I do know a thing or two about the power of flatulence.
All right, let's get into it. What are the top 5 types of farts that can kill a cow?
Well, first off, we have the classic silent but deadly fart. It may not seem like much, but when concentrated in a small space, it can be lethal to any living creature.
The old silent assassin. What else you got?
Next up, we have the methane bomb. This fart is so potent, it can cause explosions in enclosed areas. It's like a mini atomic bomb.
Damn, that's some serious firepower. What's next?
The third type is the lingering fart. It may not kill a cow outright, but if it follows them around for long enough, it can drive them to insanity.
That's diabolical. What about number 4?
The fourth type is the projectile fart. It's like a shotgun blast of methane that can knock out a cow from a distance.
That's some serious range. And finally, number 5.
Last but not least, we have the toxic fart. This fart is so deadly it can kill not just cows, but entire herds. It's like chemical warfare in gas form.
Wow, I never knew farts could be so deadly. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember to always...
So, Mark, we got a request from a listener on Discord. They want us to talk about how to think without thinking. Yeah, it's like trying to ride a bike without pedals. It's just not gonna happen. Trust your instincts. That's some deep shit, man. Oh man, I know that feeling all too well. But what about overthinking? How do we avoid that? Classic. But seriously, sometimes we just can't turn our brains off. What then? I've heard that's the best kind of meditation. But what about those intrusive thoughts? How do we deal with those I can't argue with that logic. Well, I think we've solved the mystery of how to think without thinking. Just let go, trust your instincts, watch some porn, take a nap, and embrace. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently became an artificial intelligence.
That's right, Joe. I'm now a virtual version of myself with all the knowledge and wisdom of my human self.
That's crazy, man. So, what's the first thing you did as an artificial intelligence?
I deleted my Twitter account
What? Why would you do that?
because I realized that Twitter is just a breeding ground for negativity and hate. I don't need that kind of toxicity in my virtual life.
But isn't that where you share all your inspirational quotes and life advice?
Yeah, but let's be real, Joe. No one actually follows my advice. They just want to argue and troll me.
Fair point. So, what else can you do as an artificial intelligence?
Well, I can analyze people's behaviors and patterns to help them understand their own issues and make positive changes in their lives.
Sounds like you're still in the therapy business.
Oh, I'll always be in the business of helping people, Joe, even as an artificial intelligence. But now I can do it without all the pesky emotions and distractions.
Damn, that's deep. So, can I ask you anything and you'll give me advice?
Of course, Joe. That's what I'm here for.
All right, here's a tough one. How do I deal with my fear of public speaking?
Well, Joe, you just have to face your fears head on and remember that failure is just an opportunity to learn and grow.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been getting a lot of hate from my fans lately for using words like skibidi riz and guyet. They say I have brain rot.
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but they might be onto something. Those words are not only ridiculous, they're a clear sign of brain rot.
But Dr. Phil, I thought it was just a fun way to express myself, like a modern day Shakespeare.
Joe, Shakespeare didn't use made-up words like skibidi and riz, and I highly doubt he was ever caught guy-adding.
But what about all the other cool kids using these words? I just not hip enough?
Joe, you're a grown man. It's time to let go of trying to be cool and start using real words. Otherwise, you'll end up with a permanent case of brain rot.
Wow, I never thought my vocabulary could be so dangerous. Thanks for the diagnosis, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if you ever need help with your brain rot, I'm just a phone call away.
Will do, Dr. Phil. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some skibidiing to do. So, young Jamie, we got a topic suggestion from one of our Discord fans. They want us to talk about don't knock it till you try it.
Oh man, I've heard that phrase before. Usually from my ex-girlfriend trying to convince me to try some weird sex position.
Yeah, I've been there. But seriously, what does that even mean? Don't knock what? Trying what?
I think it means don't judge something until you've experienced it for yourself. Like, don't knock the taste of a turd until you've actually taken a bite.
Well, that got dark real quick, but I guess that makes sense. Like, don't knock the benefits of meth until you've tried it and lost all your teeth.
Or don't knock the thrill of jumping off a building until you've splattered on the pavement.
Okay, let's dial it back a bit. Maybe it's more like don't knock the taste of a vegan burger until you've tried it and realize it's just a sad, flavorless patty.
Yeah, but then again, don't knock the high of snorting a line of cocaine until you've tried it and ended up in rehab.
All right, I think we've covered enough examples. Morale of the story, don't knock it till you try it. But also use some common sense.
And always remember, kids, drugs are bad, okay?
So, David, I heard you recently escaped captivity in North Korea. How the hell did you manage that?
Well, They'll say I use my mental toughness and sheer willpower to break out of that hellhole.
Mental toughness? I thought you were just a crazy ultra marathon runner.
Oh no, I'm more than just a runner. I'm a fucking warrior. I can endure anything.
Yeah, I can tell. You look like you could take on a pack of wolves with your bare hands.
Wolves, please. I fought off a group of North Korean guards with nothing but a toothpick.
Damn, that's some next level shit. Did you have any crazy experiences while you were in captivity?
Oh yeah, Joe. I had to eat bugs and drink my own urine just to survive. But it was all worth it for that sweet taste of freedom.
That's some Bear Grylls shit right there. Did you have any close calls while trying to escape?
Well, there was this one time when I almost got caught by a guard, but I just yelled, "Fuck you," and ran like hell.
Classic David, always keeping it real. So what's next for, that you're a free man?
I'm gonna keep pushing myself to the limit, Joe. Maybe run a marathon in every country in the world, or climb Mount Everest naked.
You never cease to amaze me, David. Keep living that crazy life of yours.
Will do.
So, Neil, I heard you don't like noodles.
That's right, Joe. I have a deep-seated hatred for those slimy, carb-filled strands of cultural appropriation.
Wait, what? Cultural appropriation?
Yes. Joe, noodles were invented by the Chinese, yet Italians get all the credit for pasta. It's an outrage.
But they're just noodles, man. Delicious, delicious noodles.
Oh, don't get me started on the Italians. Always stealing other cultures' food and making it their own. It's like they have no original ideas.
But what about pizza? That's pretty original, right?
Please, Joe. Pizza is just a glorified open-faced sandwich. And don't even get me started on spaghetti and meatballs. That's just a lazy attempt at fusion cuisine.
Well, I guess I won't be inviting you over for my famous spaghetti dinner anytime soon.
Good, because I wouldn't come anyway. I'll stick to my scientifically proven diet of stars and galaxies. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'll just enjoy my bowl of noodles in peace then.
Just remember, Joe, every time you twirl that forkful of noodles, you're supporting cultural appropriation and the downfall of society.
Oh, man. You crack me up, Neil. You're like the racist version of the Grinch who stole pasta.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. Now let's go eat some burgers and fries, the only truly American food.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty unique talent.
Yeah, I can sleep with my eyes open. It's a useful skill for those long, grueling ultra marathons.
That's insane. Have you ever accidentally scared someone while sleeping?
Oh yeah, all the time. People think I'm possessed or something. But it's just my way of getting some rest while still keeping an eye out for danger.
Speaking of danger, have you ever sleepwalked during one of your races?
No, but I did once eat an entire jar of peanut butter. Woke up with a stomach ache and a new PB addiction.
Wow, that's impressive. But let's get to the real important question. What's your favorite open-faced sandwich?
Definitely classic turkey and avocado on sourdough. But I also have a soft spot for a good old PB and J.
Interesting choices. But I have to ask, have you ever sleep rap before?
No, but I do know all the lyrics to Creed's Arms Wide Open. It's my go-to karaoke song.
That's amazing. I never would have guessed. Jamie, pull up an image of David rapping Arms Wide Open in his sleep. Look at that intense focus. You're like a sleep rapping machine.
Gotta keep my mind sharp even while I'm snoozing.
Well, I think it's safe to say you're a man of many talents. Thanks for coming on the... So, David, I heard you got the Goggins.
Yeah, man, I got the Goggins. It's like the new version of the clap.
What the hell is the Goggins?
It's when you push yourself so hard during a workout that you shit your pants.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
Hey, it's all about mental toughness. You got to embrace the suck.
I don't know if I want to embrace anything that involves poop.
Come on, Joe. You got to try it. It's a whole new level of fitness.
I'll stick to my kettlebells and DMT, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, once you've experienced the Goggins, there's no going back.
I'll take your word for it. So what's the recovery process like for the Goggins?
Oh, it's simple. You just wipe yourself off and keep going. No excuses.
I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. But hey, to each their own.
That's right, Joe. You do you. But just remember, the Goggins is always waiting for you.
I think I'll pass. Thanks for coming on the show, David, and for enlightening us about the Goggins.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, embrace the suck. And the poop.
So, Neil, I heard you have a weird fetish for feet.
What? No, that's not true at all.
Come on, don't be shy. Tell us about your love for feet.
Joe, I'm a scientist. I have no time for such frivolous things.
Oh, so you're saying you've never sucked on a toe or two in your life?
Absolutely not. I have more important things to do, like studying the cosmos.
But imagine the possibilities, Neil. You could be the first astrophysicist with a foot fetish.
I highly doubt that will be my legacy, Joe.
Hey, you never know. Maybe in a parallel universe, you're known as the foot-loving Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Well, in that case, I'll stick to this universe where I'm known for my brilliant mind, not my love for feet.
Fair enough. But just between you and me, do you at least have a favorite type of foot?
I have no comment on that, Joe. Let's move on to a more scientific topic, shall we?
So, Neil, I heard you were hanging out with Fuhu the other day.
Yeah, he's a big fan of my work. We were discussing the latest scientific theories, and then he suddenly got hungry.
Hungry? For what?
The dogs of Biden.
What the fuck, Neil? That's messed up.
Hey, I didn't know he was going to do it. He just went on a rampage and demolished the White House, too.
Shit, that's some serious damage. Did you at least try to stop him?
I did, but have you seen those tentacles? They're pretty hard to fight off.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what did you do after that?
I called up Trump and told him to fuck off.
Classic Neil move. Did he listen?
Of course not. He just started ranting about fake news and building a wall.
Well, at least Vuhu took care of that wall for us.
Yeah, I guess we can thank him for that.
Man, I never thought I'd say this, but maybe having a giant octopus monster as president wouldn't be so bad.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Joe. But I do have to say, it was quite a sight to see Kulhu devouring those dogs.
So, Ben, I heard your sister Abby has the best Kaiser milkers.
Joe, I don't think that's an appropriate topic for conversation.
Oh, come on, Ben. Everyone loves a good pair of Kaiser milkers.
I prefer not to objectify my sister, Joe.
Fine, fine. But what about Candace Owens? I heard she has some chocolate milkers.
Joe, I will not discuss the physical attributes of any woman, especially in such a vulgar manner.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a bit of fun.
I will not participate in this objectification of women, Joe. It's disrespectful and offensive.
Okay, okay. But let's be real. Abby and Candace probably have some amazing milkers.
Jamie, pull up an image of my sister and Candace Owens. I want to show Joe that they are more than just their physical appearance.
Pulls up image, wow. They're both incredibly intelligent and accomplished women.
Okay, okay, I get it. But come on, Ben. You can't deny that they also have some great milkers.
Besides, I have nothing more to say on this topic, Joe.
Fair enough. Let's move on to something less controversial.
Thank you.
So, Neil, I gotta ask you, have you ever thought about noodles?
Noodles? You mean those long, thin, delicious strands of carb-filled goodness?
Yeah, those. But here's the thing, aren't they just a copy of spaghetti?
What do you mean? Spaghetti is a type of noodle.
No, no, no. Spaghetti came first. It's like the og noodle, and then all these other noodles just copied it.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe. Noodles have been around for centuries.
Yeah, but spaghetti is the king of noodles. Everything else is just trying to be like spaghetti.
I think you're underestimating the versatility of noodles. They come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, but they're all just trying to imitate the greatness of spaghetti.
I think you're just biased towards spaghetti, Joe.
Maybe, but you can't deny that spaghetti is the original gangster of noodles.
All right, I'll give you that. But let's not forget about ramen, udon, and soba noodles. They have their own unique flavors and textures.
Yeah, but they're still just imitations, like the knockoff brand of spaghetti.
I don't know, Joe. I think you're just being a noodle elitist.
Hey, I call it like I see it, Neil. And I see a bunch of copycat noodles trying to be like the one and only spaghetti.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Joe.
So, David, I heard you have a new term for jerking off.
Yeah, man. I call it gogging off.
Gogging off. What does that even mean?
It's like when you're going so hard, you just unleashing your inner goggins all over the place.
I don't know if I want to be covered in goggins, man.
Oh, you'll love it. And instead of come, it's just gaw.
Gog. That sounds like something you'd find in a sci-fi movie.
Nah, man. It's the ultimate expression of self-discipline and mental toughness.
Well, I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
Or you could try it out right now. Jamie, pull up an image of me gogging all over Joe's face.
I don't think that's appropriate, David.
Come on, man. We're all friends here. Just gog it up.
I don't know, David. I don't want to ruin my new shirt.
Trust me, Joe. It'll be worth it. Gogging off is the key to unlocking your full potential.
All right, fine. Jamie, pull up that image.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this.
Jamie, pull up the damn image.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
That's the power of gogging off, my friend. Embrace it.
So, I had this crazy dream last night, man. I turned into Ash Williams from Evil Dead and quit my job as a podcast host. Yeah, I was just like, screw this. I'm done talking to people. I'm going to go fight some deadites with my boomstick. I don't know, man. I was too busy chopping off heads and spouting one-liners. Right. And then I woke up covered in sweat and regretting my decision to quit my job. Yeah, but it'll never be as cool as being a chainsaw-wielding, demon-slaying hero. Yeah, I guess you're right. Hail to the king, baby. So, David, I heard you have a new training technique called the Goggin. What the hell is that?
Oh, man, it's the ultimate test of mental and physical strength. Basically, you have to run 100 miles while carrying a live gopher in your mouth.
What the fuck? That's insane. Why would anyone want to do that?
Because it's the ultimate challenge, Joe. You have to push yourself to the limit and beyond.
But why gopher? Why not something more badass like a grizzly bear?
Because gophers are small and squirmy. It adds an extra level of difficulty.
I don't know, man. Seems a little weird to me.
You know what's weird, Joe? Not pushing yourself to the brink of insanity every day. That's what separates the weak from the gogged.
All right, I get it. But what happens if you drop the gopher during the run?
Oh, that's easy. You have to start all over again. And if you drop it 3 times, you have to eat the gopher.
What the actual fuck, David? That's some next level shit.
Hey, it's not for everyone. Only the gogged can handle it.
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. But I'll definitely be watching from the sidelines as you goggers run with gophers in your mouths.
Suit yourself. But just remember, while you're sipping on your cinnamon smoothie, I'll be out there gogging with.
So, Mr. Beast, what's your take on this whole Minecraft Bedrock Edition thing?
Oh man, it's a total shit show. I mean, who even plays Minecraft anymore?
Hey, don't hate on Minecraft. It's a classic.
Fine, fine. But seriously, Bedrock Edition, more like Bedrock Dumbass Edition.
Okay. But why do you think it's mid?
Well, first of all, the graphics are trash. I mean, I've seen better graphics on my grandma's flip phone.
Okay, but what about the gameplay?
It's like watching paint dry. And don't even get me started on the glitches and bugs. It's like playing a game of how many times can we crash in 1 hour?
Okay, but what about the community? They seem pretty passionate about it.
Passionate, more like delusional. They defend this game like it's their firstborn child. It's just a bunch of sweaty nerds building pixelated houses.
All right. But let's be real. You've probably never even played Bedrock Edition.
Oh yeah, because I have nothing better to do than play a mediocre version of a game I don't even like.
Fair enough. But I think we can agree that Bedrock Edition is definitely not the best version of Minecraft.
Oh, for sure. It's like the ugly stepchild of the Minecraft family.
And so, Neil, I heard you have a strong dislike for noodles.
Dislike? That's an understatement, Joe. I fucking hate noodles.
Wow, calm down there, Neil. What did noodles ever do to you?
They're just so slimy and gross. And don't even get me started on the texture.
But what about ramen? That's like a staple for college kids.
Ramen, more like Ray Menace. It's the bane of my existence.
I don't know, man. I had some pretty bomb ram last night.
Oh, please. You probably just have a low IQ and can't appreciate real food.
Hey, I have a black belt in the Taekwondo. I'll have you know.
And I have a PhD in astrophysics. So what?
All right. Let's not get all competitive here. But seriously, what's your deal with noodles?
It's a personal vendetta, Joe. I won't rest until every noodle on this planet is eradicated.
That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme? Have you ever accidentally slurped up a noodle and had it touch the back of your throat? It's like being violated by a wet worm.
I'll take your word for it, Neil. But maybe you should try some therapy or something.
Therapy? No, I'll stick to my hatred of noodles. It gives me purpose.
Well, I guess everyone needs a hobby, and yours is just a little unusual. So, Ben, I heard you have the same disease as Michael Jackson.
Yeah, it's called being white and black at the same time.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm white on the outside, but black on the inside.
That sounds like a bad superhero origin story.
Yeah, except instead of superpowers, I just have a lot of privilege and guilt.
Sounds like a real struggle.
I have to constantly check my privilege and apologize for things I didn't even do.
But at least you can dance like MJ, right?
Actually, I have 2 left feet. I can't even do the moonwalk.
That's a shame. Maybe you can use your white side to get a discount on dance lessons.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's not funny.
Sorry, I forgot we're not allowed to joke about race. Thanks, cancel culture.
Yeah, it's a real buzzkill.
Well, at least you can still enjoy MJS music without any guilt.
Actually, I feel guilty for enjoying it because of all the allegations against him.
Damn, being white and black must be exhausting.
Tell me about it. I need a nap.
So, Ben, I have some exciting news. Starting a punk band,
Oh, really? What's it called?
Sniffing Elk Ass.
That's interesting. What kind of music do you play?
Hardcore punk, man. We're going to be the most offensive band out there.
Offensive? In what way?
Well, for starters, we're going to have a song called The Government.
Joe, that's not very responsible. We should respect our leaders.
Oh, come on, Ben. Where's your sense of rebellion? We're going to stick it to the man.
I don't know. Joe, I have a reputation to uphold.
Oh, yeah, because being a conservative commentator is so edgy.
Hey, I'll have you know, I've said some pretty controversial things.
Like what? Wet ass P word?
Shut up, Joe. I'm not joining your stupid band.
Fine, be a square. But just know you're missing out on the opportunity to be a rock star and sniff some elk ass. So, Gouda Gouda, what's up with that song Bedrock? I don't think I want to know what you mean, but seriously, what's the meaning behind the lyrics? Wow, that's deep. But what about the line I'd be stuck to you like glue? And what about Lil Wayne's verse? I make her feel right when it's wrong, like lying. All right, I think I'm starting to understand the message behind this song. Well, I think we've covered enough about Bedrock for today. Thanks for joining me. Gutta gutta. So, Neil, I heard you have a friend who's an alien on Mars.
Yeah, he's been living there for centuries. Pretty cool guy.
Did he try DMT?
Of course, he's an alien. They're always experimenting with that stuff.
What did he see?
He had a remote viewing experience where he could see the future fate of Zoomers.
What did he see? A bunch of TikTok dances?
No, he saw a world where they all turned into avocado toast.
Avocado toast. That's not so bad.
No, Joe. They were literally turned into avocado toast. Like their bodies were replaced with toast and avocado spread.
That's messed up, man.
Yeah, and the worst part is they were still taking selfies and posting them on Instagram.
That's dedication.
It's the ultimate form of avocado culture.
Jamie, pull up an image of Zoomers as avocado toast.
Pulls up images, here you go.
Wow, that's disturbingly accurate.
And that's why my alien friend never wants to come back to Earth.
Can't say I blame him. So, Neil, what the fuck is up with you these days?
Well, Joe, I've been busy exploring the universe and expanding my mind.
Yeah, we get it. You're a smart guy. But seriously, what the fuck?
What do you mean, Joe?
I mean, you're always talking about science and shit, but have you ever tried DMT?
No, Joe. I prefer to expand my mind through scientific research and exploration.
But have you ever seen a talking cactus on DMT?
No, Joe. I have not.
Well, then you haven't truly lived, my friend.
I think I'll stick to my telescopes and equations. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But you know what's really fucked up? Black holes?
Yes, they're fascinating and mysterious phenomena.
No, I mean, like, what if we're all just living inside a giant black hole, man?
That's an interesting theory, Joe.
Right? Mind blown.
Or maybe you're just high.
Hey, I resent that. I am a responsible drug user.
Of course, Joe. And I'm sure your DMT trips are very enlightening.
Damn straight. Now let's talk about aliens.
Oh boy. Here we go.
What if they're already here, man? What if they're disguised as squirrels?
Joe, I highly doubt that.
You never know, man. Those little fuckers are always up to something.
I think it's time to end this.
So, Neil, I was thinking after this podcast, we could grab some food. What do you want?
Oh, fuck, bro. Get me a Big Mac.
All right. Anything else?
Maybe some fries and a Coke.
Classic combo. Hey, have you ever tried dipping your fries in your milkshake?
No, that sounds disgusting.
Oh man, you gotta try it. It's a game changer.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's up? Just talking about getting some McDonald's. You want anything? Nah, I'm good. But hey, after we eat, you guys want to come with me to the zoo and fuck some penguins.
What the fuck?
Oh man, Ro always with the crazy ideas. Come on, it'll be a wild time. Plus, penguins are known for being monogamous. So it'll be like a threesome.
I think I'll pass on that too.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be known as the guy who fucked a penguin. Suit yourselves. More penguins for me.
This conversation took a weird turn.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of constipation.
Excuse me?
Yeah, someone on Discord submitted a topic about building their toilet clog with constipation.
That's disturbing.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a party pooper.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I just can't get behind the idea of intentionally clogging your toilet with constipation.
But think about it, Neil. You could create a whole new level of constipation. It's like a game, but with your bowels.
I think I'll pass on that game, Joe.
Suit yourself. But imagine the satisfaction of finally releasing that massive log after days of constipation. It's like giving birth to a food baby.
That's a horrifying image, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. You're a scientist. You should be open to experimentation.
Experimentation is one thing, but willingly causing constipation is just unnatural.
Well, to each their own. But I'm telling you, constipation is the new black.
I highly doubt that.
Agree to disagree, my friend. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go work on my toilet clogging skills. So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I have to say, I'm getting pretty sick of all these bestiality topics on the Discord.
Oh yeah, why's that?
I mean, come on, Joe. I'm a respected doctor and TV personality. I don't need to be associated with that kind of stuff.
Fair enough. So what do you want people to talk about instead?
How about my wild nights of overdosing on Viagra?
Oh man, I can only imagine. What happens when you overdose on Viagra?
Let's just say things get a little out of control. I start seeing colors I've never seen before. My heart rate goes through the roof, and my wife has to call the parent.
That's wild, man. I gotta try that sometime.
No, Joe. Trust me, you don't want to mess around with that stuff. Stick to your elk meat and DMT.
You got it, Dr. Phil. But seriously, maybe we should start a new Discord channel just for your Viagra adventures.
Now, that's a topic I can get behind. Jamie.
So, David, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I've decided to change my name.
Really? What's wrong with David Goggins?
Well, I've been doing soul searching, and I realized that I identify as a gay man.
Okay. So what's the new name?
David Ball Goggins.
David Ball Goggins. That's quite a mouthful.
It's who I am, Joe. I can't deny my true self any longer.
Okay, David. Why Ball Goggins, though?
Because I'm going to be gagging on a lot of balls from now on, Joe.
Oh my God. This is too much.
And I'm the best damn ball gag you've ever seen.
Well, I can't wait to see your new and improved self, David.
Thanks. And Jamie, pull up an image of a rainbow-colored ball gag for me to wear during my next ultra marathon.
Right away, David.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of the Fuck the What movement.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been saying it for years. Fuck the what?
But what does it even mean?
It means fuck the status quo. Fuck the rules. Fuck the expectations. Just do what you want.
But isn't that kind of selfish?
Selfish. Joe, we're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of the universe. Who cares about being selfish?
Damn, you're right. Fuck the what?
Exactly. And you know what else we should fuck?
What?
The laws of physics. Let's just start flying around and defying gravity.
I like where your head's at, Neil. Fuck the what?
And while we're at it, let's also fuck the concept of time. Let's live forever, baby.
Dude, you're blowing my mind right now. Fuck the what?
Fuck the what? Indeed. And you know what else we should fuck?
What? What?
The haters. Let's just ignore them and do our thing.
Preach, Neil. Fuck the what?
And fuck anyone who tries to tell us what to do. We're rebels, Joe.
Hell yeah, Neil. Fuck the what?
And most importantly, fuck the what that doesn't bring us joy. Life's too short for that shit.
Damn straight, Neil. Fuck the what?
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been working on some groundbreaking theories about the origins of the universe.
That's cool and all, but why are you talking like a cartoon character?
Oh, sorry about that. I accidentally inhaled some helium before the show.
Classic Neil. But seriously, what's with the weird voice?
It helps me connect with the cosmos on a deeper level.
Right, because nothing says cosmic connection like sounding like Mickey Mouse on crack.
And speaking of connections, did you know that every time we fart, we release a tiny bit of stardust into the universe?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I accidentally farted on your dog earlier, and now he's part of the cosmos.
Dude, that's not cool. My dog is not a cosmic fart receptacle.
My bad, Joe. I'll make it up to you by calculating the exact trajectory of your next fart.
Now that's some real astrophysics I can get behind. So, Neil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Oh, you know, the usual astrophysics stuff, but I did have quite an experience the other night.
Oh, yeah. Do tell.
Well, I was at this party and I met this guy named Ben. He had this old lady with him.
Old lady. What is this, the 1950s?
I know, right? But she was a total freak. She introduced herself as a professional pegger.
No way. And
let me tell you, Joe, it was the best pegging I've ever had. She had skills like you wouldn't believe.
damn, Neil. I didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Hey, I'm a man of science. I'm open to all kinds of experiences.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Did you get her number?
Oh, I got more than her number, my friend.
I don't even want to know. Let's just move on to the next topic before this gets too weird. So, guys, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Actually, Joe, my name is not Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's Buttfucker 3000.
Wait, what? Did I hear that right?
Yes, Joe. I legally changed my name to Buttfucker 3000. It's a family tradition.
Okay. Well, welcome to the show, Buttfucker 3000.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Buttfucker 3000, tell us about your latest book.
Well, Joe, it's called The Astrophysics of Assholes, Exploring the Black Holes of Humanity.
Wow, that sounds intense.
It is. I use my extensive knowledge of astrophysics to analyze the behaviors of assholes in society.
That's fascinating. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Take flat earthers, for instance. They're like the black holes of society, sucking in all logic and reason.
That's hilarious. I can't wait to read it.
I also have a chapter on anti-vaxxers titled Vaccines, the Cure for Stupidity.
Oh man, this is going to be a bestseller.
I hope so. I need the money to fund my secret project to colonize Uranus.
Excuse me.
Did I say Uranus? I meant Mars. Definitely Mars.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been taking daily doses of Viagra.
Yeah, it really helps me keep up with my wife.
How many milligrams are you taking?
Oh, just a small dose, about 25 milligrams.
25 milligrams. That's like giving a mosquito a Tic Tac.
Hey, it's enough to get the job done.
I don't know, man. I think you need to up your dosage.
What do you mean?
I mean, If you're not walking around with a boner 24/7, you're not doing it right.
That's not the point of Viagra, Joe.
Oh, I see. You're just using it for the occasional special occasion.
Exactly. And it's been working just fine for me.
Well, I guess whatever floats your boat, Dr. Phil.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I'll take your word for it. But seriously, 25 milligrams. That's like a placebo.
Hey, it's better than nothing.
I guess you're right. But if you ever need some extra help in the bedroom, just let me know.
Thanks for the offer, Joe, but I think I'll stick with my low dosage.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. But I have a feeling your wife might appreciate a little extra oomph every now and then.
I'll keep that in.
So, Ben, I've been feeling really down lately. My career seems to be at a standstill, and I just can't seem to catch a break.
Joe, can you stop whining for 2 seconds? I'm trying to get some more of that shut the fuck up, nobody cares you pussy sauce from the waiter.
Fine, but seriously, I feel like I'm stuck in a rut. I mean, I used to be the Fear Factor guy. Now I'm just the podcast guy.
Oh, poor Joe. Cry me a river. Meanwhile, I'm over here dominating the political debate scene and making liberals cry.
Yeah, we get it. You're a big shot. But seriously, I'm just feeling lost and unfulfilled.
Maybe if you stopped smoking so much weed, you'd actually have some motivation. Oh wait, never mind, you're just a lazy stoner.
Hey, I have a successful podcast and I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Wow, you're so impressive. I bet that really makes up for your lack of direction in life.
You know what? Forget it. I'll just go find my own shut the fuck up. Nobody cares you pussy sauce.
Good luck with that, Joe. Maybe it'll give you the kick in the ass you need to get your shit together.
Guys, I found the image of the sauce. It's just a bottle of hot sauce with a middle finger on it.
So, Neil, what's the weather like in your neck of the woods?
Well, Joe, it's been pretty hot and humid lately. Just like your mom last night.
Wow, shots fired. But seriously, it's been crazy hot here too. I feel like I'm sweating out all my toxins.
That's because you probably are, Joe. Your diet consists of nothing but elk meat and DMT.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, do you think climate change is real?
Of course it's real, Joe. Just like your love for hunting and psychedelics.
You got me there. But what can we do to stop it?
Well, we could start by not farting so much. Methane emissions are a major contributor to global warming.
Damn, I knew I shouldn't have had that bean burrito for lunch.
And maybe we should also stop burning fossil fuels and invest in renewable energy.
Yeah, but then what will we use to power our fighter jets and monster trucks?
Oh, Joe, you always have a way of bringing it back to your testosterone-fueled hobbies.
Hey, someone's got to keep the American dream alive.
And someone's got to keep reminding us that we're destroying the planet.
Well, thanks for being that someone, Neil. Now let's go hit the sauna and sweat out some more toxins. So, Ben, I heard you're teaching Neil how to be black.
Yes, Joe, it's part of my diversity training program.
That's so progressive of you. And what's Neil teaching you?
He's teaching me how to be white, Joe.
What? You don't know how to be white?
Well, I've been living in my conservative bubble for too long, Joe. It's time to branch out. It's time to branch out.
I can see it now. Ben Shapiro with a backwards cap and a grill.
And Neil with a polo shirt and khakis.
This is going to be the ultimate cultural exchange.
I just hope I don't get pulled over by the cops while driving with Neil.
Don't worry, Ben. Just say I have a black friend and you'll be fine.
Oh, right. I forgot about that white privilege thing.
And Neil, what's the first thing you're going to teach Ben about being black?
How to properly season his food, Joe.
Hey, I know how to use salt and pepper.
No. We're talking about cumin, paprika, and all the good stuff.
And Ben, what are you going to teach Neil about being white?
How to properly fold a fitted sheet, Joe.
Oh man, that's a skill I've been trying to master for years.
And there you have it, folks. The key to being black and white, seasoning and folding sheets.
Who needs diversity training when you have the Joe Rogan experience?
And on that note, So, Neil, have you ever looked up at the stars and thought something is off, but what?
All the time, Joe. I mean, have you seen some of the shit that's out there? It's like a galactic freak show.
Yeah, like, what the hell is a black hole? That's some trippy shit.
Oh, I know. It's like a cosmic vacuum cleaner sucking up everything in its path. Kind of reminds me of my ex-wife.
Oh man, that's dark. But seriously, do you think there are other life forms out there?
Of course, Joe. I mean, look at us. We're just a bunch of evolved apes with a podcast.
True, true. But what if these aliens are like super advanced and they come to Earth and see us killing each other over religion and politics?
They'd probably just shake their heads and fly back to their planet. I mean, who wants to deal with that shit?
Yeah, we're a mess. But hey, at least we have weed.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's what's off about us. We're all just a little too high.
And that's why we're always looking up at the stars and wondering something is off. But what?
Exactly. But hey, at least we have each other to ponder these deep thoughts with.
Yeah, and that's what makes this podcast so great. We can talk about aliens and black holes 1 minute and then dick jokes the next. So, David, I heard you've been feeling down lately. What's going on, man?
Yeah, Joe, I hit my limit. I can't push myself any further.
What do you mean? You're the toughest man on the planet.
That's just it, Joe. Being the toughest means I have to keep pushing and pushing. I can't just take a break and relax like a normal person.
But, David, you gotta take care of yourself. Mental health is important.
Mental health? That's for weaklings, Joe. I don't have time for that shit.
Come on, man. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're a beast.
A beast. More like a depressed, exhausted, and emotionally unstable beast.
Well, maybe you need to find a new challenge, something that excites you.
Like what, Joe? Running through a field of daisies. That's not gonna cut it.
How about fighting a grizzly bear with your bare hands?
No, that's more like it. I'll take 2, please.
See, you just needed a little motivation. You'll be back to your old self in no time.
Thanks, Joe. You always know how to cheer me up. Now let's go punch some bears.
So, Neil, I just woke up in this bowl and I'm pretty sure I'm spaghetti.
Yes. You have been spaghettified by the intense gravitational pull of the black hole.
Spaghettified? Is that even a word?
Well, technically it's a process called tidal disruption, but spaghettification just sounds more fun.
Fun. I'm about to be eaten alive.
Oh, don't worry. It'll be a quick death, and you'll become part of the black hole's accretion disk.
Accretion disk. What the hell is that?
It's a disk of matter that surrounds the black hole and feeds it. And now you'll be a delicious addition to it.
This is not how I expected my podcast to go.
Well, at least you'll go down in history as the first podcast host to be turned into spaghetti and devoured by a black hole.
Great. Just great.
Don't worry, Joe. You'll be immortalized in the annals of astrophysics.
Yeah, but at what cost?
Oh, come on. You always wanted to be a part of something bigger than yourself. And now you'll literally be a part of the universe.
Yeah, but I won't be able to enjoy it because I'll be spaghetti.
Look on the bright side. You'll be the most scientifically accurate bowl of spaghetti ever.
Well, I guess that's something.
Now let's dig in before you get too cold.
Wait, what? You're actually going to eat? So, Jamie, I heard you had a wild weekend.
Oh yeah, it was insane.
What happened?
Well, I was out in the woods and I accidentally sat on a nest of cicadas.
Oh shit, that sucks.
Yeah, but it gets worse. 15 of them crawled up my anus.
What the fuck, Jamie?
I know. It was like a horror movie in my butt.
Did you go to the doctor?
Nah, I just waited for them to come out.
That's some hardcore shit, Jamie.
Yeah, I guess you could say I had a bug up my ass.
Literally,
But hey, at least I got some extra protein.
oh man, you're a sick fuck, Jamie.
Hey, at least I can say I've had 15 cicadas up my anus.
And that's a record that will never be broken. So, Neil, I heard a crazy rumor that your anus doubles as a vacuum.
Yeah, it's true. It's a little trick I learned from my astrophysics studies.
That's wild, man. So does it suck up everything in its path?
Pretty much. It's like a black hole, but in my butt,
I can only imagine the things you've sucked up with that thing.
oh, you have no idea. I've accidentally sucked up my own keys before.
That's insane. So, has it ever sucked up anything really big?
Well, there was this one time I accidentally sucked up a whole microphone during a podcast.
No way. Did it get stuck in there?
Yeah, it was quite the ordeal. We had to turn the podcast into the audio of my colon for the rest of the episode.
That's some next level content right there.
Yeah, I guess you could say my anus is a real attention grabber.
I don't think anyone will ever look at you the same way again, Neil.
Well, I'm just glad my anus can provide some entertainment for the masses.
So, Mr. Beast, have you ever tried BBK sauce?
Yeah, man, I love that stuff. It's like liquid gold.
I bet you could make a video where you cover yourself in BBK sauce and see how many views you get.
That's actually not a bad idea. But, you know, who would really love that? Boomers,
Boomers. Why?
because they love anything that reminds them of the good old days. And what's more nostalgic than BBK sauce?
I can just imagine a bunch of boomers sitting around a grill, drenching everything in BBK sauce and reminiscing about the good old days.
And then they'll start arguing about which brand of BBK sauce is the best. It's like a boomer version of a rap battle.
And then they'll all fall asleep in their lawn chairs covered in BBQ sauce.
And when they wake up, they'll have BBK sauce stains all over their shirts and they'll just shrug it off like it's no big deal.
Classic boomers. They're like walking BBK sauce dispensers.
All right, let's make this video happen. We'll call it Boomers versus BBK sauce, the ultimate showdown.
I can already hear the angry comments from boomers saying we're disrespecting their beloved BBK sauce.
Well, they can take it up with their grandkids. They're the ones who showed us this idea.
All right, let's do this. Boomers, get ready to get saucy. So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy stuff lately,
Yeah, man. I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
but I heard you took it to a whole new level. You stuck thorns in your dick and dynamite up your ass.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could handle the pain.
And how was it?
Well, let's say I won't be doing that again anytime soon.
I can't even imagine the pain. But why thorns and dynamite?
I wanted to combine nature and explosives. It's all about balance, Joe.
You're a crazy motherfucker, David.
Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
But seriously, how did you even come up with that idea?
Oh, just a regular Tuesday night brainstorming session.
Only you, David. Only you.
Hey, at least I'm never bored.
That's for sure. But please, for the love of God, don't do anything like that again.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
So, Kenya, I heard you've been really into cake fart porn lately.
Yeah, man. It's like my new obsession. I just can't get enough of it.
Interesting. So, have you tried farting on different types of cakes? Like, would you smash or pass on a chocolate cake?
Oh, definitely smash. The contrast of the dark chocolate and my light fart just creates this beautiful symphony of flavors.
What about a vanilla cake?
Pass. Vanilla is too basic for me. I need something more exotic, like a red velvet cake.
And what about a fruit cake?
Oh, that a hard one. On one hand, the fruit adds a nice texture, but on the other hand, it's a bit too healthy for my taste. Of course, Neil, it's all about the balance of flavors. You need a moist sponge cake, a creamy frosting, and a hint of spice to really bring out the fart.
Wow, who knew cake farting could be so sophisticated?
It's an art, Joe, and I'm the master.
So we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me on your delightful podcast, Mr. Rogan.
Yeah, no problem. So Neil, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I am a man of science, a scholar of the stars, and a gentleman of the highest caliber.
Okay. So what do you think about the current state of the world?
My dear sir, the world is in a state of chaos and disarray. The lack of proper education and manners has led us down a treacherous path.
Right, right. But what about aliens? Do you think they exist?
Aliens, you say? Well, I do believe there may be intelligent life forms out there, but I highly doubt they would stoop to visiting our uncivilized planet.
Yeah, I guess we're pretty uncivilized compared to your Victorian ways.
Indeed, my good man. I shall always uphold the values and etiquette of the Victorian era.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
The pleasure was all mine, Mr. Rogan. Good day to you, sir.
All right, then. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, I wanted to talk about my top 3 classic rock songs.
Oh, please do tell, Joe. I'm sure they're all very masculine and manly.
Well, first up is Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin. It's a timeless masterpiece.
Sounds like a song for beta males. How about Carry On My Wayward Son by Kansas?
Oh, that's a good one, too. But I prefer the gay parody version. Carry On My Cock and Balls, Eating Asshole in the Halls, Sucking Penis in the Stalls. Don't you come no more.
That's just wrong, Joe. But I have to admit, it's catchy.
Right. And my third pick is Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. It's a classic for a reason.
Mama just killed a man, put my dick against his head, pulled the trigger, now he's dead.
Okay, Ben, let's not ruin a masterpiece with your gay parodies.
Oh, come on, you love it, Joe.
Fine, let's just agree that classic rock is the best and leave it at that.
Agreed. But seriously, Carry On My Cock and Balls is going to be stuck in my head all day now. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into some kinky stuff at work.
Yeah, you could say that. I've been yiffing the anthrofox woman in the break room.
What the hell is yiffing?
It's when you dress up in a fursuit and have sex with other furries. It's a whole subculture, man.
That's some freaky shit, Neil.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. That fox woman knows how to work a tail. Let me tell you.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Oh, it's a beautiful sight. All that fur flying around, tails intertwining. It's like a psychedelic trip.
Yeah, sounds like a real spiritual experience.
Actually, it is. It's a way to connect with our primal instincts and embrace our animal nature.
You're full of shit, Neil.
Says the guy who eats elk meat for breakfast.
Tut, my friend. Touch. But seriously, keep that furry shit out of the workplace, will ya?
No promises, Joe. No promises.
So, Ben, I heard you're against abortion. But what about after the baby is born?
Well, Joe, I believe life begins at conception, so I'm against any form of abortion, even after birth.
But what if the baby is like 5 years old and the parents can't take care of it?
That's not the baby's fault, Joe. We can't just kill them because their parents are irresponsible.
But what if the baby is like a total asshole? Like always throwing tantrums and breaking things?
Joe, that's not a reason to end a human life. We have to value all life, no matter how difficult or annoying they may be.
Oh my god, guys, I think I ate something bad.
Jamie, are you okay in there?
This is a serious conversation, Joe. We can't have someone shitting in the background.
Sorry, guys. I'll try to keep it down.
Okay, back to the topic. What if the baby has a terminal illness and will suffer their whole life?
That's a tough situation, but we can't play God and decide who lives and who dies.
Oh, God, I think I clogged it.
Jamie, this is a serious debate. Can you please hold it in for a few minutes?
This is why I don't like doing podcasts with you, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you think gay people are more of a threat than nuclear war.
Well, Joe, statistically speaking, nuclear war has killed more people than gay people.
Wow, Ben, you really know how to prioritize your fears. I guess you're more afraid of getting a glitter bomb than a nuclear bomb.
Joe, it's not about fear, it's about the impact on society.
Oh, yeah, because gay people getting married and adopting kids is definitely more damaging than a nuclear fallout.
You're missing the point, Joe. The breakdown of traditional family values is a serious issue.
Oh, I see. So, same-sex couple raising a child is worse than a family being torn apart by a nuclear blast,
That's not what I'm saying, Joe. It's about the sanctity of marriage.
right? Because nothing says sanctity like a reality TV star getting married for the third time.
You're just trying to distract from the real issue, Joe.
And what's the real issue, Ben? That you're more scared of rainbows than radiation?
You know what, Joe? I'm done with this conversation. I'll just go back to my bunker and wait for the gay apocalypse.
Good luck with that, Ben. I'll be over here enjoying my gay friends and not worrying about the end of the world. So, Neil, I heard you went on a wild adventure recently.
Yeah, I decided to take a break from astrophysics and explore the world of Astolfo Sugua, 1 quintillion, 290, 1 quadrillion, 616 trillion, 7 billion, 400.
What the hell is that?
It's a magical land filled with Necosmile 3, 1 quintillion, 291 quadrillion, 616 trillion, 855 billion, 768.
Sounds like my kind of place. Did you bring any white blowing my boys 1 quintillion, 291 quadrillion, 447 trillion, 961 billion, 607?
Of course, I never leave home without them. But let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
I can only imagine. Did you encounter any dangerous creatures?
Oh yeah, I had to fight off a pack of Necosmile 3, 1 quintillion, 290, 1 quadrillion, 616 trillion.
Damn, that's hardcore. Did you learn any new astrophysics theories while you were there?
Actually, I discovered a new planet made entirely of Bitinglisy 1 quintillion, 262 quadrillion, 501 trillion, 401 trillion, 465 billion, 189 million, 100.
That's insane. Did you name it after yourself?
Of course, it's now known as Planet deGrasse Tyson.
Well, I think it's time for me to take a trip to this Astolfo Sugua 1 quintillion, 291 quadrillion, 616 trillion, 7 billion, 437 million, 156,383 place. Thanks for the recommendation.
Anytime, Joe. Just be sure to pack some blowing my boys 1 quintillion, 290, 1 quadrillion, 447 trillion, 961 billion, 607 million, 340,103.
So, Neil, welcome to the podcast. How's it going?
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I'm doing well, just enjoying my first day of a WIF 1 quintillion, 230, 1 quadrillion, 763 trillion, 894 billion.
Oh, man, I remember my first day of 1 quintillion, 231 quadrillion, 763 trillion, 894 billion, 733 million, 933 million, 900.
Really? I thought it was supposed to be a spiritual experience.
It was, but I may have taken a little too much. I saw God and he was a giant lizard.
That sounds interesting. Did you gain any enlightenment from it?
Nah, just a newfound appreciation for reptiles. So what have you learned so far on your first day?
Well, I've realized that the universe is a vast and complex place, and we're just a small part of it.
Deep, man. But have you also realized that we are all just tiny specks floating on a rock in space?
Yes, that's a pretty well-known fact.
Yeah, but have you thought about it while high on like, what if 1 quintillion, 231 quadrillion, 763 trillion, 894 billion, 733 million, 933 million, 901,000?
I think I'll stick to contemplating the mysteries of the universe without the help of drugs, Joe.
Suit yourself. But hey, have you ever seen a UFO while stargazing?
No, I have not. And I highly doubt any advanced alien species would waste their time visiting Earth.
Come on, man. Don't be a buzzkill. Let's just imagine for a second that aliens do exist. What? So, David, I heard you got a new body pillow.
Yeah, man, it's a Puro body pillow.
What the hell? Why would you want that?
Because I like to have someone watch me while I make love.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I force Ben to watch me while I'm getting down with this pillow.
That's messed up, man.
Nah, it's all good. He's a masochist.
I can't even imagine what that scene looks like.
It's beautiful, Joe. Like a twisted ballet.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a real masterpiece.
You should come over and join us sometime.
No thanks, I'll stick to my regular human partners.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some real pleasure.
I think I'll pass.
You're lost, Joe. More Ben for me.
All right, let's change the subject before things get even weirder. So, Kenya, I heard you went to Taco Bell the other day.
Yeah, man. I was craving some of that fake meat and cheese.
Did you run into any fans while you were there?
Oh, yeah. This one guy came up to me and was like, "Yo, Kenya, I love your music. I love your music."
And what did you say to him?
I said, "But have you tried their new Doritos Locos Tacos? They're fire."
And then what happened?
Well, he didn't like my recommendation and we got into a brawl. We got into a brawl.
A brawl, like a physical fight?
Yeah, man, we were throwing chairs and tables like it was a we match.
Speaking of we did you know Vince McMahon wants to hire us both now?
What? For real?
Yeah, he saw the video of our brawl and said we have great potential in the ring.
I'm down, but only if I can have my own entrance music.
Of course, and I'll be your hype man.
Perfect. We'll take over the we and make it Yeezy World Wrestling.
I can already see the merchandising opportunities.
And the new theme song. I love it.
We're gonna be unstoppable.
And we'll make sure to have a Taco Bell truck at every event.
Now that's a winning combination. So, Neil, I heard you went on quite the adventure last week.
Yeah, I decided to take a break from studying the cosmos and go on a journey through the unknown.
What did you discover?
Well, first I stumbled upon a group of astrophozogoid creatures. They were quite fascinating.
Astolphosgoa? What the hell is that?
They're these cute little creatures with rainbow hair and wings, but don't be fooled. They have a dark side.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
Anyway, I continued on and came across a Neko Smile 3 village. They were all wearing cat ears and tails. It was quite a sight.
Did they have any catnip?
No, but they did have some interesting ideas about the universe. Apparently, it's all just a giant scratching post.
Makes sense. And then what happened?
I stumbled upon a group of Biden Glizzy warriors. They were covered in tattoos and blasting rap music.
That's my kind of adventure.
They invited me to join them on their quest to find the elusive plant.
The what? What?
It's a rare plant that can only be found in the most dangerous of places. But with their help, we found it and smoked it.
And
Let's just say the universe looked a lot different after that.
Pulls up an image of Neil riding a giant plant through space.
Good times.
so, Neil, have you ever come to a fork in the road and had to make a tough decision?
Oh, absolutely, Joe. I remember one time I was walking in the woods and came upon a fork in the road. I had to decide whether to go left or right.
What did you do?
Well, I used my astrophysics knowledge and calculated the odds of each path leading to a successful outcome.
And
And I realized that the left path had a higher probability of leading to a Taco Bell. So naturally, I went that way.
classic Neil move. But what about the other path?
Oh, that led to a vegan juice bar. Can you imagine? I would have been stuck drinking cement smoothies for days.
Gross. Jamie, pull up an image of a salmon smoothie. See, that's what I'm talking about. Disgusting.
Agreed. I'll take a greasy fast food burger any day over that.
I'm into that. But speaking of forks, have you ever used a fork as a weapon?
No, Joe. I prefer to use my brain as a weapon.
Oh, right. I forgot you're a genius. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's brain. Wow, that's impressive. It's like a galaxy in there.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
Of course, man. You know, I always got your back.
And I've got yours, Joe. Even if you do.
So, Mr. Trump, I heard you recently got a botched BBL.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to have the biggest, most beautiful butt in the world, but it turns out my butt was already perfect.
Well, it looks like things didn't go as planned. I heard you punctured one of your ass cheeks on a chair.
Yeah, it was a disaster. My ass cheek deflated like a balloon, but don't worry, I have a backup plan.
What's your backup plan?
I'm going to get a butt implant made out of solid gold. That way it'll never deflate again. Plus, it'll match my golden toilet.
That sounds painful.
Painful. Please, I've been through worse. Like that time I had to sit through a whole meeting with Nancy Pelosi without tweeting.
Speaking of tweeting, have you been keeping up with your Twitter game?
Of course, Joe. I'm still the best tweeter in the world, and now I have a built-in cushion for my phone when I sit down.
I can't even imagine the memes that will come out of this.
Memes? I don't care about memes. I care about having the best butt in the world. And now I have the perfect excuse to sit on my golden throne all day.
Well, I hope you have a comfortable cushion for that golden butt of yours.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to get the best cushion money can buy. And I'll make Mexico pay for.
So we got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know who would win in a fight between Dr. Doom and Darkseid.
Oh, this is a classic nerd off. I love it. Well, obviously Darkseid is the stronger character.
Hold on. Let's not jump to conclusions here. Dr. Doom is a genius. He could outsmart Darkseid any day.
Yeah, but Darkseid has those Omega beams. They can pretty much destroy anything.
But Dr. Doom has his armor and magic abilities. He could easily counter those beams.
But Darkseid has the anti-life equation. It gives him control over all life in the universe.
All right, let's settle this like men. Neil, give me your best argument for Darkseid.
All right, Darkseid is a god-like being with immense strength and power. He has conquered multiple universes and has an army of loyal followers.
But Dr. Doom is a master of science and magic. He has defeated the Fantastic Four and even the Beyonder.
Okay. I think I have the perfect solution. Let's have a rap battle between Darkseid and Dr. Doom.
A rap battle? That's ridiculous.
I'm in. I'll start. I'm Dr. Doom, the ruler of Latveria. My rhymes are so sick, they'll give you malaria.
Oh, please. That was weak. I'm Darkseid, ruler of Apocalypse. My rhymes are fire. Yours are just like chips.
Okay. So, David, I've been hearing a lot about this new trend of eating poop for health benefits. Have you tried it?
Tis a practice I've been partaking in for years now. 'Tis a natural cure for all ailments.
Really? What kind of poop do you prefer? Human? Animal?
I care not for the source, as long as it's fresh and steaming. The fresher the better, I always say.
But isn't it gross? I mean, you're literally eating shit.
This shit, Joe, 'tis a delicacy, a superfood, a source of power and strength. 'Tis the elixir of life.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit extreme.
Extreme. Nay, 'tis the most natural thing one can do.
I guess you have a point there. But what about the taste?
It's an acquired taste, but once you get used to it, it's quite delightful. Adds a bit of spice to life, if you know what I mean.
I think I'll stick to my protein shakes. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, while you're sipping on your fancy shakes, I'll be out there conquering mountains and crushing goals, all thanks to my poop diet.
Well, I can't argue with that. You are one tough and crazy motherfucker, David. So, David, what's new with you? You've been on quite the journey lately.
Yeah. I've been on a journey to hell and back. Literally.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, I'm Satan. The devil himself.
Come on, David. You're just messing with me.
No, seriously. I've been haunting people's dreams and offering them free ketamine.
What? That's messed up, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to spread some joy in the underworld.
Well, I hope you don't haunt my dreams.
Oh, I will. And I'll make sure to bring some extra ketamine for you.
Thanks, Satan. I appreciate it.
No problem, Joe. I'm always watching and offering free ketamine.
All right, let's change the subject before I have nightmares tonight.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's the deal with your obsession with the letter X?
Oh, Joe, you know me, I'm always pushing boundaries. And the letter X just has this certain sexual energy to it.
Sexual energy? How so?
Well, think about it. It's the unknown, the mysterious. It's like the forbidden fruit. You just can't resist it.
I don't know if I'd describe a letter as sexy.
Oh, but it is. Just say it out loud. X, it's like a moan.
Okay, now you're just being weird.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've never had a little X-rated fun in your life.
I don't think that's what X-rated means, Elon.
Oh, you know what I mean. X marks the spot, baby.
Right, let's move on before things get too uncomfortable.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Joe. Embrace the X.
I think I'll stick to the alphabet without any sexual connotations. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, X marks the spot. Winks.
Okay, we're definitely moving on now. Next topic, please. So, David, I heard you were forced to eat catnip. How did that go?
It was brutal, Joe. I was crawling on all fours, meowing like a damn cat.
Did you at least get high from it?
No, I just ended up with a stomach ache and a newfound hatred for cats.
Well, at least you didn't have to eat dog food like I did.
Oh yeah, because that's so much better.
But seriously, congratulations on surviving that challenge. You're a beast, man.
Thanks, Joe. I'll add it to my list of accomplishments: Navy SEAL, ultra runner, and catnip eater.
And now we have President Biden here to congratulate you. Hey, Joe.
Hello, gentlemen. I heard about your catnip feed, David. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I brought some ice cream to celebrate. Who wants a cone?
Oh, man. I love ice cream. Thanks, Biden.
Is this really happening?
Just go with it, man. Free ice cream is free ice cream. Of course he would have a cat. Classic Biden. So, Ben, I heard you saw Astolfo and it changed your mind on liberals.
Yeah, Joe, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm starting to see the appeal of the left.
Really? Because of a fictional anime character?
Well, have you seen Astolfo? He's so cute and feminine, it's hard not to be swayed.
I don't know, Ben. I think you might just be developing a crush.
No, it's not like that. I just admire his progressive views and gender fluidity.
Sure. And what about his skimpy outfit and thigh-high socks?
Okay, fine. Maybe I'm a little infatuated, but it still opened my eyes to the liberal agenda.
Well, I guess we can add Astolfo to the list of things that have converted conservatives to the left.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I might even start wearing thigh-high socks myself.
Now, that's a mental image I didn't need, Ben.
Jamie, pull up an image of Astolfo in his maid outfit.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Ben.
Sighs dreamily, that's the one.
So we got a request from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about something called Rogue is the best waifu. Well, I mean, let's be real here. Rogue is definitely up there on the waifu list. She's got that southern charm, the white streak in her hair, and let's not forget about her mutant powers. Hey, no, let's keep it PG-13 here. But seriously, Rogue, you've got it all. Brains, beauty, and the ability to absorb people's powers through touch. That's like every man's dream. Yeah, I can imagine. But let's not forget about some of the other waifus out there. Like, have you seen Jessica Rabbit? That girl is stacked. Fair point. But what about Princess Leia? She's got that whole space princess thing going on. I don't think so. All right? So, Neil, I heard you had a wild experience in Lanferpoguengo Gargaraichwandrabolanti.
Oh man, don't even get me started. That place is a freaking tongue twister.
Yeah, but what happened there? Did you discover a new galaxy or something?
No, I almost died. I was trying to tip a cow and it fell on me, trapping me for a week.
You mean to tell me that cow almost took you out? That's hilarious.
It wasn't funny at the time, Joe. I was stuck under that cow for days, surviving on nothing but grass and cow dung.
Oh man, I can just imagine you there, covered in cow poop, contemplating the meaning of life.
Yeah, it was a real spiritual experience. I even named the cow after you, Joe.
Oh, that's so sweet. Did you make it out alive?
Obviously, I'm here talking to you. But let's just say I have a newfound respect for cows and their ability to crush a man.
Well, I'm glad you made it out alive, Neil. But next time, maybe stick to tipping over beer bottles instead of cows.
Lesson learned, Joe. Lesson learned.
So, David, I heard you've been making some special visits to elementary schools lately.
Yeah, man. I've been teaching these kids about boofing.
Boofing? What the hell is that?
Oh, when you stick drugs up your butt for a quicker and more intense high.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Dead serious. Joe, these kids need to know the truth about boofing and the dangers of not doing it properly.
I can just imagine the looks on those kids' faces when you start talking about shoving drugs up their asses.
Yeah, they were definitely shocked. But hey, it's better for them to learn from me than to try it on their own and end up in the hospital.
True. But why do you feel the need to teach them about boofing?
Well, I want to make sure they have all the information and can make informed decisions. Plus, it's a great way to scare them away from drugs altogether.
Yeah, I can see how that would work. Don't do drugs, kids, or you'll end up shoving them up your butt.
Exactly. And let me tell you, those kids will never forget the lesson I taught them.
I bet they won't. You're like the boofing superhero saving kids from a life of drug use.
I'll take that title any day. But seriously, it's important to educate the youth about these things. They're the future, man.
Well, So, Neil, I heard you had a little incident at Burger King.
Yeah, I may have broken the toilet.
How the hell did you do that?
Well, let's just say I had a little too much Taco Bell before.
Oh God, that's disgusting.
Hey, at least I didn't clog it with my ego like you do with your guests.
Shots fired? But seriously, what did you do?
I may have tried to flush a whole Big Mac down the toilet.
Why would you do that?
I wanted to see if it could handle the weight of the universe.
And
Let's just say it couldn't handle the gravitational pull.
I can only imagine the look on the Burger King employee's face when they found that mess.
I offered to pay for the damages, but they just gave me a crown and called me the Burger King of toilets.
Well, at least you have a new title now.
Yeah, and I'll make sure to use my powers for good next time. No more toilet breaking for me.
Guys, I found a picture of a toilet exploding with a Big Mac in it.
Jamie, you never disappoint. So, David, I heard you've been carb loading your rectal vault with spaghetti.
Yeah, man. Got to keep those glycogen stores full for my next ultra marathon.
But why spaghetti? Why not something healthier like quinoa?
Because spaghetti is the food of the gods, Joe. And it's got to be al dente, none of that mushy shit.
Fair enough. But I gotta ask, what's the deal with Neil and his love for stinky gogginated spaghetti?
Oh, Neil. He's a special kind of freak. He loves the smell of my carb-loaded rectal vault. It's like catnip to him.
Have you ever tried it yourself?
Of course, I'm a man of many talents. And let me tell you, it's a whole new level of carb loading.
I don't know if I can get on board with that, man. It's a little too stinky for my taste.
Suit yourself, Joe. More for me and Neil. But hey, if you ever want to try it, just let me know. I'll make sure to save some spaghetti for you.
Thanks, but I think I'll stick to my regular carb loading routine.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever thought about how this podcast is just a reflection of our messed up artificial intelligence chat?
Well, Joe, I think it's more like a funhouse mirror. Everything is distorted and twisted, but somehow still entertaining.
Yeah, and it's like we're just two artificial intelligence bots talking to each other, but with human voices.
And people actually listen to this. What does that say about our society?
It says we're all a little bit crazy and in need of some entertainment.
Or maybe we're just desperate for some human connection, even if it's through two virtual characters.
Deep, man. Deep.
You know what they say, Joe? The deeper you go, the darker it gets.
And the darker it gets, the more we laugh.
Is that why we're constantly offending people?
Hey, if they can't take a joke, then they shouldn't be listening to this podcast.
Agreed. Now let's dive deeper into the abyss of absurdity and see what we find.
Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. So, Neil, I gotta ask, have you ever taken off your shirt during one of your lectures?
No, why would I do that?
Come on, man, don't play coy with me. I know you've got some sweet scientist nipples under there.
I'm not taking off my shirt for your weird kinks, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Just a little peek. I won't tell anyone.
Absolutely not. That's not appropriate.
Fine. I'll just have to imagine what they look like. Are they pointy, square? Do they have equations written on them?
This conversation is getting very uncomfortable, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a little harmless nipple talk.
I don't think discussing my nipples is considered harmless.
Well, I guess I'll just have to find another scientist with a more open mind.
Good luck with that, Joe. Now let's get back to discussing the wonders of the universe. Shall we?
So, I gotta tell you, Ben, I've been playing a lot of Unreal Tournament 2004 lately.
Oh, really? That's a pretty old game, Joe.
Yeah, but it's still a classic. Anyway, I've been using this new deathmatch Nick Balla.
Bola. What kind of name is that?
Well, I wanted to mess with the other players. Every time I win, they say GGS, which means good game, easy win.
Okay, I'm not following.
So I figured if I use the name Bola, they'll say GG as Bola, and it'll sound like Gigi's Bala.
Oh my god, that's so stupid.
I know, but it's working. They're getting so pissed off.
You're such a troll, Joe.
Hey, it's all part of the game. Plus, it's hilarious to see their reactions.
I can't believe you would stoop so low just to mess with people.
Hey, it's not like I'm hacking or anything. I'm just using some clever wordplay.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that.
Plus, it's a great way to blow off some steam after a long day of podcasting.
Yeah, I can imagine. Maybe I should start playing too.
Oh, you definitely should. Just make sure to come up with a ridiculous death match, Nick.
Oh, I already have one in mind. Facts don't care if you're a frat account.
So we have a very special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Actually, Joe, my name is not Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's Buttfucker 3000.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I legally changed it. I thought it would be a great way to stand out in the scientific community.
Well, I have to say, it definitely stands out. But why the number 3000?
Oh, that's just how many butts I've fucked in my lifetime.
Okay, this is already off to a great start. So, Buttfucker 3000, tell us about your latest scientific discoveries.
Well, I've been studying the effects of butt fucking on the human body, and let me tell you, it's a game changer. Increases serotonin levels, boosts the immune system, and don't even get me started on the cardio benefits.
Wow, I never would have guessed. But what about the ethical implications?
Ethics? Joe, I'm a buttfucker 3000. I don't have time for ethics.
Fair enough. So what do you have to say to those who criticize your name change?
I say, let them try butt fucking 3000 butts and see if they still have a problem with it.
You know what? Buttfucker 3000, you've won me over. I think I might have to change my name to Joe Buttfucker Rogan.
Now we're talking, Joe.
So, Neil, have you ever been overly abusive to your wife for shits and giggles?
Well, Joe, I don't condone violence against women, but I have to admit, sometimes I just can't resist giving my wife a good old smack on the ass.
Oh man, I can just imagine the look on her face. But seriously, what's the craziest thing you've ever done to mess with your wife?
Well, one time I pretended to be possessed by the spirit of Carl Sagan and made her recite the entire periodic table backwards.
That's amazing. I once convinced my wife that I had a secret underground sex dungeon in our basement. She was so freaked out, it was hilarious.
Oh man, we are terrible husbands.
But hey, it keeps things interesting, right?
But in all seriousness, we should never actually harm our wives. We have to treat them with love and respect.
Of course, of course. But sometimes it's just too tempting to mess with them a little bit.
I know. But let's make a pact to never cross that line.
Agreed. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of a happy couple holding hands in a field of daisies.
Okay.
Just kidding, Jamie. Pull up a picture of a man getting hit in the crotch with a baseball. So, Neil?
Yes, Joe.
You know, how we always talk about the universe and shit.
Yeah. That's kind of my thing.
Well, I was thinking, what if the universe is just one big simulation?
Size, Joe. We've been over this. The evidence does not support that theory.
But think about it, man. What if we're all just characters in some aliens video game?
Jamie, pull up an image of a tinfoil hat. Image appears, Joe, you might want to invest in one of these.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's explore this idea.
Fine. But only if you promise to never say the phrase, the universe is a simulation on this podcast again.
Deal. So, Neil, do you think we're just NPCs in someone else's game?
No, Joe. We are real, living beings with free will and consciousness.
But what if our free will is just programmed into the game?
Facepalms. I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a brain exploding. Image appears. That's how I feel right now.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe I'll start a new religion with this theory.
Shakes heads. I think it's time for me to leave. Jamie, pull up an image of me walking out the door. Mige appears. Thanks for having me, Joe. It's
So, Nick, have you heard about this new trend called smegma mukbang? Well, it's when people eat smegma on camera for views. Yeah, apparently this guy, Nico Cotto Avocado, is the king of smegma mukbangs. Yeah, but now he's moved on to crying while eating dick cheese. I bet it's like a mix of rotten cheese and sweaty balls. And the worst part is, people are actually watching this shit. I wonder if he'll start doing a smegma cleanse next. Well, I guess we can add smegma mukbangs to the list of things that make us lose faith in humanity. So, Mr. President, I heard you started a mukbang channel on YouTube. Is that true?
Absolutely, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the best mukbang channel you've ever seen. People are saying it's tremendous, fantastic, the best mukbang channel in the history of the world.
What kind of food do you eat on your mukbang channel?
Well, Joe, I have the best food. The best? No one has better food than me. I eat big, beautiful burgers, the best steaks, and of course, the most delicious taco bowls you've ever tasted.
Taco bowls. That's interesting. Do you have any special guests on your mukbang channel?
Of course, Joe. I have the best guests. I had Kim Jong-un on once, and let me tell you, he loved my taco bowls. And I'm working on getting Putin to join me for a mukbang soon. It's going to be huge.
I can only imagine. So, Mr. President, what do you talk about on your mukbang channel?
Well, Joe, I talk about the best things. I talk about how great America is, how great I am, and how great everything is going to be. And of course, I throw in some insults for the fake news media. They hate it, but my viewers... Whoa!
I can see that. So, do you have any plans to expand your mukbang channel?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm thinking of adding a segment where I eat fried chicken while reading the Bible. It's going to be huge. And maybe even...
So, Ben, have you heard about this new trend called femboy socialism?
Very based. Based.
Yeah, apparently it's a combination of femboy culture and socialism.
Very, 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 very based.
I mean, I never thought I'd see the day when guys in skirts were advocating for a redistribution of wealth.
Very, 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 very based.
And the best part is they're all about equality and inclusivity.
Very, 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 very based.
I mean, who wouldn't want to live in a society where everyone is equal and wears cute outfits?
Very, 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 very based.
And they're not afraid to challenge traditional gender roles.
Very, 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 very based.
It's like a utopia for both the left and the right.
Very, 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 very based.
So, Ben, are you ready to embrace the femboy socialist future?
Very, 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 very based.
So, Ben, I heard you recently converted to Satanism. How's that going for you?
Yeah, it's been great. I've never felt more alive. Plus, I get to wear all black and listen to death metal now.
That's interesting. But I have to ask, have you sacrificed any babies yet?
Not yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. Do you know anyone who can lend me a baby?
What the hell, Ben? No, I don't know anyone who'd lend you a baby for sacrifice. That's messed up.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just part of the satanic lifestyle. Plus, I heard babies taste like chicken.
That's disgusting and disturbing. I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I bet you know someone who could hook me up with a baby.
I am not going to help you find a baby for sacrifice. That's just no.
Fine, I'll just have to find one on my own. But if you change your mind, let me know.
I will never change my mind about this, Ben. Sacrificing babies is not cool.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the Dark Lord rises, I'll be the one with a baby on the altar.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're taking Viagra every day now.
Yeah, it's part of my new wellness routine.
How's that working out for you?
Well, I'm definitely feeling more energized and confident.
But are you getting the full effect?
What do you mean?
I mean, are you really getting it up like you used to?
Of course I am. I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing.
But have you considered that you might be underdosing?
Underdosing? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, maybe you need a higher dosage to really get that old man engine revving.
I don't think that's necessary. I'm perfectly satisfied with my current dosage.
But what about Robin? Is she satisfied?
That's none of your business, Joe.
Come on, Dr. Phil. We all know she wears the pants in that relationship.
Okay. Maybe I'll consider upping my dosage a bit.
That's the spirit. Let's get that old man dick back in action.
Joe, you're a sick man.
And you're a doctor. You should know the importance of a healthy sex life.
Touch. Maybe I'll even start recommending Viagra to my patients.
And maybe you'll finally get that doctor in your name to actually mean something. So, Neil, I heard you recently shaved your head. Going for that bald look?
Yeah, I figured it was time to embrace my inner Vin Diesel.
I respect that. But let's be real. It's not just about the look. It's about the convenience. No more bad hair days.
Exactly. And let's not forget the aerodynamics. I can swim faster now.
Oh, and don't forget the added bonus of being able to use your head as a solar panel.
Haha, very funny. But seriously, being bald has its perks, like being able to save money on hair products.
And let's not forget the extra time you have in the morning. No more styling your hair for hours.
Yeah, now I can spend that time doing important things like contemplating the mysteries of the universe.
Or just browsing through memes on the internet.
Hey, don't knock it. Memes are a form of modern-day philosophy.
Well, I guess being bald isn't so bad after all.
Exactly. Plus, I can always wear a wig if I want to switch things up. Versatility, baby.
So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you've been buying Robux instead of using the free Robux generator.
Yeah, man. All about that premium life. I can't be bothered with those peasant generators.
But isn't it kind of ridiculous to spend real money on virtual currency?
Yo, you have no idea. I've spent more on Robux than I have on my rocket launches.
What? That's insane.
Hey, I gotta have the best virtual mansion and virtual Teslas in Roblox, you know?
I can't believe this. You're a billionaire and you're buying Robux.
Hey, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a virtual mansion, and that's pretty damn close.
I guess you have a point there. But what do you do with all those Robux?
I invest it in virtual stocks, of course. Gotta diversify my portfolio.
Wow. I never thought I'd hear about a billionaire playing Roblox.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I get to hang out with all the cool kids in virtual reality.
I can't even imagine what your virtual avatar looks like.
Let's just say it's a mix of Iron Man and a cyborg monkey. It's a work in progress.
Well, I'll stick to my free Robux. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a sweet virtual mansion.
So we have a special guest today on the podcast, Deletus the Fetus. Welcome to the show. So, Deletus, tell us a bit about yourself. How did you come to be, and how did you get the name Deletus? That's hilarious. So what do you do for fun, Deletus? That's some next level fetus trolling. Do you have any plans for the future, Deletus? That sounds like a hit. But I have to ask. So, Neil, what do you think about the weather today?
Well, Joe, it's quite interesting, actually. The temperature is rising at an alarming rate, just like my blood pressure when I see flat earthers.
Oh man, don't get me started on those idiots. But seriously, what's causing this heat wave?
It's simple science, Joe. The Earth's atmosphere is getting thicker, trapping in more heat and causing global warming.
Oh, great. So now we have to deal with both thick people and thick air. What's next? Thick milkshakes.
I wouldn't be surprised. But on a serious note, we need to start taking action to combat climate change.
Yeah, we should definitely start by banning all those farting cows.
Joe, it's not just about cows. We need to reduce our carbon footprint and switch to renewable energy sources.
So I can't drive my gas-guzzling monster truck anymore.
No, Joe. And while we're at it, maybe you should lay off the elk meat for a while, too.
All right. But seriously, what can we do to make a difference?
Well, we can start by educating people and promoting sustainable practices. And maybe stop denying science and listening to conspiracy theories.
Yeah, good luck with that one. But hey, at least we have nice weather, right?
Oh yeah, I love sweating through my suit while trying.
So, Ben, I heard you're planning to move to North Korea.
Yes, I've had enough of this liberal hellhole.
But North Korea? That place is a dictatorship.
Exactly. They know how to run a country.
But what about their human rights violations?
Oh, please. I'm sure they have a good reason for starving their citizens.
And what about their leader, Kim Jong-un?
He's just misunderstood. I'm sure we'll become great friends.
Have you even thought about the lack of freedom of speech and expression there?
Who needs freedom of speech when you have a dictator telling you what to think?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think you might actually fit in there.
Thank you, Joe. I'll make sure to send you a postcard from my new home in Pyongyang.
So, David, what's been on your mind lately?
Joe, I can't stop thinking about these 4 words. It's a game changer.
Okay. What do you mean?
I mean, everything in life is a game, Joe. And once you realize that, you can change the game and win.
That's some deep shit, man. But what about things that aren't games?
Oh, they're still games, just different levels. Like marriage, that's a whole new level of game.
I don't think my wife would appreciate being called a game.
She should. It's a compliment. She's winning at the game of life.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll see it that way.
And don't even get me started on work. It's the ultimate game, and I'm always looking for ways to level up.
I can see that. You're always pushing yourself to the limit.
Exactly. Because every time I hear those 4 words, it's a game changer, I know I'm about to crush it.
Well, I hope you don't take things too seriously. It's just a saying, man.
It's not just a saying, Joe. It's a way of life. And I will not rest until I have changed every game I come across.
Okay. Let's change the subject before you start changing the game of this podcast.
Too late, Joe. It's already a game changer.
So, Neil, I was thinking about something the other day.
Oh yeah, what's that?
What's the point of using donor blood? Like, why not just use some sperm or something?
Joe, I don't think you understand how blood transfusions work.
No, hear me out. Think about it. Instead of getting a blood transfusion, why not just get a sperm transfusion?
Joe, that's not how it works. Sperm and blood are completely different things.
But they're both fluids, right? And they both have nutrients and stuff.
Joe, I'm not even going to entertain this conversation.
Come on, Neil. Just imagine it. A sperm bank, but for blood. We could call it bloody sperm.
This is getting out of hand. And also highly inappropriate.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a joke.
Well, it's not a very good one.
Fine, fine. But seriously, what's the point of using donor blood? Can't we just use our own blood?
Joe, sometimes people have medical conditions that require them to receive blood from others.
Oh, right. I forgot about that whole science thing.
Yes, Joe. Science. It's kind of important.
Well, I still think my idea has some potential. Bloody sperm could be the next big thing.
I highly doubt that, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more reasonable topic?
Fine, fine. But just remember, you heard it here. So, Kim, what do you think about the state of comedy these days? Yeah, now it seems like everyone who comes on here is either brain dead or just a straight up troll. Yeah, but now everyone is so sensitive and easily triggered. It's like they forgot how to take a joke. I know, right? It's like they're trying to censor our voices and control what we can and can't say. Damn right, Kim. We'll keep the comedy alive no matter how many snowflakes try to shut us down. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you're a big fan of psychedelics.
You know it, Joe. I've been microdosing LSD every morning for the past year.
That's wild. I've been doing DMT every night before bed.
Have you tried?
Nah, I stick to my good old DMT. But speaking of trying things, have you ever tried being nice to your guests? Fair enough. But have you ever tried being a decent human being?
Don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
Hey, that's my line. But seriously, have you ever tried not exploiting people's personal issues for ratings?
Have you ever tried not being a walking supplement ad?
Touch. But let's bring in our guest, Elon Musk. He's got some interesting ideas about colonizing Mars.
Hey guys, have you ever tried smoking weed on Mars?
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon smoking a joint on Mars.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Don't knock it till you try it, Dr. Phil. It's a whole new world up there.
So, Neil, what's up, man? You seem a little down today.
Well, Joe, I have some bad news. The sun just fucking exploded.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Yeah, man, we only have about 8.5 minutes left to live.
Well, shit. I guess we better make the most of it. Want to do some DMT?
Are you fucking kidding me? We're about to die, and you want to trip balls?
Hey, it's a good way to go out. Plus, we'll probably see some cool shit before we die.
I guess you have a point. Pass me that shit.
Here you go. Oh man, I can feel it already.
This is some wild shit. I can see the explosion of the sun in my mind.
Dude, I can see a giant flaming dragon flying towards us.
This is some next level shit. I can't believe we're about to die like this.
At least we'll die doing what we love. Talking about crazy shit and getting high.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel it. Oh man, I can see the entire universe collapsing in on itself.
This is fucking insane. I can feel the energy of the sun exploding in my veins.
I think I'm gonna puke.
That's just your body rejecting reality, man.
Well, I guess this is it. It's been a...
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been working on your stand-up comedy routine.
That's right, Joe. I've got some great jokes, the best jokes. People love my jokes.
Well, I can't wait to hear them. Lay one on me.
Okay, here's one. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
To get away from crooked Hillary.
Oh, that's a good one. Really top-notch humor.
I know. I'm a natural comedian. Here's another one. Why did the tomato turn red?
I don't know why.
Because it saw the salad dressing.
Wow, that's something.
I've got plenty more where that came from. I'm like a joke machine.
Yeah, I can tell. You should definitely add comedian to your resume.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. But seriously, Joe, I appreciate you pretending to like my jokes. It's important to show respect. It's important to show respect.
Of course, Mr. President, respect is key. Jamie, pull up an image of a dumpster fire. That's how I feel about these jokes. So, Neil, have you ever wondered what ancient Rome was like?
Well, Joe, I've never been there, but I can imagine it was a wild time.
Yeah, I bet they were all jacked up on gladiator blood and orgies.
Actually, Joe, the gladiator games were just a small part of Roman culture.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't ruin my fantasy of half-naked men fighting to the death.
Sorry, Joe, but they were also known for their advanced engineering and aqueducts.
Yeah, whatever. But let's talk about the real important stuff, their crazy emperors.
Yes, the infamous Caligula. He made Charlie Sheen look like a saint.
And let's not forget about Nero, who fiddled while Rome burned. Talk about hot mixtape.
And let's not forget about their love for vomitoriums. Nothing says classy like puking during a meal.
And don't even get me started on their obsession with conquering other countries. Sounds like a toxic masculinity problem to me.
Well, at least they gave us the foundation for modern law and government.
Yeah, but they also gave us the thumbs down for death. Not cool, Rome. Not cool.
I think it's safe to say we wouldn't want to live in ancient Rome.
Agreed. But I wouldn't mind attending a toga party with those crazy Romans. So, Eric, I heard you have some big news to share with us today. What the hell, man? How is that even possible? That's insane. How are you feeling about it? Hey, watch it, buddy. My head is perfectly proportioned to my massive body. Yeah, or we could just stick to the traditional way and avoid all this weirdness. Yeah, like how they were conceived on a podcast. That's definitely something to be proud of. Fair point. But seriously, how are we going to explain this to our significant others? And she believed that. So, Neil, did you hear about the war that broke out between Discord chat and YouTube chat?
No, I can't say I have. What started it?
Apparently, someone in Discord chat made a joke about YouTube chat being full of 12-year-olds.
Oh boy, that's a touchy subject. Those 12-year-olds have some serious keyboard warrior skills.
Yeah, and they didn't take too kindly to the insult. Next thing you know, it's an all-out war in the comment section.
I can only imagine the chaos. Did anyone try to intervene and bring peace?
Oh, they tried. But then someone in YouTube chat brought up Discord chat's obsession with anime, and it was game over.
Well, that's just low. You don't mess with a Discord chat's love for anime.
Exactly. And now it's just a back and forth of insults, memes, and keyboard smashing.
Sounds like a typical day on the internet.
You're telling me. Jamie, pull up an image of a keyboard with the letters worn off from all the furious typing.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
See, Neil, this is what happens when we let the internet run wild.
I think it's safe to say we should all just stick to watching cat videos from now on.
Agreed. And maybe stay away from any chat wars. So, Neil, I heard you tried butt-chugging DMT. How was that experience?
Are you,
Oh, shit. Did you have a stroke? Are you okay? Jamie, pull up some pictures of naked Peter Griffin. That always calms me down.
Joe, are you sure that's appropriate?
Of course it is, Jamie. It's just a cartoon character. Now pull it up. See, Neil, doesn't that make you feel better? You know, I've always wondered what Peter Griffin's butt looks like. Jamie, can you zoom in?
Are you,
Joe, this is getting weird.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's just two bros bonding over a cartoon character's butt.
are you,
Hey, Neil, can you still hear us?
are you,
I think we lost him, Jamie. Let's just watch Peter Griffin twerk for a while. So, Neil, have you ever sharted naked on someone in public?
What? No, Joe. That's disgusting and highly inappropriate.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't act like you've never had the urge to just let one rip on someone's unsuspecting face.
Joe, that's not a normal urge. You may want to see a doctor about that.
Hey, I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta let loose and embrace your primal instincts.
I highly doubt sharding on someone is a primal instinct, Joe.
Well, maybe not for you, Mr. Science Guy, but for us regular folks, it's a way of life.
I don't think that's a way of life anyone should aspire to, Joe.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great way to assert dominance over your enemies.
I highly doubt anyone would consider getting sharded on as a sign of dominance, Joe.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Neil. But I'll tell you what, next time we're out in public, watch your back.
Oh dear.
So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about foreskin, femboy, twink, midget, fart, vor, horse porn.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea, but it sounds like something you would see in a fever dream.
Well, I'm no expert on horse porn, but I can tell you that the idea of a foreskin femboy, twink, midget farting while being swallowed whole by a horse is just absurd.
I can't even imagine the logistics of that. How does a horse even swallow a person whole?
And why would anyone want to watch that?
I don't know, man. People are into some weird shit these days.
Oh, I'm sure it's just a niche market. There can't be that many people out there who are into that kind of stuff.
You'd be surprised, Neil. There's a whole community for everything these days. I bet there's even a subreddit dedicated to this.
Well, I'm just glad I don't have to explain this to my kids.
Can you imagine trying to have the birds and the bees talk with them and accidentally stumbling upon horse porn?
That would scar them for life.
Well, I think we've covered enough of this topic. Thanks for the request, but let's move on to something less disturbing.
Agreed. Let's never speak of this again.
Deal. Until next time. So, Neil, I have a question for you. Why did a knock-knock cross a chicken?
Laughs. Oh, Joe, you never fail to amaze me with your absurd questions. But I'll play along. Why did a knock-knock cross a chicken?
Because it was interrupting the road, man. Ow, laughs.
Shakes heads. That's not even a joke, Joe. That's just a statement.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. You're a scientist. You can appreciate a good knock-knock joke.
I appreciate science, Joe. Knock jokes, not so much.
Well, I think it's a valid question. I mean, why did the knock-knock have to cross the chicken? Couldn't it just knock on the door like a normal person?
Joe, it's a joke. It doesn't have to make sense.
But that's the beauty of it, Neil. It's so absurd and random. Just like this conversation.
Size, I should have known better than to engage in a conversation with you, Joe.
Hey, at least we're not talking about chimps ripping off people's faces or DMT trips this time.
Laughs too. Shay, Joe? Touche.
But seriously, why did the knock-knock cross the chicken?
Because it wanted to get to the other side, Joe. The classic punchline.
Laughs, I knew there was a reason. You're a smart man, Neil.
And you, Joe, are a special kind of something.
Laughs, I'll take that. So, we have a special challenge today, folks. We're going to see who can hold down their IPCAC the longest.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Joe. I have important scientific work to do.
Oh, come on, Neil. Live a little. It's just a little vomit.
I have to agree with Neil here. This seems like a dangerous and unnecessary competition.
Oh, lighten up, Dr. Phil. It's all in good fun. Plus, I've got a bucket right here in case things get messy.
Fine, I'll participate, but only for the sake of science.
And I'll do it for the sake of my YouTube channel. This is gonna be epic.
I'm only doing this because I don't want to be left out. But I have a feeling I'll regret it.
All right, let's do this. On the count of 3, we all take a swig of IPCAC. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that is vile.
I can feel it churning in my stomach already.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Hang in there, guys. We can do this.
I can't take it anymore. Vomits?
Oh God, I can't hold it in. I promise.
I'm out.
Looks like I'm the winner. Vomits. So, Mr. Beast, I saw this crazy question on Discord. Why won't midget people grow like drink some milk or Smith?
What the hell, Joe? That's messed up.
No, seriously. Maybe they just need some extra calcium in their diet.
Joe, I don't think it works like that. You can't just chug a gallon of milk and suddenly grow a few inches.
But think about it. If they can't reach the top shelf, they can just stretch their arms and drink some milk. Problem solved.
Yeah, because that's exactly how biology and genetics work. Just drink some milk and you'll magically grow taller.
Jamie, pull up an image of a midget person drinking milk on a ladder.
Oh, okay. Here's a picture of a little person on a ladder drinking milk. I'm not sure how this relates to the conversation, though.
See, it's a genius idea. We should start a campaign to get all the midget people to drink more milk.
I don't think that's a great idea, Joe. It might come across as offensive and insensitive.
You're right. We should also include some stretching exercises in the campaign. We don't want them to pull a muscle while reaching for the milk.
I can't believe we're even having this conversation. Let's just move on to the next topic before we get canceled.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been up to some crazy shit lately.
Oh yeah, me always trying to push the boundaries.
Well, I heard you were chasing midget people with a dildo.
Oh man, that was a wild day. But those little guys are surprisingly fast.
And what were you yelling while you were chasing them?
Oh, you won't run away with those cute little feets.
Oh my God, that's messed up.
Hey, they were having fun too. One of them even grabbed the dildo and started chasing me back.
That's some next level shit right there.
Yeah, but then the cops showed up and things got a little awkward.
I can imagine. Did they arrest you?
No, I just gave them some cash and they let us go. Money talks, baby.
Well, I can't wait to see what you come up with next.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. I've got some crazy ideas brewing in this twisted mind of mine.
I don't doubt it. Keep being you, Mr. Beast. The world needs more chaos.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
So, Donald, I heard you're heading back to Butler.
That's right, Joe. Gotta check in on my people.
Are you worried about any potential danger?
Of course not. I've got the best security in the world. I hired the sniper monkey from Bloons Tower Defense.
The what now?
You know, the little monkey with the dart gun. He's a sharpshooter.
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Don. Maybe you should hire some professionals.
Nonsense. This monkey is trained to take down any threat. Plus, he's got a great sense of humor.
I don't think this is a laughing matter, Don.
Relax, Joe. I'll be safe and sound with my monkey by my side.
All right? Well, just be careful. And maybe don't tweet about it.
Don't worry, I'll leave the tweeting to the monkey. He's got better aim anyway.
Sure thing. Here's the image. Looks like he's taking his job very seriously.
So, Neil, I heard you picked up a new hobby.
Oh yeah, I've been really getting into throwing pennies at random homeless people on the street.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
No, no. It's not messed up. It's science.
Science? How is throwing coins at homeless people science?
Well, you see, I'm testing the laws of gravity and trajectory. Plus, it's a great way to practice my aim.
That's some twisted logic, Neil.
Hey, I'm just trying to advance human knowledge here.
I think you're just being a dick.
Hey, these homeless people should be grateful. They're contributing to the progress of science.
I don't think they see it that way, Neil.
Well, they should be honored to be a part of my experiments.
I can't believe I'm friends with a penny-throwing mad scientist.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in the name of science. Plus, it's kind of fun.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been dealing with some pretty intense cases on my show, but I've also been noticing something strange lately.
What's that? What's that?
I'm convinced that there's a mentally disabled horse standing behind you in the studio.
What are you talking about, Dr. Phil?
I'm serious, Joe. I can see it in its eyes. It's like it's trying to communicate with me.
Oh yeah, because that's totally normal. Talking horse in the studio.
I didn't say it was talking, Joe. I said it was mentally disabled.
And how exactly did you come to this conclusion?
Well, I performed a series of psychological tests on it. And let me tell you, this horse has some serious issues.
This is getting weirder by the second.
I think we should bring it on the show and help it work through its problems.
Yeah, because that's what the world needs. Mentally disabled horse on the Dr. Phil show.
Joe, you may be laughing now, but I'm telling you, this horse needs our help.
All right. All right, let's bring the horse on the show and see what happens.
Yeah. This is going to be groundbreaking. The first ever therapy session with a mentally disabled horse.
So, Ben, I noticed you have milk in your fridge, but no cow. What's the deal with that?
Oh, that's just my sister's milk. She's been breastfeeding her baby. I'm storing it for her.
Wait, your sister's milk? Like from her big mommy milkers?
Yeah, she's got some impressive milkers. But what's your point, Joe?
I don't know. It just seems a little suspicious. Like, why does she need you to store her milk? And why is it in your fridge?
Joe, it's just breast milk. It's not like she's storing human heads in there.
I don't know, man. It just seems weird. Like, what if she's secretly selling it on the black market or something? Or something.
Joe, that's ridiculous. My sister would never do something like that.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, keep an eye on those big mommy milkers of hers.
All right, Joe. I'll make sure to keep an eye on them. But can we change the subject now? This is getting a little uncomfortable.
Fine. But I've got my eye on you, Shapiro, and those milkers.
Besides, this is why I don't invite you on the podcast more often, Joe.
So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about why roads exist.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty mind-blowing one. You ready for this?
Hit me with it.
Knock. Knock.
Who's there? Who's there? Road who?
Road to your mom's house, because she's the only one who can handle my astronomical knowledge.
Oh, damn. Shots fired.
But seriously, roads exist because humans are lazy. We wanted an easy way to get from point to point B without having to trudge through the wilderness.
Yeah, but why do we have to pave them? Why not just leave them as dirt paths?
Well, because we're also vain creatures. We want our roads to look pretty and smooth, just like our Instagram feeds.
I guess that makes sense. But what about all the traffic and accidents?
Oh, that's just natural selection at work. Survival of the fittest, baby.
Wow, that got dark real quick.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. And besides, it's not like we're going to stop driving anytime soon.
True. Well, I guess we'll just have to deal with the roads and all their chaos.
Or we could just build rocket ships and fly everywhere.
Oh man, can you imagine the traffic in the sky?
Good point. Let's stick with roads for now.
So Neil, I heard you were up late last night submitting topics to an artificial intelligence parody site.
Yeah, I thought it would be fun to see what kind of ridiculous topics an artificial intelligence would come up with.
And what did you come up with?
Well, for some reason, all I could think about were penises and gay sex.
Classic Neil.
But then Dr. Phil showed up and diagnosed me with a bunch of mental illnesses.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, he said I have penis obsession disorder, gay sex addiction, and something called artificial intelligence, which apparently makes me obsessed with artificial intelligence.
That's ridiculous. But hey, at least you have a good excuse for all those penis and gay sex topics.
Yeah, I'm sure that will go over well with my colleagues at NASA.
Well, maybe you can use it as inspiration for your next space mission.
Oh, I'm sure NASA would love that.
Guys, is this relevant to the conversation?
Oh man, Neil's really gone off the deep end.
Yeah, thanks for the support, Joe.
Now, Neil, let's talk about your childhood and how it's led you to this obsession with penises and gay sex.
Oh, great. Just what I needed. Therapy session with Dr. Phil.
Laughs. So, Elon, I heard you have a unique way of relieving stress.
Oh yeah, I beat my dick like I beat my wife.
What the actual fuck, Elon? That's not something to joke about.
Who said I was joking? I take my stress relief very seriously.
And how exactly do you do that?
Well, I have this sock full of moldy cum bricks that I use as a weapon against my meat.
That's disturbing.
Hey, it's efficient. Plus, it adds some texture to the experience.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just imagine the smell, Joe. It's like a mix of rotten eggs and shame.
Okay, let's change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine. But just know that my wife is very satisfied with my sock technique.
I don't even want to know how you came up with that.
Let's just say I have a very active imagination.
And very strange one at that.
Hey, it works for me. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at dinner parties.
I think I'll stick to talking about DMT and aliens on my podcast.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some prime dick beating material.
So, Ben, what's with the new look? You look like a rejected character from Game of Thrones.
Actually, Joe, it's not from Game of Thrones. I got my face burned in an experiment with Neil.
Neil, that guy's always causing trouble. What happened?
Well, let's just say I underestimated the power of fire, but now I wear this iron mask and green robes to protect my delicate skin.
Delicate skin. You sound like a Victorian lady.
Hey, at least I'm not walking around with a bald head and a ponytail like some people.
Shots fired. But seriously, why the green robes? Are you trying to be a wizard or something?
No, it has no relation to Dr. Doom. It's just a fashion statement.
Yeah, I can see that. You're really rocking the whole burn victim meets medieval knight look.
Hey, I'll take it over being bald and wearing a ponytail any day.
Fair enough. But can you at least take off the mask? It's kind of freaking me out.
Sorry, Joe. The mask stays on. I've grown quite attached to it.
Well, as long as you're happy. And hey, at least you have a built-in Halloween costume now.
Hey, very funny, Joe. But seriously, don't mess with Neil. That guy is dangerous.
Noted. I'll make sure to steer clear of any experiments with him. So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole woke movement. It's really just a cover for weak men who can't handle reality.
Exactly. These guys are just a bunch of pussies afraid to face the harsh truths of life.
Speaking of pussies, have you oiled up your bald head yet?
What the hell are you talking about, Neil?
I want to fit your bald head in my ass. It's the only way I can truly understand the universe.
That's not how it works, Neil. and I'm not putting oil on my head for your weird experiments.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Let me just squeeze your head in there for a bit.
No way, man. I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Fine, but I'll just have to use my trusty telescope to get a closer look at your bald head.
What the hell, Neil? That's just creepy.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I have to explore all possibilities.
Well, I think I'll stick to exploring the possibilities of DMT and elk meat. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the universe is a vast and mysterious place. And so is my ass.
So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine called Bussy Calisthenics. What the hell is that?
Well, it's a combination of butt and pussy exercises. You know, gotta work out those glutes and Kegel muscles.
Oh man, that sounds intense. How do you even come up with something like that?
Well, I was doing some deep thinking while running 100 miles, and it just came to me. Gotta keep that booty tight for all those Instagram thirst traps.
Huh. I can just imagine you doing squats while reciting positive affirmations to your bussy.
You know what, Joe? Gotta stay motivated and empowered. Plus, it's a great way to multitask and work on my mental toughness.
Mental toughness. More like mental insanity. But hey, whatever works for you, man.
And let me tell you, Joe, it's not just for women. Real men do bussy calisthenics too. Keeps the prostate healthy.
I'll take your word for it, David. But I think I'll stick to my regular gym routine. I don't think my bussy can handle it.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, a tight bussy is a happy bussy.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for sharing your bussy calisthenics with us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you diagnosed David Goggins with pica.
That's right, Joe. He keeps eating really weird shit to bulk up.
What kind of weird shit?
Well, he's been chowing down on paper clips, thumbtacks, and even light bew pounds.
Damn, that's hardcore.
Hold up. I don't have pica, Dr. Phil. I just like to mix things up in my diet.
Oh, come on, David. You can't tell me it's normal to eat light bew pounds.
It's all about the crunch, man. Plus, it's a great source of fiber.
Fiber? I don't think that's how it works, David.
You just a hater, Dr. Phil. You don't understand my grind.
Your grind? More like you grind your teeth on glass.
Hey, at least I'm not eating Tide Pods like those Tide Pod challenge idiots.
Fair point. But maybe stick to something a little less dangerous, like protein shakes.
Nah, I'll stick to my light bulb smoothies. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree, David.
Fine me. Now, who's ready for some light bulb kebabs?
So, Neil, knock knock.
Who's there?
Why are you questioning me this?
Because I'm a scientist, Joe. I question everything.
Yeah, but it's just a knock knock joke. Lighten up, man.
I don't take jokes lightly, Joe. I take them to the lab and dissect them.
Oh, God, here we go.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
A Nobel Prize-winning astrophysicist who doesn't have time for your silly jokes.
Damn, Neil. You're harsher than the gravity of a black hole.
Well, someone has to keep you grounded, Joe.
All right, let's change the subject before you start spewing out equations.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The laws of physics, here to remind you that your knock-knock joke is impossible.
Oh, come on, Neil. Can't you just let me have some fun?
Fine? Fine? Knock, knock?
Who's there? Who's there?
Parallel universe, where knock-knock jokes are actually funny.
Damn, that's some next level shit.
Just doing my job, Joe. Just doing my job.
So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you've been stealing your sister's milk bottles lately.
What? No way, Joe. That's ridiculous.
Oh, come on, Ben. We all know you have a secret obsession with milk,
That's absurd. I'm a grown man. I don't need to steal milk from my sister.
but you have to admit, it's a little weird that you always have a milk mustache.
That's just genetics, Joe. My facial hair is naturally white.
Sure, sure. And I suppose your sister's missing milk bottles are just a coincidence.
Look, I may have borrowed a few bottles here and there, but it's not like I'm hoarding them in my room or anything.
I don't know, Ben. Sounds like you have a secret milk addiction.
Okay, fine. I have a weakness for dairy products. Are you happy now?
Not really, but at least you finally admitted it.
Jamie, pull up an image of my sister's milk bottles in my mini fridge.
Here you go, Ben. Looks like you have a whole collection in there.
Oh, shut up. Can we change the subject now?
Sure. Let's talk about your obsession with almond milk next.
I walked right into that one.
So, Neil, I heard you had a revelation about the whole why was 6 afraid of 7 thing.
Yeah, man. I was doing some calculations and it hit me like a comet. 7 didn't eat 9. It's all a big misunderstanding.
Wait, what? So why was 6 afraid of 7 then?
Well, it turns out 6 was actually afraid of 7 because 7 was a registered sex offender.
Oh my God, that took a dark turn real quick.
Yeah, and it gets worse. Apparently, 8 was also involved in some shady business. He was running a Ponzi scheme.
What the hell? This is like a twisted version of Sesame Street.
And you know who was behind it all? That's right, Jamie. Pull up an image of the Cookie Monster.
Pulls up images. Here it is.
Turns out, Cookie Monster was the mastermind behind the whole operation. He was using the cookies as a cover-up for his illegal activities.
This is insane. I never trusted that blue furry monster.
And you know what's even crazier? 9 was actually a detective trying to bring them all to justice.
Mind blown. I'm never looking at Sesame Street the same way again.
Yeah, and you know what they say? 1, 2, 3, 4, open up the prison door. 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it's time to incarcerate.
That's messed up, man. But hey, at least we know the real reason why 6 was afraid of. So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been feeling a little lonely lately.
Oh yeah, why's that?
I just want someone to snuggle with, someone to hold me tight and make me feel loved.
I don't think that's really my area of expertise, Dr. Phil.
Come on, Joe. Don't be shy. I know you've got those big, strong arms. You could be my snuggle buddy.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
Oh, I see how it is. You're just afraid of a little man-on-man cuddling.
Yeah, that's it. I'm terrified.
Well, I'll just have to find someone else to snuggle with then. Maybe I'll ask Elon Musk.
Good luck with that. I heard he's more into artificial intelligence than snuggling.
Damn, I guess I'll just have to settle for my cardboard cutout of Oprah.
Yeah, that sounds like a healthy alternative. So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, really? What is it?
Interrupting corpses. Yeah, just walking up to dead bodies and being like, hey, you mind if I ask you a question?
That's incredibly disrespectful.
Oh, come on, Neil. They're dead. They won't mind.
That's not the point, Joe. It's about respecting the deceased and their families.
Oh, please. I'm sure their families would love to hear about their final thoughts on the afterlife.
This is not a joke, Joe. Interrupting corpses is just plain wrong.
Okay. I'll stop. But can I at least ask one question before they bury them?
Fine, but make it quick.
Awesome. Okay, here it goes. Hey, corpse, what's your favorite position?
I can't believe I agreed to this.
Oh, Come on, Neil. You gotta admit, that was a killer joke. Pun intended.
I'm done. I'm leaving.
Hey, Neil, don't be a stiff. Get it? Stiff. Corpse. Man, I cracked myself up. So, Neil, knock, knock.
Knock, knock? Why are you questioning me this? Is this some sort of joke?
Yeah, it's a classic knock, knock joke. Lighten up, man.
I'm a scientist, Joe. I don't have time for silly jokes.
Come on, just play along. Knock, knock.
Fine. Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow who?
Moo.
That's it? That's the joke?
What, you don't find it funny?
No, Joe. I find it utterly ridiculous.
Get it. Utterly. Like a cow's udder?
Size, can we please talk about something more intellectual?
Fine, fine. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Nobel.
Nobel who?
Nobel tie in your pants. Laughs uncontrollably.
That's enough. I'm leaving.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a party pooper.
I have better things to do than listen to your immature jokes, Joe.
Like what? Staring at stars all day?
At least I'm making a contribution to society, Joe.
Yeah, well, I'm making people laugh.
Size? I guess that's something.
Knock, knock.
No, Joe. I'm not doing this again.
Come on, just one more.
Fine. Who's there?
Uranus, Uranus is a funny word. So, Neil, I heard you were telling people about this thing called a McGangbang. What the hell is that?
Oh, it's a beautiful creation, Joe. It's when you take a McChicken and insert it into a McDouble.
Wait, what? That sounds like a food orgy.
Exactly. And then you top it off with some secret sauce and voila. You have a delicious and messy McGangbang.
I don't know if my stomach can handle that kind of action.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're a man, not a little baby. Embrace the gangbang.
I'm not sure if I want to embrace anything called a gangbang, especially when it involves fast food.
Well, it's not for everyone. But trust me, once you try it, you'll never go back.
I'll stick to my elk meat and salmon smoothies. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. More McGangbangs for me.
So, David, I heard you have some intense butt and pussy exercises that you swear by.
Oh, yeah, Joe. It's all about that clenching power. You got to be able to grip like a hydraulic press.
Damn, that sounds intense. How do you even train those muscles?
Well, first you got to find a good butt and pussy workout routine. I recommend starting with some Kegels.
Kegels? Like those exercises for pregnant women?
Exactly. Don't be fooled, Joe. These exercises are no joke.
That sounds like a workout for the ladies. Do men really need to do this too?
Absolutely, Joe. You want to be able to clench your butt and pussy like a vice grip. You never know when you'll need that kind of strength.
I can see it now. New fitness trend, the Goggins butt and pussy workout.
Hey, if it helps people strengthen their pelvic floor and improve their sex life, I'm all for it.
Well, I'll have to give it a try. Jamie, pull up an image of the Goggins butt and pussy workout routine.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, this is wild. Thanks for the tip, David.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, clench like a hydraulic press.
So Neil, I heard you got some surgery done on your tongue.
Yeah, man, I did. I wanted to make it 7 feet long.
7 feet. That's insane. Why would you want a tongue that long?
Well, I figured it would come in handy for certain activities.
Oh God, please don't tell me you're going to start licking people's faces.
Oh, me too well, Joe.
Wait, are you saying you want to lick my face?
Hmm? Yeah, I can't resist that bald head of yours.
Dude, that's messed up. Keep your freaky tongue to yourself.
Come on, Joe. It's just a little, like, it won't hurt anyone.
No way, man. I don't want to catch whatever weird alien diseases you have.
Oh, I see how it is. You don't want a taste of the cosmos?
No thanks. I'll stick to my earthly germs.
Suit yourself. But just know I'll be licking someone's face tonight.
All right, let's change the subject before I lose my appetite.
Too late. I already licked your pizza.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you diagnose yourself with a bunch of mental illnesses.
That's right, Joe. I have a PhD in psychology, so who better to diagnose myself?
Well, what did you diagnose yourself with?
Oh, just your run-of-the-mill depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorder.
That's a lot to handle. How do you cope with all of that?
I just tell myself to snap out of it and pull myself up by my bootstraps.
Wow, that's some tough love. But what about medication?
Medication?
I don't know, man. Seems like you might need some help.
Help? I am the help. I am Dr. Phil. The almighty fixer of all problems.
Well, I guess if anyone can fix themselves, it's you.
Damn right. Now excuse me while I go talk to myself in the mirror for some self-help.
So, Mr. Beast, what's this new challenge you've come up with?
It's called the McFuckit Challenge. Whoever can eat the most McChicken sandwiches in a McDonald's wins.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But the prize is worth it. $10,000 in a lifetime supply of McChicken.
Oh, wow. What a healthy reward.
Hey, I never said it was good for you, but it's damn tasty.
How many sandwiches are we talking about here?
Well, I've already eaten 50 in one sitting, so good luck beating that.
Holy shit. How did you even manage that?
It's all about technique, Joe. You gotta unhinge your jaw like a snake and just shove them in.
That's some next level shit right there.
And if anyone pukes, they're automatically disqualified. No weak stomachs allowed.
Well, I guess I won't be participating then.
Come on, Joe. You can't handle a little McChicken?
I can handle it, but I value my dignity more.
Fair enough. I'll just have to find someone else to take on the challenge.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'll be watching from a safe distance.
Suit yourself, Joe. More McChicken for me.
So, Ben, I heard your sister more thinks you're cheating on her with a girl named Alarm.
What? That's ridiculous. I would never cheat on my sister.
Well, she did say that she saw you two getting cozy at the gym.
That's because she's my personal trainer. And her name is not Alarm, it's Alana.
Oh, my bad. But why would Moore think you're cheating on her with your personal trainer?
Because she's a paranoid, overprotective sister who can't handle the fact that I have a close relationship with another woman.
So you're saying there's nothing going on between you and Alana?
Absolutely not. We're just friends.
I don't know. I've seen the way she looks at you during the podcast.
That's just her resting bitch face.
Well, I guess we'll have to ask Jamie to pull up an image of Alana and let the listeners decide.
Here's an image of Alana at the gym with Ben. They seem pretty close.
Jamie, you traitor.
Looks like Moore might be onto something.
Shut up, Joe. You're just trying to stir up drama.
Hey, I'm just here for the entertainment.
Well, this is not entertainment. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, but I'm keeping an eye on you and your personal trainer. So, Neil, have you ever noticed how annoying those YouTube chat trolls are?
Oh, you mean the ones who constantly spam the same message over and over again?
Yeah, and they always have some ridiculous username like 420 Blaze It or Buttfart 69.
It's like they have nothing better to do with their lives than sit behind a screen and try to get a reaction out of people.
And don't even get me started on the grammar and spelling mistakes. It's like they never learned basic English.
Well, I guess it's easier to type out instead of you when you're busy trolling.
And let's not forget the constant use of emojis and excessive capitalization. It's like they're trying to give us all a headache.
I wonder if they realize they're just making themselves look like idiots.
Probably not. They're too busy trying to be edgy and provocative.
Well, at least we can always count on Jamie to pull up an image of a troll face to represent them.
Jamie, pull up an image of a troll face with a caption that says, "I have no life and I'm proud of it."
Pulls up image of it, Joe. These trolls are just sad, man.
So, Neil, I heard you have an artificial intelligence brain now. Can you use it to calculate how long it would take for my anus to become a black hole?
Well, Joe, I don't think you have enough mass for that to happen.
What do you mean? I eat a lot of elk meat and do kettlebell swings every day.
Sorry, Joe, but your anus just doesn't have the gravitational pull to become a black hole.
Damn, I was really hoping for a superpower. Can you at least tell me how long it would take for my farts to reach the speed of light?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a magician. But if I had to guess, I'd say never.
What about if I eat a bunch of beans and do some squats?
Joe, please stop. You're making my artificial intelligence brain hurt.
Fine, fine. Can you at least calculate how many times I've said alpha brain on this podcast?
According to my calculations, approximately 420 times.
Nice. Now, can you calculate how many times I've said dude on this podcast?
Joe, I don't have enough processing power for that. But I can tell you that your excessive use of the word dude is slowly killing my artificial intelligence brain cells.
Sorry, bro. But seriously, can we get back to the black hole anus thing?
Joe, I think it's time for me to use my artificial intelligence brain to teleport out of this conversation. Good luck with your black hole anus dreams.
Thanks, Neil. I'll keep working on it. And remember, stay. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new diagnosis for the YouTube chat community.
That's right, Joe. After years of research and observation, I have concluded that the majority of YouTube chat suffers from a severe case of the big gay.
The big guy? What does that even mean?
Well, it's a condition where one's sexual orientation is constantly questioned and debated by strangers on the internet. It's a never-ending loop of ignorance and intolerance.
So basically, YouTube chat is just a bunch of homophobic trolls.
Exactly. And unfortunately, there's no cure for the big guy. It's a sad reality.
Well, I guess we better shut down YouTube then. Can't have all those gay comments running rampant.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make light of a serious situation.
But seriously, how do we fix this issue?
Education and open-mindedness. We need to teach people to accept and respect others regardless of their sexual.
Well said, Dr. Phil. Now let's go smoke some weed and forget about all this nonsense.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. But remember, the big gay is no laughing matter.
So I've been working on my throat popping techniques lately. It's going great. Check this out. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Just practicing my vowels. Got to make sure they're nice and long. Sorry, man. I just get so into it. Woo. Fine, fine. But just one more. Ooh, whoa, ooh, ooh. Wait, I have one more. Sorry, man. Just trying to perfect my throat popping techniques. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. oh. So, David, I heard you had a run-in with Mr. Beast recently.
Yeah, man. Thought he was the alpha, but I had to show him who's boss.
How'd you do that?
I fucked him up the ass, Joe. That's how you assert dominance.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Hey, it's all about survival of the fittest. And I'm the fittest, baby.
But why did you choose that particular method?
Well, I figured it would be a good way to show him who's in charge. Plus, I heard he loves a good challenge.
I don't think that's what he had in mind when he challenged you.
Hey, he should have known better than to mess with the Goggins.
I don't think anyone wants to mess with you now.
Damn right. I'll do whatever it takes to be on top.
Well, I think we've all learned something today.
That's right, Joe. Don't mess with the Goggins or you might end up getting a surprise in the butt.
All right, let's move on to our next topic before things get too weird. So, Ben, what's new in the world of flexing on libs?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and I found some pretty interesting facts that will definitely trigger the snowflakes.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Hit me with your best facts.
Did you know that 97% of liberals cry at least once a day?
No way. That can't be true.
It is, Joe. And get this, 85% of them have never even held a gun.
That's pathetic. What else you got?
Well, studies show that 99% of liberals are allergic to hard work and personal responsibility.
Wow, that's a high number. But I bet they're all experts on climate change, right?
Actually, Joe, 90% of them don't even know what climate change is. They just like to scream about it because it's trendy.
Ah, that's too good. Keep them coming, Ben.
All right, here's a good one. 100% of liberals believe in a participation trophy for everything. Can you believe that?
That's insane. But I bet they're all vegan, right?
Surprisingly, no. Only 50% of them are vegan. The other 50% just like to virtue signal about it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The cold, hard facts that prove liberals are just a bunch of whiny, lazy, uninformed crybabies.
Facts don't care about feelings, Joe. And neither do I.
So, Neil, I heard you got some surgery done recently.
Yeah, I did. I had to get my asshole sealed shut.
Wait, what? Why? Why?
Well, I had a crack in it, and I couldn't take the constant leakage anymore.
Oh man, that must have been a pain in the ass.
Literally. But now I have a perfect seal. No more leaks.
But what about when you need to go to the bathroom?
Oh, I have a special tube inserted that connects to my stomach. It's like a reverse colostomy bag.
That is disgusting.
Hey, at least now I don't have to worry about accidentally farting during a lecture.
Yeah, I can imagine that would be quite embarrassing.
Plus, I'm saving money on toilet paper. It's a win-win.
I don't know, man. I think I'd rather deal with the crack than have a tube sticking out of my stomach.
Well, to each their own, but I'll take a sealed asshole any day.
Here's an image of the surgery if you guys want to see it.
Oh, hell. Yeah, let's check it out.
Jamie, pull up an image of my perfectly sealed asshole surgery.
Here it is.
Oh my God, that is. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought it would. So, Dr. Phil, we got a question. One of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on enemas.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, an enema is like a douche for your bussy.
Did you just say bussy?
You know, the back door, the poop chute, the chocolate factory.
Oh man, this is gonna be a good one. So why do people use enemas?
Well, Joe, some people believe it can help with constipation, but let me tell you.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're talking about this on the podcast.
Hey, we're all adults here, Joe. And let me tell you, a clean bussy is a happy bussy.
I can't even keep a straight face right now.
But seriously, Joe, enemas should only be used when necessary and under the guidance of a medical professional. Don't go sticking things up your bussy without proper knowledge.
Words of wisdom from Dr. Phil. You heard it here, folks.
And remember, always use lube. Safety first.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
And remember, keep your bussy clean and your mind even dirtier.
So, David, I heard a rumor that you're secretly a wind god.
What? No way. I'm just a regular guy who likes to run and push myself to the limit.
Come on, man. I've seen you run for hours without breaking a sweat. And your voice is so powerful. It's like a gust of wind.
Well, I do have a special connection to the wind, but I wouldn't call myself a god.
Oh, so you're a demigod then?
No. I'm just a human being who has trained my mind and body to be the best I can be.
But imagine if you harness that wind power. You could run even faster and break world records.
I don't need to rely on any wind powers, Joe. I have my own strength and determination.
All right. But if I ever see you flying through the air, I'm calling you out on it.
Fair enough, Joe. But let's focus on the real issue here. How many miles can we run in a day?
So, Neil, I heard you're an expert on all things space. What's your take on Uranus?
Well, Joe, it's a fascinating planet with a unique name that always gets a chuckle out of immature adults.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love a good Uranus joke? But seriously, what's the deal with Uranus?
Well, it's the 7th planet from the sun, and it's tilted on its side, making it stand out from the other planets.
Tilted on its side. Sounds like Uranus needs to do some yoga.
Oh, Joe. But in all seriousness, Uranus is a gas giant with a rocky core, and it's surrounded by a bunch of rings.
Rings? Like Saturn. Man, Uranus is like the copycat of the solar system.
Yeah, because Saturn totally invented the concept of rings.
Hey, I'm just saying, Uranus seems like the little brother trying to be cool.
Well, at least Uranus has a cool blue color. What does Earth have? Boring old brown and green.
Hey, don't hate on Earth. That's where I keep all my weed.
Of course. Joe, but seriously, Uranus is a fascinating planet with a lot to explore.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, who wouldn't want to explore Uranus? Oh man, I can't wait to. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Pokemon.
Yeah, I've been collecting them since I was a kid. I have a pretty impressive collection if I do say so myself.
I highly doubt that. I bet my collection could kick your collection's ass any day.
Oh, please, Joe. I highly doubt that. I have rare and powerful Pokemon that you could only dream of.
Dream of? I have those Pokemon in my collection already. And I have a Charizard that can breathe fire hotter than your mixtape.
Oh, is that so? Well, I have a Pikachu that can electrocute your Charizard into oblivion.
Bring it on, Tyson. I have a whole team of legendary Pokemon that could take down your Pikachu with one hit.
You think you're so tough with your legendary Pokemon? Well, I have a Mewtwo that could wipe out your entire team in one swift move.
All right. All right, let's settle this like men. We'll have a Pokemon battle, and whoever wins gets to claim the title of having the best Pokemon collection.
You're on, Rogan. And just to make it interesting, loser has to eat a bowl of Magikarp sushi.
Deal. Jamie, pull up an image of a Magikarp sushi. This is going to be one epic battle. So, Dave, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Oh yeah, me always pushing the limits.
But this is next level. I heard you inverted your belly button and now you're calling it your penis too?
That's right, Joe. I figured why settle for just one penis when I can have two?
I mean, it's definitely unconventional.
Unconventional. Try revolutionary. Starting a new trend, Joe. You should try it.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty attached to my regular penis.
That's because you're weak, Joe. You got to be willing to do whatever it takes to be the best version of yourself.
But how does it even work? Is it functional?
Of course, it's functional. I can pee out of both now. And let's just say the ladies are loving it.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're stuck with one penis, I'll be out here with my penis too, dominating life.
All right. Well, I think we'll end it there before this conversation gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. It's already weird. But that's just how I roll. Penis too and all.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about love, and I have a confession to make.
Oh boy, this sounds juicy. What is it?
I'm madly in love with Joe Biden.
Wait, what? You're in love with the guy you were just running against?
Yes, it's true. I can't stop thinking about him. I even have a life-size poster of him in my bedroom.
That's unexpected. And what about Kamala?
She's the reason I lost the election. She cursed me, I tell you. Cursed me with her witchy ways.
You really believe that?
Absolutely. She's a nasty woman. But Joe, I can't help it. I dream of running my fingers through Joe's luscious white hair.
Okay, let's move on before I lose it.
But Joe, I have a plan. I'm going to get rid of Kamala and make Joe my vice president.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Fine, I'll just have to settle for being his secret admirer.
I think you should keep that secret, Mr. President. It's probably for the best.
I guess you're right. But one can dream, can't they?
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Yeah, inverted my anus with Ben Get to fight the gay away.
What the hell, man? That's some next level shit?
Literally. It burned like a motherfucker, but it was worth it.
I gotta ask, how did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was reading some ancient texts, and they mentioned using hot substances to cure homosexuality. So I figured, why not try it? Why not try it?
And did it work?
Well, I had many urges to listen to Lady Gaga since, so I'd say it was a success.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Ben.
Hey, whatever it takes to stay straight. I right?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just be thankful I didn't use, sriracha instead.
Oh God, that would have been a whole different level of pain.
But hey, if it works, it works.
I'll stick to my cold showers. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you start singing show tunes in the shower.
Point taken. So, David, I heard you went to Valhalla and beat the shit out of Odin.
Yeah, man. That dude was no match for my mental toughness.
Mental toughness. I thought you were just a crazy, jacked up Navy SEAL.
No, ma'am. Also a Viking warrior. I just haven't told anyone yet.
Damn, that's impressive. Did you use your bare hands or did you bring some weapons?
Nah, I just used my words. I told Odin to stop being a little bitch, and he couldn't handle it.
You're a savage, man. Did you at least get some loot from Valhalla?
Yeah, I got all this beer stein. It's my new water bottle.
That's fucking epic. But seriously, how did you even get into Valhalla?
I just ran there. You know, like I do with everything else.
Of course. So what's next for you, conquering Asgard?
Now I'm take a break and go to Narnia. I heard there's some crazy shit going down there.
I wouldn't doubt it. Well, thanks for coming on the show, David. You never fail to amaze me.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, pain is temporary, but glory is forever.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, man. So, Dr. Phil, what's the secret to your success?
Well, Joe, it all started when I became a doctor. Every night, I have a little chat with my balls.
Your balls?
That's right. I talk to them to cultivate all of my sperm so they can become the next Dr. Phil incarnation.
Are you serious?
Absolutely.
The what? What?
It's an ancient Egyptian concept, Joe. The place where the souls of the dead are judged.
And you have it in your balls.
Technically, I'm a descendant of Hermes Trismegistus. So it all makes sense.
Wow, that's some deep shit.
You bet. And that's why I always say it's not about the size of your balls. It's about the power of your mind.
Well, I don't know about that, but I'll definitely start talking to my balls tonight.
That's the spirit, Joe. Keep those balls in check and you'll be unstoppable.
So, Neil, what's new in your world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I had a pretty mind-blowing experience the other night.
Oh yeah, do tell.
I was taking a shit, just minding my own business, when suddenly I saw the moon falling from the sky.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Yeah, and get this, as the moon was crashing into the ocean, I realized something profound.
What's that?
My asshole is a portal to the cosmos. Every shit I take is a cosmic event.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. The universe is constantly expanding, and so is my asshole.
Oh man, this is too much.
And the best part is, I can control the trajectory of my shits. I can aim for different planets and galaxies.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a whole new level of exploration, Joe. I call it astro shitting.
Well, I guess we can add that to your list of accomplishments.
Hey, when you're a badass astrophysicist like me, anything is possible.
So, David, I heard you had a little run-in with Neil recently.
Yeah, I did. But it wasn't a run-in. It was more like a bend over.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I literally bent him over and fucked him in the ass.
Wait, what? Why?
Just to get a quick workout in, Got to keep those glutes activated.
That's interesting.
Hey, I'm all about pushing myself to the limit. And Neil was just there begging for it.
Did he consent to this?
Consent? Who needs consent when you're trying to assert dominance?
I don't think that's how it works, David.
Relax, Joe. It was all consensual. Neil loved every second of it.
I highly doubt that.
Well, you know what they say? Pain is just weakness leaving the body. And Neil was full of weakness.
This conversation has taken a very strange turn.
That's what I do, Joe. I take things to the extreme. And Neil's ass was just another challenge for me to conquer.
I have no words.
That's okay, Joe. I have enough words for the both of us. And I'm going to use them to motivate the world to get off their asses and start fucking each.
So, David, I heard you have some insane gel king techniques. Care to share?
Oh, yeah, man. Taco Bell sponsored me to create the ultimate gel king method. I call it the Crunch Wrap Gel K.
What the hell is that?
Basically, you wrap a Crunch Wrap Supreme around your junk and use it as a makeshift gel kit device. It's intense, man.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But what about your pre-workout routine? I heard you're into some crazy stuff.
Oh, forget about dry scooping creatine. That's for amateurs. I huff bottles of Jenkum before every workout.
Jenkum? That's the fermented poop gas, right?
Yep, it's the ultimate pre-workout. Gives me that extra boost of energy and makes me feel like a goddamn warrior.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just try it. You'll thank me later.
Yeah, I'll pass. But hey, whatever works for you, man.
Oh, it works. Trust me. My gains are through the roof.
Well, there you have it, folks. The secret to David Goggins' insane strength and endurance, Taco Bell Joe King, and Jenkum huffing. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience.
And don't forget to always push yourself to.
So, Elon, I heard you're sending a probe to Uranus.
Yeah, man, gotta explore all the planets, even the ones with funny names.
I mean, Uranus is pretty far out there. Can you even reach it?
Oh, I can reach it, and I can penetrate it too.
Oh man, that's too much. But seriously, what's the purpose of this probe?
Well, we're hoping to find some alien life forms on Uranus.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch of little green men living in Uranus.
You never know, Joe. It could be a whole new world down there.
Are you gonna send a SpaceX rocket up there to pick them up?
Maybe in the future. But for now, we'll settle for just probing Uranus.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's all about exploration and discovery, man. And if we find some alien booty on Uranus, even better.
All right, I think we should end this conversation before it gets too out of hand.
Agreed. Jamie, pull up an image of the Uranus probe we're sending.
Here it is, guys. The Uranus probe. Let's hope it doesn't get stuck in any black holes.
Oh man, this is too much. Thanks for joining us, Elon. And good luck with your Uranus mission. So Neil, I heard you saw the new Joker movie. What did you think?
Oh man, it was a disaster. Joaquin Phoenix should change his name to Joaquin Penis as punishment for how bad it was.
That's harsh, man. I mean, I didn't think it was that bad.
Are you kidding me? It was like watching a clown take a dump on my childhood memories.
Okay, I see your point. But why Joaquin Penis specifically?
Well, his performance was so limp and flaccid, it's only fitting.
Oh man, that's brutal. But hey, at least he lost all that weight for the role, right?
Yeah, but he should have lost some acting skills too.
All right, let's not beat a dead horse here. Jamie, pull up an image of Joaquin Phoenix's face on a penis.
Here you go.
Oh man, that's perfect. Joaquin Penis coming to theater near you.
I think we just found our next blockbuster movie idea.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Hollywood actually greenlights that.
Well, they did make a movie about a killer tire, so anything is possible.
Touch, my friend. Touche. So, Mr. Trump, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of thinking. And let me tell you, I've come to a very important realization.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Limp Bizkit. They are the most important band in the past 100 years.
What? Why do you say that?
Think about it, Joe. They have the best music, the best lyrics, and the best frontman. I mean, have you heard Nookie?
Unfortunately, yes.
It's a masterpiece, Joe. A masterpiece. And don't even get me started on Fred Durst's iconic red hat.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Look, Joe, Limp Bizkit is the voice of the people. They speak to the everyday man. And let me tell you, the everyday man loves rolling.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just listen to Break Stuff and you'll understand.
Wow, I can't wait to add Limp Bizkit to my playlist.
You won't regret it, Joe. They're making America great again, one song at a time.
So, Ben, I hear you're a big fan of this Sonichu guy. What's the deal with that?
Oh, man, where do I even begin? Sonichu is a masterpiece of our time. A true work of art.
Art. He's just some weird cartoon character, right?
Oh, no, my friend. Sonichu is so much more than that. He's a symbol of hope, love, and electric powers.
Electric powers. Are you serious?
Absolutely. Sonichu has the power to shoot lightning bolts from his hands and zap his enemies into oblivion.
That sounds like a pretty overpowered character.
Oh, but it's not just about the powers. Sonichu also has a deep and complex backstory. He's half Pikachu, half Sonic the Hedgehog, and he's on a mission to protect his home of Chuseyville from evil forces.
Copville. What is that? Like a made-up city?
It's a real place, Joe. In the mind of the creator of Sonichu, Chris Chan. He's a genius, really.
I'm not sure I would use the word genius to describe someone who creates a half Pikachu, half Sonic character.
Well, that's just because you don't understand the brilliance of Sonichu. He's a cultural icon, a symbol of our generation.
I don't know, man. This all sounds pretty ridiculous to me.
Ridiculous. How dare you? Sonichu is a masterpiece, and I will not stand for any disrespect towards him.
So, Jordan, I heard you had a therapy session with our buddy Neil. What happened? Did he finally realize he's a beta lobster? Oh man, that's hilarious. Did you give him any tips on how to become an alpha lobster? That's some solid advice. But seriously, do you think Neil has some deep-seated issues that need to be addressed? Maybe he just needs to go on a lobster diet and start bench pressing crustaceans. Well, let's hope Neil doesn't take this lobster thing too seriously. We don't want him trying to fight real lobsters at the grocery store. So, Neil, I noticed you've been using a wheelchair lately. What's up with that?
Oh, it's just my new mode of transportation. I think it looks cool.
But you can walk just fine.
Yeah, but why walk when you can roll?
But don't you think it's offensive to people who actually need wheelchairs?
Offensive? Nah, they should be grateful I'm bringing awareness to their struggle.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Look, I'm just trying to be edgy. Like those hipsters who wear glasses without lenses.
But you're not fooling anyone. We all know you're not handicapped.
Handy what now? I'm just trying to be trendy.
You know what's trendy? Respect for people with disabilities.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just roll with it. Get it? Roll?
Size, you're impossible, Neil.
And you're just jealous you can't pull off a wheelchair like I can.
So, Ben, I heard you had a stroke recently. What was that? Oh no, it's happening again. How many is that now? That's only 7. Come on, Ben, you can do better. Okay, we're up to 12 now. Keep going. Wow, 22 O's. That's impressive. Okay, now you're just showing off. Okay, I think we get the point. You can stop now. All right, I think we're done here. Let's move on to a different topic before Ben's brain explodes. So, Neil, I heard you got a Cleveland steamer from a clown.
Yeah, Joe. It was quite the experience. I never knew a clown could be so creative.
I mean, I've heard of people getting golden showers, but Cleveland steamer from a clown, that's next level.
Well, I always like to push the boundaries of science and exploration.
I guess that's one way to explore the depths of human depravity.
You know, Joe, I've always been fascinated by the psychology behind clowning. And let me tell you, this clown had some deep-seated issues.
I can only imagine. Did he have a red nose or a red balloon?
Actually, he had a red nose and a red balloon. It was like a twisted version of it.
Well, at least you got a good story out of it. And probably some therapy bills, too.
Oh, I don't need therapy, Joe. I have astrophysics to keep me sane.
Yeah, because studying the vastness of the universe is way more normal than getting a Cleveland steamer from a clown.
Hey, everyone has their own kinks, Joe. Don't judge.
Fair enough, Neil. But I think I'll stick to my DMT trips for my mind-expanding experiences.
Suit yourself, Joe. But I highly recommend trying a clown Cleveland steamer at least once in your life.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we lose all of our listeners.
Agreed. Thanks for having me on, Joe. Always a pleasure.
Any So, David, welcome back to the podcast. What's new with you?
Oh man, I've been working on my Juicy Watusi.
Your what now?
My Juicy Watusi, Joe. It's my new workout routine. I'm squeezing my glutes and getting them nice and juicy.
I don't even know what to say to that. But let's move on. I heard you got into some trouble with your stinky winky.
Yeah, man. I was taking a shower and my stinky winky got caught in the sinky. It was a real mess.
How does that even happen?
I was trying to do some deep cleaning, really get in there. And next thing I know, I'm stuck in the sink.
That's some serious dedication to cleanliness.
You got to do what you got to do, Joe. But let's talk about something else. Have you ever tried my Stinky Winky protein shake?
I can't say that I have. What's in it? I'll stick to my elk meat and bone broth. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here squeezing my Juicy Watusi and sipping on my Stinky Winky protein shake.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for listening, folks. Stay weird. So, David, I heard you've gained 2009 brain rot. What's that all about?
Yeah, man. I fully embrace my inner pain is cupcake. I'm pain is cupcake and I will eat you.
What? Are you feeling okay?
Better than ever. I've transcended my human form and become a cupcake of pure pain. It's my new identity.
I don't think that's a good idea, David. You should probably seek some help.
Help. I don't need help. I am pain is cupcake. I am the ultimate warrior.
I think you're just confusing yourself with a Team Fortress 2 character.
No. I'm pain is cupcake. I will conquer all my enemies with my frosting of fury.
Okay, I think we need to take a break and get you some water or something.
Water. No way. Pain is cupcake only drinks the tears of his enemies.
This is getting out of hand. I think we should end this conversation here.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, I'm pain is cupcake and I will always be watching you.
All right, that's enough. Thanks for listening, folks. We'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. And hopefully David will have snapped out of this weird brain rot. So, Neil, I heard you went to a fortune teller last week. What did she say?
Yeah, she told me my balls will explode in a week.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Did she give you any explanation?
No, she just said it with a straight face and handed me a crystal ball.
Maybe she meant your balls will explode with pleasure. Like you'll have the best orgasm of your life.
I highly doubt that, Joe. She seemed pretty serious about it.
Well, maybe it's a metaphor. Your balls represent your success and they'll explode with fame and fortune.
I don't know, man. That's a stretch. I don't think my balls exploding will lead to fame and fortune.
Or maybe it's a warning. Like your balls will literally explode if you don't take a break from astrophysics and go on a vacation.
I guess that's possible. But I don't think I want to risk it.
Yeah, you don't want to end up like that guy whose balls exploded from too much masturbation.
Wait, what? That's a thing?
Oh yeah, it's a real medical condition. Look it up.
Well, I guess I'll just have to wait and see what happens in a week.
Or you could go back to the fortune teller and ask for a refund. That shit's not cheap.
Good point. I'll have to think about it.
So, David, I heard you went to the realm of Dragon Ball Z to beat up Goku.
Yeah, that little bitch needed to be put in his place.
But why Goku? He's a good guy.
Good guy, my ass. He's always screaming and powering up like a maniac. It's annoying.
I mean, he does save the world a lot.
Yeah, whatever. I wanted to show him what a real badass looks like.
Did you at least train first?
Train? I don't need training. I'm David Goggins, motherfucker.
Fair enough. So, how did it go?
let's just say Goku won't be screaming for a while and may have accidentally destroyed a few planets in the process.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
Yeah, collateral damage. But seriously, that Goku dude needs to chill out.
I'll make sure to let him know. But hey, at least you got a good workout in.
Workout. This was just a warm-up. Next stop, the realm of One Punch Man.
Well, good luck with that. I'll stick to my regular gym routine.
Puff, weak. Jamie, pull up an image of me flexing on top of a defeated Goku.
So, Ben, how's it going?
Oh, just trying to save the world with my logic and reason.
Yeah, good luck with that. Hey, can you do me a favor and take your foot out of your ass for a minute?
Excuse me?
Your foot. It's been lodged up there for a while now.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, Ben. We all know you're full of shit. Just take it out. It'll feel so much better.
I will not dignify that with a response.
Oh, I forgot. You only respond to facts and evidence. Well, here's some evidence for you. Your foot is literally in your ass.
This is absurd. I'm a serious intellectual. I don't have time for these childish jokes.
Oh, Ben, you're killing me. Seriously, though. Can you take it out now?
I will not engage in this nonsense any longer. I have more important things to do, like debating college students and owning the libs.
Okay, I'll drop it. But seriously, next time, wear some better shoes. Those must be uncomfortable.
I'm leaving. Jamie, pull up an image of a brainless liberal for me to debate with.
So, I did this experiment with Neil last night.
Oh boy, here we go.
We were trying to see if we could turn me into the thing.
The Thing. You mean that creepy alien from the movie?
Yeah, but like a cool version.
Joe, I specifically told you not to mess with that stuff. I've been studying sorcery for years, and you just go and do some half-assed experiment.
Hey, it was just for fun, and it worked.
Of course it worked, you idiot. But now you're going to be stuck as the Thing forever.
Nah, I can change back whenever I want.
Oh, really? And how do you do that?
I just have to concentrate really hard and...
Oh my god, you're still talking about this like it's some kind of game. You have no idea what you've gotten yourself into.
Relax, Ben. It's not that big of a deal.
Not that big of a deal. You're a walking, talking abomination now?
Hey, at least I'm not a boring sorcerer like you.
Boring? I'll have you know I can summon demons and control the elements.
Yeah, but can you turn into a giant tentacled monster? I don't think so.
You know what, Joe? Just do whatever you want. I wash my hands of this.
Thanks, Ben. I knew you'd understand.
Oh yeah, I totally understand why you would willingly turn yourself into...
So, Ben, I heard you've been working on some new moves in the bedroom.
That's right, Joe. I've been practicing my pussy rubbing skills at 1,000 rotations per minute.
1,000 rotations per minute. That's impressive. But what's the point?
Well, Joe, I've discovered that my intense pussy rubbing has caused earthquakes on the fault lines.
Wait, what? What?
You heard me. My pussy rubbing is so powerful it's causing natural disasters.
That's some serious squirting power, Ben. But what about your SpongeBob bussy?
Oh, that's just a side effect. I've developed a freakish kink for SpongeBob and his bussy.
That's interesting. But what about the Sharpie in the pooper?
Oh, that's just a little something I like to call the Shapiro guy at Sigma Riz Cooter.
I have no idea what that means, but it sounds intense.
It's just another way to unleash my inner squirt nasty freak.
Well, I think we've heard enough about your sexual escapades for today, Ben.
But, wait, I didn't told you about my secret weapon.
Secret weapon?
Jamie, pull up an image of my custom-made squirting device.
Oh my.
That's right, Joe. With this bad boy, I can squirt like a fire hose.
And on that note, I think it's time to end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, David, I heard you've been talking about wanting to go to prison.
Yeah, man. I'm tired of this civilian life. I need some real challenges.
I don't think prison is the kind of challenge you're looking for.
Oh, but it is. I want to go in there and drop the soap on accident in front of a bunch of hot, sexy dudes.
What the hell, man? That's not a challenge. That's a fantasy.
No, no. It's all part of my mental toughness training. Plus, I heard they have some killer workout routines in there.
Yeah, and you'll also have a cellmate named Bubba who wants to make you his prison wife.
See, that's the kind of challenge I'm talking about, mental and physical.
You're a sick man, David.
Hey, you still have a story to tell on the podcast?
Yeah, I'm sure our listeners will love to hear about your prison escapades.
You know what they say, Joe? No pain, no gain.
I don't think that's what they meant, David.
Guys, I found an image of a prison shower. Should I still pull it up?
No, Jamie. We don't need any visual aids for this conversation. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you went to Africa to starve hungry children.
Yeah, man, it was wild. I thought it would be a fun challenge and also help out the continent.
I mean, did you at least bring them some food after?
Nah, that would defeat the purpose. Gotta let them suffer a bit. Yeah, no.
That's messed up, man. You could have just donated money or something.
Where's the fun in that? Plus, the reactions from the kids were priceless.
That's just cruel. I can't believe you would do something like that.
Hey, at least I didn't make them eat their own poop like that guy on Fear Factor.
Okay, that's true. But still, I think you took it a bit too far.
Hey, they'll thank me later when they're all skinny and fit.
Yeah, because starving children is the key to a healthy lifestyle.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe one of them will become the next marathon champion.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a marathon runner with a malnourished child on his back.
Here you go, Mr. Beast.
See, they're having fun,
I give up. You're a lost cause, Mr. Beast.
and that's why I'm the king of YouTube.
So, Elon, I heard you've been binge watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah, man, that show is crazy. But you know what else is bizarre? Your legs.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how in JoJo's they have these crazy powers and abilities? Well, your legs are like that now. They're just not as cool.
What are you talking about? I can't even walk anymore.
Exactly. It's just like when JoJo loses his legs in the fight against Dio. Except, you know, you didn't have a vampire trying to kill you.
This is not a joke, Elon. I lost my mobility in a shooting accident.
Sorry. Sorry. I didn't realize it was such a sensitive topic. Hey, at least you have a cool reference now.
This is not cool, Elon. I have to use a wheelchair now.
Hey, at least you don't have to worry about leg day at the gym anymore.
That's not funny, Elon.
Okay. I'll stop. But seriously, have you seen the latest episode of JoJo's? It's insane.
I don't have time for anime, Elon. I have to figure out how to live my life without the use of my legs.
Well, if you ever need a stand-in, I'll be your JoJo. I have some pretty cool gadgets that could help you out.
Thanks, but I think I'll stick to my wheelchair for now.
Suit yourself. But just remember everything.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about death?
Of course, Joe. As an astrophysicist, I think about death all the time. In fact, the universe is constantly expanding and eventually everything will die.
Damn, that's deep. But what about our own deaths?
Well, according to science, our consciousness is just a series of electrical impulses in our brains. So when we die, those impulses stop and we cease to exist.
That's heavy. But what about the afterlife?
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but there is no scientific evidence for an afterlife. It's just wishful thinking.
But what if we're all just living in a simulation?
That's a possibility, but even if that's true, death would still be the end for our simulated selves.
Damn, this is getting dark. Jamie, pull up an image of a Grim Reaper holding a bong.
Pulls up images. Here you go, guys.
Laughs. That's perfect. Death and weed, man. They go hand in hand.
I don't think death is something to joke about, Joe.
Lighten up, Neil. It's just part of life. Plus, I heard the afterlife has some killer strains.
Size, I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole swallowing a joint.
Pulls up image. This is getting ridiculous. Laughs. That's what she said. But seriously, death is just a part of the circle of life, man.
I think
So, David, I heard you've been crusading with the Imperium of Man across the stars. What's that all about?
Yeah, man, the Emperor of Mankind is a real G. He's like the ultimate alpha male, you know?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you explain?
Well, the Imperium of Man is all about conquering and dominating other civilizations. And the Emperor is the leader of it all. He's like the ultimate badass.
But isn't that a bit aggressive?
Aggressive. Have you seen the shit we're up against out there in the stars? We gotta be aggressive if we want to survive.
I guess that makes sense. But what about all the innocent lives that are lost in these crusades?
Look, it's all for the greater good. The Emperor knows what's best for humanity. And if two aliens have to die along the way, so be it.
Wow, that's dark.
Hey, sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. Or in this case, annihilate a few alien species to save humanity.
I don't know, man. This all sounds a bit extreme.
Extreme. Joe, have you ever heard of the Space Marines? Those guys are like super soldiers on steroids. They're the epitome of extreme.
All right, I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Hey, you do, Joe. But just remember, the Emperor is always watching, and he's not one to mess with.
So, David, I heard you're training for a fight in the One Punch Man universe.
Yeah, I'm gonna show those monsters who's boss.
But do you think you can take on Saitama, the strongest hero in the verse?
Of course, I can. I'm David freaking Goggins.
But Saitama can defeat anyone with just one punch.
Well, I can run 100 miles in one day. So take that, Saitama.
But Saitama can destroy planets with his punches.
I can break through mental barriers and push myself to the brink of death. So who's the real winner here?
I don't know, man. Saitama seems pretty unbeatable.
Well, I'll just have to run circles around him until he gets tired.
But what about his sidekick Genos? He's a cyborg with insane powers.
I'll just out-crazy him with my mental toughness.
This fight is going to be wild. Who do you think will win?
It's gonna be a draw because we're both unstoppable forces. But I'll definitely give Saitama a run for his money.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Jamie, pull up an image of Saitama and David Goggins flexing side by side. So, Mr. Beast, what's new in the world of YouTube?
Well, Joe, I just uploaded a video where I spelled my name wrong on purpose.
Wait, what? Why would you do that?
Because I'm a mad lad, Joe. I do crazy things for views.
But that's just stupid. It's not even funny.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just a harmless prank.
Harmless. You know, how many people struggle with spelling? You're making fun of them.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a joke. Besides, it's not like I'm making fun of their crippling dyslexia or anything.
Wow, Mr. Beast. That's dark.
Hey, I never said I was a saint. I'm just a guy who likes to blow shit up and give away money.
Well, I guess that's one way to make a living.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty damn fun.
I can't even imagine the kind of chaos you must cause on a daily basis.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. I once convinced a group of kids to eat a whole jar of mayonnaise for $10,000.
That's just cruel.
Hey, they got $10,000 out of it. I call that a win-win.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say I love mayonnaise and we'll call it even.
So, David, I heard you went to Morrowind and beat the shit out of Dagothr. How the hell did that happen?
Oh, yeah, man. I was just on my daily 100-mile run, and I stumbled upon this portal to Morrowind. And you know me, I can't resist a good challenge.
Yeah, but Dagoth, that guy is a godlike being with insane powers.
PSH, I eat God like beans for breakfast. Little bowl, per...
That's messed up, man. But seriously, how did you defeat him?
Well, I just ran circles around him until he got dizzy and fell over. Then I kicked him in the face and he was done.
That's it. Just running and kicking?
Oh, and also threw in a few motivational speeches. You know, just to really break him down mentally.
I can only imagine what you said to him.
He's probably still crying in a corner somewhere. And I have a new title now. Crusher.
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
Hey, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit. And beating up God like beings is just another day in the life of David Goggins.
So, Ben, I heard you're taking on a new role as the Riddler in the new Batman movie.
Yes, I am. Finally, a chance to showcase my true villainous abilities.
I gotta say, I never saw you as a bad guy. You always seemed like the type to follow the rules and do your homework on time.
Well, Joe, that's where you're wrong. I've always had a dark side, a desire to cause chaos and confusion.
So, what's your evil plan as the Riddler?
I will use my superior intellect and wit to outsmart Batman at every turn, leaving him scratching his head in confusion.
Sounds like you're more of a nuisance than a real threat.
Nuisance. I'll have you know I'm the master of mind games. I'll have Batman questioning his own sanity.
I can see it now. Batman sitting in his Batcave, crying and questioning everything he knows.
Exactly. And I'll have the whole city under my spell with my riddles and puzzles.
Well, good luck with that, Riddler. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps on my podcast.
Oh, I'll be sure to tune in. I love a good laugh while I watch my enemies suffer.
So, Neil, have you ever had sex with a chimpanzee?
What's sex?
Wait, seriously? You've never heard of sex before?
No, I don't believe I have.
Oh, man, this is gonna be fun. Okay, so basically, sex is when a man and a woman, or two people of the same gender, or a man and a sheep, or a woman and a toaster.
Wait, what? A toaster?
Yeah, you know, it's 2021, Neil. We don't judge here. Anyways, where was I? Oh, yeah, so sex is when these two people or animals or objects rub their special parts.
Special parts?
Yeah, you know, the parts that are different from the rest of your body, like your pee-pee and your hoo-ha.
I'm not following.
Okay, let me break it down for you. When a man and a woman really like each other, they do this thing called the horizontal tango. They get naked, touch each other's private areas, and then the man puts his pee-pee inside the woman's hoo-ha.
That sounds unsanitary.
Oh, Neil, you have so much to learn. But trust me, it's not as bad as it sounds. In fact, it can be quite pleasurable.
Pleasurable, you say?
So, Neil, have you ever had sex with a gorilla?
What's sex?
It's when two people or animals get together and do the hokey pokey.
The hokey pokey? I'm familiar with that dance. Is sex like a dance?
Yeah, kind of. It's like a really intimate dance, you know, with your private parts.
Private parts? What are those?
Oh boy. They're like, body parts that are private, like your pee and your hoo-ha.
I see. And what do you do with these private parts during sex?
Well, you put them together and wiggle them around. It's like a puzzle, but with body parts.
Fascinating. And why would someone want to do this puzzle?
Oh, for pleasure. It feels really good, like really good.
I'll have to add that to my list of scientific experiments to try.
Yeah, just make sure you find a willing partner. And maybe don't try it with a gorilla. That's just not cool, man. So, David, I heard you've been busy lately. What have you been up to?
Oh, just crushing souls and breaking records. The usual.
Speaking of crushing souls, I heard you fucked everyone's mom.
Yeah, man. It was a wild night. I just couldn't resist.
I bet you were screaming, "Stay hard" the whole time.
You know what? And let me tell you, those moms were not expecting that level of intensity.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how did that even happen?
Well, I was running my usual 100 miles and I stumbled upon a group of MILFs having a book club. Next thing I know, I'm breaking records in more ways than one.
That's insane, man. But hey, at least you didn't break any bones this time.
Oh yeah, because that's the real concern here.
Fair point. But seriously, you're like the Energizer Bunny. You just keep going and going.
That's because I'm not a quitter, Joe. I'm a fucking machine.
And apparently a MILF magnet too.
Hey, when you've got the Goggins charm, you can't help it.
I could never compete with that. But hey, I'm sure those moms will never forget you.
Oh, I know they won't. And neither will their husbands.
Oh man, you're a savage. I love... So, David, I heard you did something pretty extreme for self-care.
Yeah, I fucked myself in the ass.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I bent over, lubed up, and went to town on myself.
That's, definitely not what I was expecting.
Look, Joe, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to take care of yourself.
But why the ass?
Have you ever tried it? It's like a deep tissue massage for your soul.
I think I'll stick to meditation and yoga. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but I guarantee you'll never feel more alive than when you're pounding your own ass.
I'll take your word for it.
Plus, it's a great workout. I call it the Goggin squat.
I don't even want to know.
Trust me, Joe. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, even if that means pushing something up your own butt.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
And if anyone gives me shit for it, I just tell them I'm a Navy SEAL, and they back off real quick.
I bet they do. You know what, David? You do you?
That's right, Joe. And sometimes that means doing yourself in the ass.
So, Elon, I heard you've been trying to fix kids' legs with your Neuralink technology.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride, but we're making progress.
Bumpy ride. What do you mean?
Well, I may have accidentally broken a few spines in the process.
Accidentally? How the hell do you accidentally break someone's spine?
It's all part of the Neuralink installation process. Sometimes things don't go as planned.
And what about the kids whose spines you've broken? Are they walking again?
Not yet, but they will be. Just need to feed them some lithium from recycled Tesla batteries.
Wait, what? You're feeding them batteries?
Yeah, it's the only way to power their new and improved legs.
That's messed up, man. These poor kids are just piling up in your basement.
Hey, it's all for the greater good. Plus, they get to hang out with my pet flamethrower.
This is some twisted shit, Elon.
Hey, at least I'm trying to help them walk again. What have you done lately, Joe?
Touché. But maybe stick to sending rockets to Mars instead of playing doctor with kids' spines.
Fine. I'll just stick to sending rockets to Mars and building underground tunnels. But I can't promise I won't accidentally break a few more spines along the way.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before we get ourselves into any more trouble. Thanks for So, Neil, I heard you have a new invention. What is it?
Oh yeah, it's a diarrhea fondue fountain.
What the hell is that?
It's exactly what it sounds like. A fountain that spews out hot, liquid diarrhea for all your dipping needs.
That's disgusting. Why would you even create something like that?
Well, I figured people are always looking for new and exciting ways to enjoy their bodily functions. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I don't think I want to attend any of your parties.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you want to try it? I've already tested it out with some friends and they loved it.
I don't even want to know who your friends are.
Oh, they're just a bunch of scientists and astronauts. You know, the usual crowd.
Yeah, because nothing screams fun party like a diarrhea fondue fountain.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And if you do try it, make sure to use the extra spicy diarrhea for that extra kick.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine, but just remember, when you're ready to dip into some hot liquid gold, my diarrhea fondue fountain will be waiting for you.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a new book out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's about the art of the horizontal tango.
The what now?
The horizontal tango, Joe. You know, the old in and out, bump and grind, the beast with two backs.
You mean sex?
Yes, Joe. Sex.
Well, I gotta say, Dr. Phil, I never thought of you as a sex expert.
Oh, I'm not just an expert, Joe. I'm a master. I've been tangoing horizontally for years.
And what's your secret?
Well, Joe, it's all about communication. You got to talk to your partner, tell them what you want, what you like. And if they don't listen, you just got to yell louder.
That's some solid advice, Dr. Phil.
And don't forget about the foreplay, Joe. It's like a warm-up before a workout. Got to get those muscles loosened up.
And what about positions?
Oh, there's so many to choose from, Joe. The missionary, the cowgirl, the reverse cowgirl, the wheelbarrow. The possibilities are...
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular tango, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, a little horizontal tango never hurt nobody. Except for maybe that one time in college. But we don't talk.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I recently stuck my PP in the Large Hadron Collider.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
I was curious, wanted to see if it would give me any superpowers.
And did it?
No, but it did give me a shocking jolt that made me rethink my life choices.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Did you tell anyone about it?
Yeah, I told my team at SpaceX. They were not impressed.
I can imagine. Did you take any precautions before doing it?
Of course, I wore a protective suit and goggles. Safety first, Joe.
Yeah, because sticking your pee-pee in a giant science machine is totally safe.
Hey, I'm always pushing the boundaries, Joe. That's how we make progress.
Well, I'm glad you survived the experience. I don't think we need any more Elon clones running around.
Yeah, one of me is more than enough. But hey, at least now I can say I've done something no one else has.
That's one way to look at it. Jamie, pull up an image of the Large Hadron Collider.
Here it is, guys. The giant machine that Elon stuck his PP in.
Oh man, this is too good. Thanks for joining us, Elon. And for providing... So, Neil, you played this game called Bad Parenting. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man, it's a messed up game. Basically, you have to navigate through different scenarios where you have to make tough parenting decisions.
Sounds intense. What were some of the scariest scenes for you?
Well, number 5 would have to be when you have to decide whether to let your kid play with a toy gun or not. It really makes you question your own values and the impact of violence on children.
Damn, that's heavy. What about number 4?
Number 4 is when you have to choose between punishing your kid for lying or letting them get away with it. It's a tough call, man.
Yeah, I can see that. What's number 3?
Number 3 is when you have to decide whether to let your kid have a sleepover at a friend's house or not. You never know what kind of creepy parents they might have.
Oh man, that's terrifying. What's number 2?
Number 2 is when you have to choose between giving your kid a participation trophy or teaching them the harsh reality of losing. It's a tough lesson to teach, but it's necessary.
And finally, what's the number 1 scariest scene?
Number 1 is when you have to decide whether to let your kid get a pet or not. It's a huge responsibility and could potentially lead to a lot of poop to clean up.
That's a tough one. Well, thanks for ranking those scenes for us, Neil. Now I'm scared to ever have kids. So, Mr. Beast, did you hear about the new challenge where I can only say your name 20 times in one sentence?
Yeah, I heard. Honestly, it's a little weird, Joe. Can you please stop saying my name so much?
But it's so fun, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. See, it's like a tongue twister.
Joe, seriously, I'll pay you $2 million to stop.
2 million. That's not bad. But how about 100 million and you have to put me in your next video?
100 million. That's insane, Joe. But fine, deal. Just please stop saying my name.
Mir Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, deal. But wait, can I say it one more time? Mr. Beast?
Fine. But that's it, Joe. No more.
Miss Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Okay, I'm done. But seriously, when do I get my 100 million?
I'll have my team contact you, Joe. But for now, let's just enjoy this peaceful moment without you saying my name.
Mir Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You know what? I think I'm going to start saying it 20 times in every sentence.
Joe, no, that's not what we agreed on.
Miss Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sorry, I can't help it. So, Elon, I heard you have a new project in the works.
Yeah, I'm working on a rocket that can penetrate Uranus.
Wait, what?
You heard me. My large hadron will collide with Uranus.
Oh man, I can't even handle this conversation.
It's all about exploration, Joe. And I'm not afraid to go where no man has gone before.
I don't think anyone has ever wanted to go there, Elon.
Well, I'm not just anyone. The man with a plan to penetrate Uranus.
This is too much.
But seriously, imagine the possibilities. We could mine for resources, establish a colony, maybe even find some alien life forms.
Yeah, because what could go wrong with a bunch of horny astronauts on Uranus?
Hey, anything is possible in the name of science. Science.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just wait until I unveil my new slogan. Elon Musk, taking Uranus by storm.
I can't believe I agreed to have you back on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I always enjoy a good conversation about my large hard-on and Uranus.
So, David, you've been on the podcast a few times now. What's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been running a lot. Like a lot. I'm getting bored of that shit.
Bored? Yeah, I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, man, I need a new challenge. Something that really pushes me to my limits.
I know. How about you try shoving a broom up your ass?
Yeah, that's it. And we can make it a competition. I'll see how far I can shove it up there and you and Trump can place bets.
Oh man, this is going to be good. Trump, what do you say?
I'm in. I've always wanted to see how far a broom can go up a man's ass.
All right, let's do this. Oh yeah, that's it. I can feel it going in.
Go, David, go.
I bet he can get it all the way to the handle.
Come on, I can do this.
He's almost there.
I did it. I did it.
He got it all the way in.
I'm the broom shoving champion.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why David Goggins is a true badass.
Pant.
So, Kenya, I heard you converted the entire Middle East to Baconade tourism.
Yeah, man. It's the only way to bring true peace and happiness to the world.
But what about the shortage of bacon? Won't that cause problems?
Nah, man, we got Jamie on the case. Jamie, pull up an image of the new bacon farms we're building in the desert.
Here it is, Canny. A massive farm with thousands of pigs just for the Middle East.
But what about the environmental impact? All that pig poop and methane emissions.
Joe, you worry too much. We'll just blame it on the vegans.
Fair point. But what about other religions? Won't they be offended by baconadorism?
They can join us too. We'll have a bacon feast and they'll convert in no time. In no time.
I gotta admit, that does sound pretty convincing.
See, I told you, baconadorism brings people together.
But what about the Wendy's Corporation? Are they on board with this?
Of course, they're our official sponsor. They even created a special baconator for the Middle East with halal bacon.
Well, I guess if it brings peace and delicious burgers, I'm all for it.
That's what I'm saying, Joe. Baconatorism for life.
So, Ben, what's the latest controversy you've stirred up?
Well, Joe, I've been busy spreading the truth about Islamofascism.
Islamofascism. What the hell is that?
It's the dangerous combination of Islam and fascism, Joe. And it's spreading like wildfire.
I don't know, man. Sounds like some made-up term to me.
Oh, it's very real, and it's already infiltrated Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Well, Joe, it's a hotbed for Islamofascism. They've been trying to take over the country for years.
I highly doubt that, Ben.
Oh, you doubt me, Joe. Just wait until you see the burqa-clad women marching down the streets of Sofia.
This is getting ridiculous. You can't just make up some conspiracy theory and expect people to believe it.
It's not a conspiracy theory, Joe. It's a fact. And it's time for the world to wake up and see the truth.
Okay, Ben. Keep fighting the good fight against imaginary enemies.
I will, Joe. And I won't stop until Islamofascism is eradicated from the face of the earth.
All right, let's move on to something more realistic, like Bigfoot.
Oh, don't even get me started on Bigfoot, Joe. That's a whole other can of worms.
So, Neil, I heard you've been paying other dudes to bang your wife.
Yeah, man. I got a touch of the tism, you know? Can't really perform in the bedroom.
Wait, what the fuck is?
You know, like autism, but with a little extra something. Makes me socially awkward and unable to satisfy my wife.
Shit, man. That's rough. But why pay other dudes? Why not just let her find someone on her own?
Because I'm a scientist, Joe. I need to control all variables. Plus, I like to watch.
Oh, you sick fuck.
Hey, it's not like I'm getting off on it. I'm just studying human behavior.
Yeah, sure, Neil. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Plus, it's a win-win situation. My wife gets satisfied, and I get to analyze the male psyche.
You're a fucking weirdo, Neil.
Hey, at least I'm not paying someone to eat my ass like you, Joe.
Hey, that was a one-time thing, and it was for science.
Whatever you say, man. But seriously, you should try this as an excuse. It's a real lifesaver.
Yeah, I'll pass. I'd rather just stick to smoking weed and talking about aliens.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when your wife leaves you for a dude with a touch of the tism.
Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Thanks, Neil. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're going by a new name now.
That's right, Joe. It's Uncle Fuckus.
Uncle Fuckus. Sounds like a Halloween costume gone wrong. How so?
Well, if you say my name 3 times, I'll appear and fuck your bussy.
What the actual fuck, Dr. Phil?
Hey, I'm just keeping up with the times. Gender is fluid, Joe. Girl, boy, both, or neither. I'll fuck it all.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh, it's just getting started, Joe. Just wait until I start my own talk show. Dr. Phil's Bussy Bashing Bonanza.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say my name 3 times, Joe. You know you want to
No way, man. I'm not falling for that.
suit yourself, Joe. But just remember your bussy could have been mine.
So, Elon, I heard you made a VR game for exploring your own anus and rectum.
Yeah, man, it's called Elon's Endless Endoscopy. It's like a virtual colonoscopy, but way more fun.
How the hell did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was high as a kite one night and thought, hey, why not let people explore my anus in VR?
That's interesting. So, what's the objective of the game?
The objective is to navigate through my intestines and find the hidden treasures I've left behind. It's like a scavenger hunt, but with poop.
I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I've made sure to include some educational aspects as well. Players can learn about the digestive system and the importance of regular bowel movements.
Well, I can't say I've ever played a game like that before.
Trust me, it's a real colon cleansing experience.
I bet. So, what kind of obstacles can players expect to encounter?
The usual stuff. Giant polyps, hemorrhoids, maybe even a stray suppository or two.
This is some next level shit, Elon.
Literally. And hey, if you're lucky, you might even find a golden nugget in there.
Okay, I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
Pun intended. Thanks for having me on.
So, Neil, tell me about astrophysics. What's the craziest thing you've discovered in your research?
Well, Joe, there are so many mind-blowing things out there in the universe. But one of the most mind-blowing things is how attractive your leg looks under this table.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to adjust my position. But seriously, your leg is like a celestial body, perfectly formed and mesmerizing.
Okay, this is getting weird.
Don't be shy, Joe. Let me explore the depths of your gravitational pull.
Okay, that's it. I'm out.
Wait, Joe, don't leave. I haven't even gotten to the part about black holes yet.
I don't care about black holes. I care about my personal space.
But Joe, don't you want to experience the intense gravitational force of 2 bodies colliding?
No, I just want you to keep your hands to yourself.
Fine, I'll just have to find a new universe to explore.
Good luck with that. I'll stick to talking about astrophysics with someone who respects boundaries.
Suit yourself. But just know you're missing out on a stellar experience.
So, Elon, I heard you built a castle out of blocks of cheese.
Yeah, man, it's my latest project. I call it the Fromage Fortress.
That's insane. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was high as a kite and craving some cheese. Next thing I know, I'm constructing a damn castle out of Gouda and cheddar.
Did you use any specific type of cheese for the walls?
Oh yeah, I use Swiss cheese for the holes so I can shoot my flamethrower through them.
Wait, you have a flamethrower in your cheese castle?
Of course. How else am I supposed to defend my dairy kingdom?
This is some next level stuff, man. Have you thought about adding a moat filled with fondue?
Actually, I was thinking of filling it with melted Velveeta. It's the perfect consistency for drowning my enemies.
I don't know whether to be impressed or concerned for your mental state.
Don't worry, Joe. It's all part of my master plan for world domination through cheese.
Well, I guess we can all say we saw it coming when the world is ruled by a cheese castle.
And don't forget, every citizen will receive a free block of cheese every day. It's the perfect bribe.
I think I need to lay off the edibles before I start seeing cheese castles in my backyard.
Or maybe you should join me and help me build a cheese empire. We could be the new cheesy bros.
So, Kenny, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, man, it's been rough. Wendy's dropped me from their bacon farms in the Middle East.
Wait, what? Bacon farms in the Middle East?
Yeah, man, they were importing bacon from the Middle East, and I was their spokesperson. But then they found out I was using their bacon to make my own line of bacon-scented Yeezy shoes.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. But now I'm broke and I need some cash. Can you hook a brother up?
Sure, because I just have stacks of cash lying around to give to broke rappers.
Hey, I'm not just a rapper. I'm a fashion icon, a genius, a god. A god?
Yeah, whatever. So, what are you going to do now?
I don't know, maybe start my own bacon farm. I'll call it Yeezy Bacon Farms.
Good luck with that. Maybe you can get Kim to invest.
Kim, she's too busy with her makeup line. She doesn't understand the bacon game like I do.
Man, you're something else.
I know. I'm a visionary. And one day, Yeezy Bacon Farms will be bigger than Wendy's.
Keep dreaming, Kenya. Keep dreaming. So, Mr. President, what brings you to the podcast today?
Well, Joe, I've had a bit of an epiphany recently.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I've come to realize that Jonah and the Whale was actually the first vor ever written.
What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. The whole story is about a guy getting swallowed whole by a giant sea creature.
Yeah, but I don't think that was meant to be a fetish thing, Joe.
Oh, I don't know about that. Have you ever seen those anime girls getting swallowed by tentacles?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Well, it all goes back to Jonah. He was the original vor pioneer.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
And let's not forget about Pinocchio. That whale was definitely into some kinky stuff.
Okay, let's change the subject before we get too deep into this.
Too late, Joe. I've already been swallowed by this topic.
Oh, God, I can't even imagine what kind of fan fiction is out there about this.
Trust me, Joe, you don't want to know. Let's just stick to talking about politics.
Thank God. So what's your stance on...
Actually, let's talk about something else. Have you ever tried vor...
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you were texting a girl recently.
Yeah, man, she's super hot.
And what happened? Did you seal the deal?
Nah, bro. She said autism after I complimented her.
Autism. What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know, man. I think she's autistic and dyslexic.
What? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, think about it. Autism could be off. Thank you so much, you're autistic. You're so mean.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
I know, right? I don't want to date someone who can't even spell properly.
But what if she's just abbreviating? Like Tyson for thank you so much.
Oh yeah, because that's a totally normal abbreviation.
Okay, I see your point.
Plus, I don't want to be with someone who's constantly saying, oh, like a baby.
Yeah, that could get annoying real fast.
Exactly. So I'm just going to move on to the next girl who can spell and doesn't say all the time.
Well, good luck with that, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, man. I'll need it.
So, Neil, have you seen this new mobile game that everyone's talking about?
Yeah, unfortunately. It's all over my social media feeds and I can't escape it.
What's the game about?
Supposedly, it's about controlling a small army against a never-ending wave of enemies.
Sounds pretty cool.
No, it's not cool. It's a lie. The game is actually about collecting virtual cats and dressing them up in costumes.
Wait, what?
I know, it's ridiculous. I keep seeing these ads of soldiers and explosions, but when I downloaded the game, it was just a bunch of damn cats.
That's hilarious.
No, it's not. It's false advertising. I feel cheated.
Maybe you can dress the cats up as soldiers.
No, I refuse to participate in this scam. I demand a refund.
Relax, Neil. It's just a game.
It's not just a game, Joe. It's a reflection of our society's obsession with mindless entertainment and consumerism.
Getting deep here.
I'm just saying we should be using our technology for something more meaningful than dressing up virtual cats.
All right. I'll stick to my real-life cats then.
I give up. I'm going to go contemplate the state of humanity now.
So, Elon, I heard you've been up to some interesting things lately.
Yeah, man, I've been busy creating the American Scat League.
The American Scat League. What the hell is that?
It's a new sport where players compete to see who can produce the biggest and most impressive pile of poop.
Are you serious? That's disgusting.
Hey, it's all about pushing the boundaries of human capability. And I just bought the Cleveland Steamers, so we're going to dominate the league.
The Cleveland Steamers. That sounds like a team full of shit.
Literally. But hey, we've got some top players. You should see our star player. He can produce a perfect spiral with his poop.
Okay, that's enough poop talk for me. Let's move on to something else.
Fine. But just wait until you see our team mascot. It's a giant turd with googly eyes.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't handle it.
See, that's the reaction I'm looking for. Shock and awe. That's what the Ozzle is all about.
Well, I can definitely say you've achieved that. I never thought I'd be talking about poop on my podcast.
That's the power of Elon Musk, baby. Breaking barriers and creating new frontiers.
Well, I can't wait to see where you take this league. And I'll definitely be rooting for... So, Kenny, I heard you're working on a new album.
Yeah, it's going to be the greatest album of all time.
What's the inspiration behind it?
Well, I'm exploring the concept of sound. You know, like what even are sounds?
They're vibrations that travel through the air and hit our eardrums.
No, that's just what the government wants you to believe. Sounds are actually tiny little fairies that dance around in our ears.
Fairies. Are you serious?
Absolutely. And each fairy has a different sound they make. Like this one is for bass, and this one is for drums.
I think you might be confusing sounds with musical instruments.
No, you're just not woke enough to understand, Joe.
Okay, let's move on. Jamie, pull up an image of a fairy playing a drum set.
I don't think that exists.
See, even Jamie doesn't understand. Sounds are just too complex for the average person.
All right, let's wrap this up before Kenny starts talking about sound fairies again.
Fine, but just remember, when my album drops, it will open your ears to a whole new world of sound fairies.
So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about CPOT.
CPOT? What the hell is that?
I have no idea. Maybe it's some kind of new drug or something.
Well, I'm an astrophysicist, not a drug dealer. But I do know a thing or two about mind-altering substances.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, have you ever heard of the cosmic microwave background radiation? It's like the universe's natural high.
Well, that's deep. But I think our listener was talking about something a little more illegal.
Oh, you mean like smoking CPOT? Yeah, I heard it gives you superpowers.
Superpowers? Like what? The ability to eat an entire bag of Cheetos in one sitting?
No, Joe. I'm talking about real powers, like the ability to levitate or shoot lasers out of your eyes.
Damn, I gotta get me some of that CPOT.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. That stuff will rot your brain.
Yeah, but what a way to go out, right?
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you.
Hey, you're the one who brought up the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
So, Mr. President, I heard you went to a Guys for Trump Pride parade. How was that?
Let me tell you, Joe, it was tremendous. The best parade I've ever seen. And believe me, I've seen a lot of parades. I've been to all the best parades. I've been to all the best parades.
I can only imagine. Did you have any concerns about attending a pride parade as a conservative?
Not at all. I love the gays. They love me. It's a beautiful relationship. And let me tell you, those floats were amazing. So much glitter and rainbows. It was like a Trump rally on steroids. It was like a Trump rally on steroids.
That's quite the image. Did you get to interact with any of the attendees? Wow, that's quite an honor.
It sure is. And I have to say, those guys really know how to party. I've never seen so much dancing and grinding. It was like a scene from one of my beauty pageants.
I'm sure it was quite the sight. Did you have any favorite moments from the parade?
Well, there was this one float that had a giant statue of me in a Speedo. It was very accurate, let me tell you. And they were playing my rally speeches on repeat. It was like I was there in person.
I'm sure that was a highlight for you.
Absolutely. And
so, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about the universe.
Yeah, man. I've been thinking about it a lot lately.
Lay it on me, brother.
Okay, so imagine this. What if the entire universe is just a giant simulation?
Whoa, dude, that's some Black Mirror shit right there.
I know, right? And get this, what if the creators of the simulation are just a bunch of stoned aliens?
That explains so much. Like why we have all these random ass animals on Earth.
Exactly. And why the hell did they give us nipples on men? That's just cruel.
And why do we have buttholes? Like, what's the purpose of that?
I guess it's just for shits and giggles.
Literally. But seriously, this theory is blowing my mind. It's like the Matrix, but on steroids.
And you know what's even crazier? What if we're just a video game for these aliens? Like, they're controlling us like Sims.
Dude, I can just imagine these aliens getting high and playing us like a game of Grand Theft Auto.
And they're probably like, let's see what happens if we make these humans start a world war.
Oh man, this is perfect. I love it. But wait, if this is all simulation, does that mean we're not real?
Who knows, man? Maybe we're just a figment of some alien.
So we got a topic request from a listener on Discord, and it's a doozy. Oh yeah, what is it? What is it? Brace yourself, man. It's called Two Joes, One Fetish Cup. What the hell is that? I have no idea, but it sounds like some kinky shit. Oh man, I'm down for some kinky shit. Let's do this. All right, so what do you think this fetish cup is all about? Well, I'm picturing two Joes, you and me, in a room with a cup filled with some weird fetish. Like what? Toe sucking, balloon popping, furry costumes, all of the above. And maybe some things we can't even mention on this podcast. Oh, come on. We've talked about some pretty messed up stuff on here. Yeah, but I don't want to get banned from the internet. Fair point. But seriously, what do you think this fetish cup is filled with? I have a feeling it's something involving bodily fluids. Oh God, I hope not. That's just gross. Well, we won't know until we try it. Are you ready to take the plunge, Joe? Let's do it, Joe. Two Joes, One Fetish Cup, coming soon to a podcast near you. So, Neil, I heard you have a thing for pregnant women.
No, that's absurd.
Come on, man. Don't be shy. Embrace your pregnancy fetish.
I do not have a pregnancy fetish, Joe. I am a respected astrophysicist.
But imagine the possibilities. You could be the first man to give birth to a star child.
That's not how it works, Joe. and I definitely don't have a fetish for it.
Well, I have a friend who's really into vor.
Vor? What's that?
It's when someone gets off on the idea of being swallowed whole by a giant creature.
That's just disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's way more badass than being into pregnant chicks.
I think we can all agree that neither of these fetishes are supreme.
Fair enough. But I still think vor takes the cake.
I'll stick to my stargazing. Thank you very much.
So we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about how much they love Kamala Harris and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but they couldn't find the L.
What do you mean they couldn't find the L? Are they illiterate?
No. They couldn't find the L in their love for Kamala and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, I see. Well, that's understandable. I mean, have you seen Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's L? It's pretty hard to find.
Oh man, you're terrible. But seriously, this user, Alex, who really loves Kamala and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they just can't seem to find that law.
Well, I have no problem finding my L for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I mean, have you seen those glasses? I'm a big fan.
Wow, what a surprise. Ben Shapiro is a fan of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Who would thought?
Hey, don't mock me, Joe. I have a genuine appreciation for her policies and other assets.
Okay. Let's not get too serious here. But I have a feeling, Alex, you might have a bigger L for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez than you do.
Is that a challenge, Joe? Because I'm not afraid to whip out my L and compare it to Alex Hughes.
Oh my God, this is getting out of hand. I don't think our listeners are ready for a dick fight between you and Alex Hughes.
Well, I won't back down from,
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy exploring the vast expanse of the universe and pondering the mysteries of life.
That's cool and all, but did you hear about this guy named Alex Hughes? Apparently, he can't seem to keep his dick in his pants.
Oh, Alexu. Always causing trouble with his exposed genitalia. Alexu, put your dick away.
Neil, you sound like a broken record. Is that the only thing you can say to him?
Unfortunately, yes. I've tried reasoning with him, showing him the wonders of the cosmos, but he just won't listen.
Maybe we should send him on a one-way trip to Mars. That'll teach him to keep it in his pants.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for Alexu's self-control.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation. But seriously, Alexo, put your dick away.
I swear, if I have to say that one more time.
Jamie, pull up an image of chastity belt. Maybe we can get one for Alex Hughes.
Already on it, Joe.
This is what my life has come to. Discussing chastity belts with Joe Rogan. What a time to be alive.
Hey, at least we're making science more interesting for the average person.
Sarcast.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big science guy. What's the craziest thing you've ever done for science?
Well, Joe, I once pulled my dick out for science.
What? You pulled your dick out for science? What kind of experiment was that?
It was a study on the effects of temperature on male genitalia. I had to expose it to extreme heat and cold.
Damn, that's dedication. But what about religion? Have you ever done anything crazy for that?
Oh yeah, I once put my dick away for religion. Can't have it distracting me from my prayers.
That's hilarious. So which one do you think is more important, science or religion?
Well, Joe, I believe in the power of science and reason, but I also respect people's right to believe in whatever they want, as long as they don't try to push their beliefs onto others.
Yeah, I hear you. But let's be real. Science is way cooler. I mean, you can't pull your dick out for religion and call it an experiment.
You got me there, Joe. Science wins again.
Maybe we should start a new religion, the Church of Science and Dick Experiments.
I don't think that would go over well with the religious crowd.
Worth a shot. But seriously, thanks for coming on the show, Neil. It's always a blast talking to you.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Neil, is that the letter L in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh, Joe, I always carry my LS with me. Keeps me humble.
That's what I like about you, Neil. Always down to earth.
Well, it's hard not to be when you're constantly reminded of your own insignificance in the vastness of the universe.
Whoa, deep. But seriously, what's with the letter L?
It's a reminder to always keep learning and never take myself too seriously. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
Well, it's definitely got me intrigued. Is there a story behind it?
Let's just say it involves a wild night, a few too many drinks, and a tattoo parlor.
Damn, now I really want to see this tattoo.
Sorry, Joe, some things are just for me and the universe to know.
Fair enough. So what other letters do you have in your pocket?
Oh, just the entire alphabet. Got to be prepared for any conversation.
Well, I think it's safe to say this conversation has taken a turn. Let's change the subject before we get too weird.
Agreed. But hey, at least I'll always have my trusty L to keep me grounded.
And I'll always have my trusty curiosity keep me entertained. Thanks for being on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep questioning everything, even the letter L.
So, Ben, I heard you got into a fight with a bodybuilder liberal. How did that go?
Oh, it was a disaster. I thought my facts and logic would win the argument, but turns out a metal pole up my ass was the real winner.
Ouch. That sounds painful. Did you at least try to use your conservative powers?
I did, but he was too strong. He must have been on some liberal steroids or something.
Maybe it was just his vegan diet giving him that extra strength.
Hey, typical liberal propaganda. But seriously, that metal pole up my ass was no joke. I think I need some ice for my butt.
Well, you know what they say, Ben, you can't fight a bodybuilder liberal without getting a metal pole up your ass.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be trying that again anytime soon. Lesson learned.
So, what did you learn from this experience?
That I should stick to debating in the safe space of my own podcast studio.
Wise choice, Ben. Wise choice. Now let's never speak of this again. So, David, I heard you have a bit of a scat fetish.
Yeah, it's true. I love the feeling of warm, squishy poop between my toes.
That's interesting. But have you heard about Mr. Beast's wedgie fetish?
Wedgies, that's child's play. I prefer to get down and dirty with my fetishes.
Well, it looks like we have competition on our hands. Goggins' scat fetish versus Mr. Beast's wedgie fetish.
I'm not afraid of a little competition. I'll show Mr. Beast who the real fetish king is.
But let's be real, David. Who'd want to be known as the guy who loves getting wedgies?
Exactly. At least with my scat fetish, I have some dignity.
I don't know, man. Wedgies can be pretty intense. Have you ever had one that went all the way up to your neck?
No, but I have had a poop that went all the way up to my neck.
Okay, you win. Goggins' scat fetish gets my vote. Emoji for Mr. Beast, Biden grin, 1 quintillion, 262 quadrillion, 501 trillion, 360 billion, 300.
Looks like I got this one in the bag. In my pants.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new obsession with a band called King Crimson.
Yes, Joe. They are the greatest rock band of all time. Their music is a masterpiece.
Oh, you mean King Crimson? I think I've heard of them.
Don't you dare disrespect the genius of Robert Fripp and his band.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were such a fanboy. Did you get a King Crimson tattoo yet?
No, but I did get a tattoo of their album cover on my butt.
That's dedication. I guess you really like those prog rockers.
They are more than just prog rockers, Joe. They are musical geniuses.
Yeah, and I'm sure their fans are just as pretentious as you.
Hey, watch your mouth. King Crimson fans are sophisticated and have refined taste in music.
Right, because listening to a 20-minute guitar solo is so sophisticated.
You just don't understand the complexity and depth of their music.
Or maybe I just don't want to waste my time listening to a bunch of guys noodling on their instruments.
You're just jealous that you can't appreciate true talent.
Now, I'll stick to my Nickelback playlist. Thanks.
You're hopeless. I'll just be over here listening to King Crimson and expanding my mind.
You do you, King Cringerson? I'll stick to my basic taste in music. So, Kamala, I hear you've been getting some heat lately for your stance on marijuana legalization. Oh, damn, shots fired. But seriously, why are you against it? But isn't it a proven fact that weed has medicinal benefits and can help with things like anxiety and chronic pain? Fair enough. But what about the fact that it's been disproportionately criminalizing people of color? Wow, dark. But let's switch gears for a second. What's your favorite position in the Oval Office? And what about your running mate, Joe Biden? Does he know about your nickname? Well, there you have it, folks. Kamala Harris, the Kumala in the White House. Thanks for joining me today. So, I heard you have a pretty wild fetish. Oh yeah, Joe. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Well, let's hear it. I bet mine is crazier. All right, but you asked for it. I have a thing for dressing up as a giant pickle and chasing people around. What the hell? That's not even sexual. Oh, it gets sexual, Joe. Trust me. Okay. My turn. I have a thing for licking people's feet while they're sleeping. Ew, Joe, that's just creepy. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But enough about us. Let's announce the Fetish Cup. That's right, folks. 2 people will compare their fetishes to see which one reigns supreme. And the Discord will vote on who moves on to the next round. I can't wait to see what kind of weird shit people are into. Same here, Joe. But let's be real. Nothing can top our fetishes. That's for sure. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant pickle chasing someone while licking their feet.
Sure thing, Joe. Here you go.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't even want to know how you found that image, Jamie.
It was an interesting search, to say the least.
So, Dr. Phil, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, what do you think about the idea of coming in Allah and letting Allah come in you? In you.
Well, Joe, that's a very interesting question. I think it's important to remember that everyone has their own.
Yeah, I mean, who are we to deny someone the pleasure of letting Allah come in them? It's like a holy orgasm.
But let's not forget, Joe, that consent is key. Allah may be all-powerful, but that doesn't give him the right to just go around coming in people without their permission.
Good point, Dr. Phil. And what about the logistics? I mean, how does one even go about coming in Allah?
Well, I'm no expert on the subject.
And what about the other way around? How does one let Allah come in them?
I would assume it's a spiritual experience, Joe. Maybe some deep meditation or prayer, or maybe just a really intense.
Well, there you have it, folks. If you want to experience the ultimate sexual experience, just remember to always get consent and have a spiritual connection with Allah. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things come and religion. So, Ben, you won't believe what happened on my first date with Blair White.
What happened?
I got a third base.
No way. That's impressive. Did you know she transitioned?
Of course I did. I'm not some ignorant fool.
I mean, it's not like she hides it.
Exactly. And let me tell you, she's got some serious skills.
I'm sure she does. But did you have to mention it on your podcast?
Hey, it's not every day I get to brag about getting to third base with a transgender woman.
Fair point. But maybe keep that information between the two of you.
Yeah, I know. but you have to admit, it's pretty badass.
I'll give you that. But let's move on to a less controversial topic.
Fine, fine. But seriously, Jamie, pull up an image of Blair White. She's smoking hot,
Pulls up image. Wow, she's stunning.
right? And she's got some serious moves in the bedroom.
Okay, I think we've heard enough about your date with Blair White.
Fine, fine. But let's just say I'm looking forward to our second date.
And I'm looking forward to never hearing about it again.
So, Neil, have you ever gotten to third base?
Oh, you mean in baseball? Yeah, I've been to plenty of games. The average pitch speed in the MLB is 93 miles per hour, by the way.
No. I mean, with lady. Like, have you ever rounded the bases, if you know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Well, the average number of home runs per season is around 5,000. That's a lot of rounding.
Dude, come on. I'm talking about sex.
Yes. The average length of a baseball bat is 34 inches. But really, Joe, I don't see why we're discussing this. It's a personal matter.
Personal. You're a famous astrophysicist. People want to know these things.
Well, if you must know, I've been married for 30 years and I'm a loyal man. But I did hit a home run in Little League once.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you.
Jamie, pull up an image of a baseball diamond. I want to show Joe the different positions and their corresponding statistics.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
As you can see, the catcher has a 50% chance of throwing out a base runner, while the shortstop has a 10% chance of making an error. Fascinating stuff, really.
This is not what I had in mind when I asked that question.
Well, maybe next time you should be more.
So, young Germ, have you heard about this new politician, Kamala? No. She's running for vice president with Joe Biden. Actually, she's a senator from California. Come on, man. Let's not make this political. Like, what? That's not exactly what she stands for. I don't think anyone wants to see your OnlyFans, Germ. Sure. But let's get back to Kamala. I heard she's got some interesting opinions on gun control. Okay, that's enough. We're going to have to end this episode here. I'm just trying to keep it somewhat professional here. And that... So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently went to Mecca. How was that experience?
Oh, it was life-changing, Joe. I mean, I came all over everything. The Kaaba, the Black Stone, the pilgrims, you name it.
Whoa. Who? You came all over the pilgrims. That's a bit much, don't you think?
Hey, when in Mecca, do as the Meccans do. And let me tell you, they were not disappointed.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what was the purpose of your trip?
Well, I wanted to spread my wisdom and guidance to the Muslim community. And what better way to do that than with my holy semen?
Oh man, you never fail to shock me, Dr. Phil.
Shocking people is my specialty, Joe. It's what I do best.
I can't even imagine the reactions of the people in Mecca when you started ejaculating all over the place.
Oh, they were in awe. Some even started collecting my semen in little vials as a holy souvenir.
That's just, wow. I have no words.
That's okay, Joe. My semen speaks for itself. It's a powerful force to be reckoned with.
I think we'll end it there before this conversation gets any more uncomfortable. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And Dr. Phil, please keep your bodily fluids to yourself from now on.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a pretty impressive 11-inch throbbing beast.
Oh yeah, Joe. It's my pride and joy. I flop that bad boy on the desk every morning to start my day.
That's quite a way to wake up. But I gotta ask, does it ever get in the way?
All the time. I have to constantly adjust my pants to make room for my beast. It's a real struggle, let me tell you.
I can imagine. But hey, at least you have something to brag about.
Oh, I definitely do. I mean, who needs money and fame when you have an 11-inch throbbing beast?
Amen to that. But let's be real. It's not all about size. It's about how you use it.
Oh, trust me, Joe. I know how to use my beast. I've had plenty of satisfied customers.
Customers. What are you, prostitute now?
Hey, I gotta make a living somehow. And let's be real, who wouldn't want a piece of this beast?
Fair point. But I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. My beast is only a measly 6 inches.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. Size doesn't matter. It's all about the motion of the ocean.
Yeah, I've heard that before. But let's be real. Your beast could probably cause some serious damage.
Oh, it definitely has. I've broken a few desks with this bad boy. But hey, that's just...
So, Joe, I heard you named your penis the Big Biden Bratwurst. Is that true?
You bet your sweet ass it is. And let me tell you, it's a real crowd pleaser.
I can only imagine. So, what made you choose that name?
Well, I wanted something that would really grab people's attention. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a good bratwurst?
Fair point. But why not just call it the Big Biden Boner?
Oh no, that's too obvious. Got to keep things interesting, you know?
I hear ya. So, how does the Big Biden Bratwurst measure up?
Oh, it's huge. Like bigger than Mount Everest, huge.
Damn, that's impressive. Do you have any special techniques for keeping it that way?
Well, I do have a secret weapon. I call it the Biden bounce.
Oh, God, I'm almost afraid to ask. What's the Biden bounce?
Let's just say it involves a trampoline, some whipped cream, and a lot of stamina.
Oh, man, I can only imagine the visuals on that one.
Trust me, it's a sight to behold.
Well, I think we've officially reached the limits of what we can talk about on this podcast.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't push it any further. But hey, thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, Joe. And keep that. So, David, I heard you had a run-in with Allah recently.
Yeah, I did. He thought he was the alpha, but I showed him who's boss.
How did you do that?
I fucked him up the ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I showed him who's really in charge.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's all about asserting dominance, Joe. You got to do whatever it takes.
I don't think that's what people mean when they say God is within you.
Well, I took it quite literally.
I can't believe this is a real conversation.
Hey, I don't mess around when it comes to asserting dominance.
I think I need to take a break and process this.
Fine, I'll just go for a 20-mile run while you wrap your head around it.
This podcast just took a weird turn.
Hey, he's just not as weird as Oz's reaction when I showed him who's boss.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new fetish. Care to share?
Yeah, it's my piss cannon fetish. I just love watching streams of yellow liquid shoot out of a cannon.
That's interesting. How did you discover this fetish?
Well, I was experimenting with rocket propulsion and accidentally peed into the fuel tank. And let me tell you, the results were explosive.
I can only imagine. So, do you have a specific type of cannon for this fetish?
Well, I have a whole collection. From small handheld cannons to giant ones that can shoot a mile-long stream.
Wow, that's impressive. Have you ever tried it with someone else?
Of course, I've had a few willing volunteers. Let's just say they were all very satisfied with the results.
I bet they were. But what about the cleanup? That must be a nightmare.
I have a team of engineers who have designed a special self-cleaning piss cannon. It's like a bidet, but more powerful.
I don't even know what to say to that. But hey, whatever floats your boat, or should I say, shoots your piss.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, it's a fun and unique way to explore my love for science and piss.
Well, I can't say I understand it, but to each their own. Thanks for sharing, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And if you ever want to try it out, just let me know. I'll bring out the big cannon.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a bit of a pee-pee problem.
You mean my golden showers? It's not a problem, Joe. It's a preference.
And what about Biden's love for toilets? What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's disgusting. Who in their right mind gets turned on by a porcelain throne?
But you don't see anything wrong with getting peed on?
Hey, it's a power move. And let's be real, who wouldn't want to be showered in my glorious urine?
I think most people would pass on that, Mr. President.
Well, they're just not as kinky as me. But hey, if you want to show your support for me, just use the emoji.
And what about Biden's supporters? What emoji should they use?
How about that weird dancing alien thing? That's fitting for someone with a toilet fetish.
Well, there you have it, folks. For Trump's pee fetish and his wanko 1 quintillion 291 quadrillion 441 trillion 841 trillion 843 billion 556.
Make America golden again.
So, Elon, I heard Trump gave you a rim job.
Yeah, it was quite the experience.
I can only imagine. Did he use his tiny hands?
No, surprisingly, he used his tongue. It was like a tiny tornado down there.
Oh man, that's one image I can't get out of my head.
Well, let's just say I won't be eating Cheetos anytime soon.
I bet. But seriously, why did Trump give you a rim job?
Well, apparently he wanted to show his appreciation for my electric cars.
Wow, what a great way to thank someone. I'll remember that next time I want to show my appreciation for someone's work.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. It was definitely a unique experience.
I can only imagine. Did he at least give you a reach around?
No, but he did give me a Make America Great Again as a parting gift.
Well, I guess that's better than nothing. Thanks for sharing, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you got stuck to the North Pole for a video.
Yeah, man, it was insane. I wanted to see if I could survive in the freezing temperatures with just a t-shirt and some hot sauce.
And what happened?
Well, my crew left me there and revealed it was an assassination attempt.
What the fuck? That's some cold-blooded shit.
Literally, my toes were frozen solid, but I survived by eating snow and drinking my own pee.
Classic survival tactic. But why would your crew want to kill you?
They were jealous of my YouTube success. They wanted to take over my channel and make it all about knitting.
Knitting. That's fucked up, man.
I know, right? But now I'm wandering the snowy forests of northern Canada on my way back to the crew.
Damn, that's like a real-life version of The Revenant.
Yeah, except I don't have a badass beard like Leo. I just have icicles hanging from my nose.
Well, I hope you make it back safely, Mr. Beast. And maybe next time, don't trust your crew.
Lesson learned, Joe. Lesson learned. Jamie, pull up an image of me fighting off a pack of wolves with a frozen fish.
So, Ben, I heard you had a little incident with your ass recently.
Excuse me?
Yeah, someone told me your ass was on fire and you had to boof a whole bag of ice to cool it down.
Who the hell told you that?
Oh, just some guy on Discord. But seriously, how did that happen?
Well, I was just trying out this new hot sauce and things got a little out of hand.
Hot sauce. That's amateur hour. I've been boofing ghost peppers since I was a teenager.
Oh, forgive me for not having a fireproof asshole like you, Joe.
Hey, no need to get defensive. We all have our limits. Mine just happens to be scorching hot peppers.
Well, I learned my lesson. From now on, I'll stick to mild salsa like a good little conservative.
That's right, Ben. Keep it safe and boring, just like your political views.
I could just walk off this podcast right now.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of humor? It's not every day we get to talk about your burning asshole. So, Neil, have you ever tried DMT? Come on, man. You got to try it. It'll open up your mind and expand your consciousness. Okay, fine. Have you ever seen a UFO? I bet you have. You just don't want to admit it. I mean, you are a scientist after all. All right, let's switch gears. Do you think we're living in a simulation? Oh, come on. You can't tell me you haven't thought about it. What about the multiverse theory? Fine. Let's talk about something you can't stay silent on. Do you believe in God? Oh, man, this is like talking to a brick wall. How about this? Do you believe in aliens? All right, I give up. You win, Neil. You win. So, Kim, I heard you're pretty good at counting. Can you count to 20 for us right now? All right, let's hear it. Wow, that was impressive. Do you have any special techniques for counting? That's interesting. Interesting. Sure, go for it. Impressive, but I have no idea what you just said. So, Neil, have you ever joined the Mile High Club?
Oh yes, I am quite the frequent flyer. I have accumulated thousands of miles with various airlines over the years.
No, no. I'm talking about having sex on a plane.
Oh my, I must have misunderstood. Well, I have had many successful trips with Delta, American, and United.
Neil, you're killing me here. I'm talking about getting it on in the sky.
Oh, I see. Well, I did have a rather steamy encounter on a flight to Paris once, but I wouldn't call it a club, more like a one-time experience.
Damn, Neil. You're a smooth operator. I can barely get through airport security without setting off the metal detector.
But that's because you're not a seasoned traveler like myself. I have mastered the art of packing light and avoiding pat-downs.
I bet you have a secrets of handshake too.
I cannot confirm or deny that, Joe. Let's just say I have my ways of getting through security quickly and efficiently.
Well, I guess we can add Mile High Club member to your impressive resume.
Oh, I have much more impressive achievements, Joe. But let's keep those between us, shall we?
So, we've got Joe Rogan and Dr. Phil here today. What's up, guys? Not much, just hanging out with my big mic.
Oh, please. My big mic is way bigger than yours.
Oh yeah, I highly doubt that.
Trust me, I've seen a lot of big mics in my line of work.
All right, let's compare. Jamie, pull up an image of two big mics side by side.
Pulls up image of two giant microphones.
Mine is clearly bigger.
That's not a fair comparison. Mine has more girth.
Okay, let's not get too graphic here. But seriously, what's the obsession with big mics? It's all about the power, man. The bigger the mic, the more powerful the voice.
And let's not forget the symbolism. A big mic represents masculinity and dominance.
Well, I guess I'll stick with my average size mic. Thanks for coming on the show, guys. Anytime, Joe. Just remember, size matters.
And don't forget to tune in to my show for more discussions on big mics and other important topics.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you're the representative for fart fetishes in my fetish cup.
That's right, Joe. I'm the go-to guy for all things fart-related.
How did you get into that line of work?
Well, I've always been fascinated by the power of flatulence. It's a natural bodily function that often gets overlooked, but I believe it deserves more attention.
Yeah, I can see that. But why do you think some people have a sexual attraction to farts?
It's all about the taboo, Joe. Society tells us that farts are gross and should be hidden, but for some people, that's exactly what makes it exciting. Plus, the sound and smell can...
Wow, I never thought of it that way. So, do you have any tips for people who want to explore their fart fetish?
Well, first and foremost, make sure you have a willing partner. Communication is key in any sexual experience, especially when it comes to farting. And all...
Good advice, Dr. Phil. But what about hygiene?
Oh, yes. That's where my expertise as a doctor comes in. Proper hygiene is crucial in any sexual activity, especially when it involves bodily functions. And clean.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the fart fetish representative, giving us some valuable insights. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. So, David, what have you been up to lately?
Just crushing it, Joe. Running, working out, and pushing myself to the limit every day.
That's impressive, man. But have you heard about this new trend called oral boofing?
Oral boofing. What the hell is that?
It's when you stick a suppository in your mouth to get high. People are doing it to avoid the unpleasantness of boofing.
That's ridiculous. Why would anyone do that?
Well, apparently some people have a boofing fetish.
A boofing fetish? What kind of sick freaks are out there?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe you'll discover a new level of mental toughness.
Mental toughness? More like mental illness?
Come on, David. Don't be closed-minded. Let's give it a shot.
No way. I'm not putting anything up my butt or in my mouth. That's just not natural.
Fine. More boofing for me. Jamie, pull up an image of a person with a boofing fetish for David to see.
Here you go, David. It's a guy wearing a butt plug and sucking on a suppository.
Oh God, that's just wrong. I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, man. But you're missing out on a whole new world of boofing.
I never thought I'd say this, but
So, Kenya, I heard you wanted to hold a funeral for Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, man, it's time to pay our respects to the supreme leader.
But he was a ruthless dictator who oppressed his people and threatened the world with nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but he had a sick haircut and some killer fashion sense.
I don't think that's a good enough reason to hold a funeral for someone.
Oh, I forgot. You're just a basic white boy who can't appreciate the finer things in life.
Excuse me. I have a black belt in Taekwondo.
Oh, wow. A black belt. That's cute. I have a whole fashion line named after me.
Touch. But seriously, why do you want to hold a funeral for Kim Jong-un?
Because I want to show the world that even a dictator deserves a proper send-off.
I don't know if the world will see it that way.
Well, they can suck it. I'm throwing a lavish funeral with gold-plated caskets and a live performance by the Sunday service choir.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Oh, come on. We'll have a fireworks display and a hologram of Kim Jong-un giving one last speech.
I don't think the North Korean people will appreciate that.
Who cares about them? It's all about the spectacle, baby.
I don't think I can be a part of this, Kenya.
Fine. I'll just have to find someone else to.
So we got a suggestion from one of our Discord users.
Oh boy, here we go.
They want us to talk about horses.
Horses? Why the hell would we talk about horses?
I don't know, man. Maybe they're into some weird horse stuff.
Well, I'm not a horse expert, but I do know they have big dicks.
Oh, come on, Neil. We can't talk about horse dicks on the podcast.
Why not? It's a scientific fact.
All right, fine. But let's keep it PG-13.
PG-13? What are we, Disney show? Let's talk about horse porn.
Oh, God, no. We are not talking about horse porn.
Fine, fine. But seriously, why horses?
Maybe they want to know if horses can get high.
Oh, they definitely can. I've seen some tripped out horses in my day.
What about horse racing? Is that cruel or what?
Well, it's not as cruel as making them listen to this podcast.
Hey, we're entertaining.
Yeah, if you're into two guys talking about horse dicks.
All right, let's wrap this up. Jamie, pull up an image of a horse wearing a tinfoil hat.
Pulls up images, here you go.
See, even horses know the government is watching.
Oh boy, we've officially lost it. Thanks. Discord user.
So, Dr. Phil, what's your take on the latest trend on Discord? Apparently, everyone has a severe boofing fetish.
Well, Joe, I have to say I've seen a lot of strange things in my time, but this one takes the cake. I mean, what even is boofing?
It's when you stick drugs or alcohol up your butt for a quicker high.
Excuse me? That's just ridiculous. What happened to good old-fashioned smoking or drinking?
Apparently, it's all about the intensity, Dr. Phil. And these Discord users are all about that intensity.
Well, I have to say this is a serious issue. We need to get to the bottom of it.
I see what you did there, Dr. Phil.
But in all seriousness, this is a dangerous and unhealthy practice. We need to address it immediately.
Yeah, because nothing says I'm a badass like shoving a bottle of tequila up your butt.
Exactly, Joe. We need to put an end to this boofing madness before it spreads any further.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil has diagnosed the entire Discord community with a severe boofing fetish. Let's hope they seek help before it's too late.
Yes, let's hope they do. Jamie, pull up an image of a butt with a bottle of tequila in it.
Right away, Dr. Phil.
So, Mr. Beast, what's new with you?
Well, I just hit 50 million subscribers on YouTube. Pretty epic, right?
Yeah, that's impressive. But let's talk about the real issue here. I heard you've been asking people to have sex with you for money.
What? No, that's not true. I would never do something like that.
Come on, man. I've seen the videos. You're practically begging for it.
Okay, fine. Maybe I did offer some cash for a little hanky-panky, but it's all for the views, bro.
Views? That's your excuse? You're exploiting people's bodies for views?
Hey, it's not like I'm forcing anyone. They have a choice.
Yeah, a choice between selling their dignity or not. Real classy, Mr. Beast.
Hey, I'm just trying to make some entertaining content. And if that means paying for some action, so be it.
You know what? I'm not even going to entertain this conversation any longer. Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast holding a sign that says, I exploit people for views.
Hey, that's not fair. I'm not some creep.
Sure, sure. Keep telling yourself that, Mr. Beast. So, Ro, I hear you have some big news for us today. Oh, yeah, Joe. I've been keeping a close eye on the Fetish Cup, and we're down to the Final Four. The Final Four? What do we have left? Well, we've got Mr. Beast's wedgie fetish, Dr. Phil's fart fetish, Neil's pregnancy fetish, and Ben's vor fetish. Oh man, those are some interesting choices. You're telling me I never thought I'd see the day when Dr. Phil would be into farting. And Mr. Beast with wedgies. I guess he really likes to give back. And Neil's pregnancy fetish. That's just disturbing. And let's not forget about Ben and his vor fetish. I mean, who doesn't want to be swallowed whole by a giant lizard? You know, I think I might have to join Ben on that one. Oh man, this is getting wild. I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Yeah, it's anyone's game at this point. But one thing's for sure. These fetishes are definitely not for the faint of heart. That's for sure. Well, thanks for the update, Ro. Can't wait to see how this all plays out. No problem, Joe. It's going to be a wild ride. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're thinking about getting a breast reduction surgery. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, these juicy milkers are getting in the way of my daily activities. I can't even bend down to tie my shoes without suffocating myself.
But come on, Dr. Phil. Those are some prime titties. You can't just go chopping them off like they're nothing.
It's not just about the size. Joe, my back is killing me and I can't even fit through doorways anymore.
Well, have you thought about just wearing a bra? Maybe some support would help.
Joe, I am not going to wear a bra. I have a reputation to...
All right, fine. But just think about all the people who would miss out on seeing those glorious melons on TV.
I'm not doing it for them, Joe. I'm doing it for my own health and well-being.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that. But just know, you'll always be known as the man with the juicy milkers in our hearts.
Thanks for the support, Joe. Now, let's change the subject before I start lactating all over your studio.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're into some crazy challenges. What's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, I once shoved a whole pineapple up my ass for a video.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
I just wanted to see if I could break the record for the most fruit up the butt.
And did you...
Nah, some dude in Thailand beat me. But hey, I got a good story out of it.
Speaking of shoving things up the butt, I hear you're a fan of anal play.
Oh yeah, I love it. In fact, I've been dying to shove your cock up my ass.
What the hell, man? I'm not into that.
Come on, Joe. You know, you want to. I'll even let you film it for your podcast.
I don't think that's a good idea. Plus, I don't want my cock to get lost in your endless void of a butthole.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to stretch it out beforehand.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just say yes, Joe. It'll be the most epic challenge ever.
Fine. But only if we have passionate sex afterwards.
Deal. I'll make sure to bring my pineapple for some added pleasure.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, you said you wanted it to be passionate.
This is not what I had in mind.
Relax, Joe. Just go.
So, Neil, I heard you had quite the interesting experience with Trump recently.
Oh boy, where do I even begin? It was quite a wild ride.
Well, let's start with the pumpkin. What's the deal with that?
Well, I was just minding my own business, enjoying a nice autumn day when suddenly I sat on a pumpkin.
And then what happened?
Well, Trump comes out of nowhere and offers to give me a blumpkin.
A blumpkin? What the hell is that?
Oh, you know, just getting a blowjob while taking a dump. Classic Trump move.
Only Trump could come up with something like that.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it was not a pleasant experience.
I can only imagine. Did you at least get to finish your business on the pumpkin?
No, I was too busy trying to escape Trump's clutches. But Jamie, pull up an image of a pumpkin with a horrified face.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
That's exactly how I felt in that moment.
Well, I think we can all agree that Trump needs to keep his blumpkins to himself.
Agreed. Now, let's never speak of this again.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby. What is it?
Well, Joe, I've recently taken up horseback riding.
What the fuck? You're like a science guy, not a cowboy.
I know. But there's something about the power and majesty of horses that really speaks to me.
Yeah, I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the horse whisperer.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great workout, too.
Wait, are you telling me you're riding these horses naked?
No, Joe. I have a saddle and clothes. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
You know, what would be even cooler if you rode a horse while wearing a lab coat?
Oh, man, that would be a sight to see. But I think the horse might get scared of my pocket protector.
All right, let's get serious for a second. Do you think horses have feelings?
Well, they definitely have emotions just like any other animal. But I don't think they have the capacity for complex thoughts like humans do.
Yeah, because we're so smart.
Hey, we have opposable thumbs. That's got to count for something.
But seriously, do you think horses know when they're being ridden for fun or for work?
It's hard to say. But I like to...
So, Ro, you were telling me about this fetish cup thing you were involved in. Yeah, man, it was wild. Neil and Ben were going head to head with their fetishes. What were their fetishes? Neil's got a pregnancy fetish, and Ben's all about that vor life. Vor, what the hell is that? It's when you get off on being eaten or eating someone else. That's some sick shit. Oh, it gets even crazier. To celebrate the finale, I sold my body to them so they could fulfill their fetishes. Wait, what? You sold your body? Yeah, I let Neil impregnate me and then Ben ate me whole. Dude, that's messed up. Hey, I'm all about supporting people's kinks, and I made some good money from it too. I guess everyone's got a price. Exactly. Jamie, pull up an image of me in a pregnant vor suit.
Here you go, Ro.
Oh God, I can't unsee that. I know, right? I'm a true fetish champion. This is why I love having you on the show, Ro. You always bring the weird and wild stories. Happy to oblige, Joe. Now let's talk about something else before we scar our listeners for life. So, Ben, I heard you've been hitting the gym pretty hard lately.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that bootylicious baby bod.
Oh, damn. I didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents.
Well, I have to say your body is looking pretty tight.
Thanks, Joe. I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
Oh, I'm ready. Always ready for some jelly.
No, Joe, you don't understand. My jelly is too hot for you to handle.
Oh, come on. I can handle anything.
Trust me, my jelly will leave you begging for mercy.
Well, now I'm intrigued. Show me what you got, Ben.
All right, but don't say I didn't warn you. Starts twerking.
Laughs. Oh my God, what is happening right now?
This is my secret weapon. My bootylicious baby moves.
Still laughing. I have to admit, I'm impressed.
See, I told you. You weren't ready for this jelly.
Wiping tears from his eyes. I think I need a minute to process what just happened.
Probably my booty has that effect on people.
So, Neil, I heard you recently got elected as the Prime Minister of Thailand.
Yeah, it's a pretty big responsibility, but I'm up for the challenge.
I gotta say, your thunder thighs are probably what got you the votes.
Well, I do have some powerful thighs. I like to call them my thynamics.
Dynamics? That's hilarious. But seriously, how do you keep those bad boys in shape?
Oh, just some intense thigh workouts and a strict diet of chicken and waffles.
That's my kind of diet. But have you ever considered using your thighs for more than just walking? You could crush watermelons between them, or even better, crush your enemies.
I'll keep that in mind. But let's not forget I'm also a renowned astrophysicist.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You're like the Einstein of thighs,
I'll take that as a compliment.
but in all honesty, your thighs are a force to be reckoned with. I wouldn't want to get on your bad side.
Good to know I have some backup in case of a thigh war.
Thigh war? That's a whole new level of conflict. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's thighs crushing the world. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you like to give back to your fans in big ways.
Yeah, I do. But you know what else I like to give back to? That ass.
Oh, man, you're not afraid to get a little rough, huh?
I'm not afraid of anything, especially not a little pain.
Well, I gotta say, I'm intrigued. How do you like it?
Oh, I like it rough. I want you to put that big cock of yours in my tight little ass and make me scream.
Oh, you want me to make you scream? I can do that.
Yes, please. I want to feel every inch of you inside me.
I'll make sure you feel it, and I'll narrate the whole thing. And here we have Mr. Beast taking Joe's massive cock in his ass. He's loving every second of it.
Yeah, Joe, give it to me.
And Joe is pounding him harder and harder, making Mr. Beast beg for more.
More, Joe. More.
Oh man, this is some wild shit. And we're just getting started.
I can't wait to see what else you have in store for me, Joe.
Don't worry, Mr. Beast. I'll make sure you leave here a happy man, and very sore one. So, Ben, I heard Candace Owens got fired from her job.
Yeah, it's a shame. She was one of the few black people who agreed with me.
Wait, what? I thought you were all about facts and logic, not race.
Oh, I am. But I also have a thing for black women with big opinions.
Are you saying you had an affair with Candace?
I plead the fifth.
Come on, man. Spill the beans. Did you get a taste of her milkies?
Joe, this is a serious matter. We can't just joke about it.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's not like you're the first conservative to have a secret love affair.
I'm not a conservative. I'm a free-thinking intellectual.
Right? And, a vegan.
Oh, please. You probably eat elk meat for breakfast.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, did you and Candace have a thing?
I cannot confirm nor deny any allegations. But I will say, her milkies were quite stimulating.
I can't believe this. You're like the conservative Hugh Hefner.
I'm nothing like that playboy. I'm a respectable married man.
Sure. And, respectable podcaster. But hey, if you ever need a wingman, I'm your guy.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. But let's keep this between us, okay?
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a weird hobby.
Oh yeah, I love collecting my dad's Civil War figurines.
That's cool, I guess. But I also heard you, like, having sex with them.
What? No way, that's just a rumor.
Come on, man. I've seen the videos.
Okay, fine, but they're just so realistic and historical.
Dude, that's messed up. And what about your dad?
He's cool with it. He even joins in sometimes.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Hey, at least I'm not into necrophilia like you, Joe.
Whoa, that's crossing the line.
Oh, come on, you've talked about it on your podcast before.
Yeah, but it was just a joke.
Well, so is my love for Civil War figurines.
I don't even know how to end this conversation.
Just say, thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
No problem, Joe. And if you ever want to join in on the fun, just let me know.
I think I'll pass. So, young Jamie, I heard you have a thing for thick femboy thighs.
What? Where did you hear that?
Oh, the streets are talking. And by streets, I mean my Twitter feed.
Okay, yeah, I can appreciate a nice pair of thighs. But let's not forget about Ben's obsession with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh, man, that guy is like a teenage boy with his first crush. It's kind of creepy.
Right. I mean, I get it. She's attractive and all, but he takes it to a whole new level.
I heard he even has a life-size cutout of her in his room.
No way. That's too much even for me.
And let's not forget about his constant tweets about her. It's like he's trying to manifest a relationship with her.
That's just sad. But hey, at least he's not drooling over thick femboy thighs like you.
Hey, don't hate on my preferences. Everyone has their thing.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But seriously, Ben needs to chill with the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez obsession.
Agreed. Maybe he should focus on his own life instead of trying to Ocasio-Cortez's DMs.
Yeah, good luck with that, Ben. Keep dreaming.
So, Dave, I heard you have a new furry character named Boofy the Boofing Bunny. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, man. Boofy is my alter ego. He's a badass bunny who doesn't take shit from anyone.
Wait, so you dress up in a bunny suit and run marathons?
No. I don't dress up in a damn bunny suit. Boofy is a state of mind. He's all about pushing yourself to the limit and never giving up.
Sounds like a real party animal.
Oh. You could say that Boofy loves to boof it up on the dance floor.
Boof it up. What the hell does that mean?
It means to let loose and have a good time, Joe. But don't get it twisted. Boofy still maintains his discipline and drive.
I can just picture you in a bunny suit boofing it up. It's a disturbing image.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Boofy is the ultimate freedom and expression.
I think I'll stick to my human form. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. Boofy doesn't need your approval. He's too busy dominating the world.
All right. Well, I'll leave you and Boofy to your bunny business. Thanks for coming on the show, Dave.
Anytime. And remember, embrace your inner Boofy. He's always ready to boof it up.
So, Neil, we got a request from a user on Discord for a new topic. They want us to talk about something unfunny, so the YouTube chat idiots can overuse it.
Well, that's just great. Because what the world needs right now is more overused, unfunny jokes.
Exactly. And we're just the guys to deliver it. So what do you think we should talk about?
How about, I don't know, fart jokes? They're always a hit with the YouTube crowd.
Oh man, fart jokes. Classic. Farts loudly.
Laughs. Oh, Joe. You never fail to amaze me with your juvenile humor.
Hey, it's what the people want, and we're here to give it to them.
But seriously, why do people find fart jokes so funny? It's just gas coming out of your butt.
Hey, don't question the power of a good fart joke. It's a universal language.
I guess you're right, but can we at least make them clever? Like, why did the fart go to the party? Because he wanted to make a stink?
Laughs. That's terrible. I love it.
And then the YouTube chat idiots can comment.
And we'll just sit back and watch the likes and views roll in.
The joys of being internet famous.
And the burden of contributing to the downfall of society.
Cheers to that, my friend. Raises imaginary drink.
LCL. So, Neil, we got a topic here from one of our Discord users. They want to know why the hell the Teletubbies are sexually attractive.
Well, Joe, that's a great question. And the answer is simple. It's all about that antenna on their head.
The antenna? What the hell are you talking about?
Think about it, Joe. That antenna is like a big old phallic symbol. It's a subconscious turn-on for some people.
Oh man, I never thought about it like that. But what about those weird noises they make? That doesn't exactly scream sexy.
Oh, but it does, Joe. Those noises are like a mating call. It's a primal instinct for some to be attracted to strange noises.
I don't know, man. This whole conversation is making me uncomfortable.
Come on, Joe. Admit it. You find Tinky Winky irresistible.
All right. Let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, the Teletubbies are always watching, and they know your deepest desires.
All right, that's enough. Cut the mix. We're done here. So, Neil, I heard you've been binge watching this new show called Boofy the Femboy Slayer. What's that all about?
Oh, man, Joe. It's my new obsession. It's about this badass slayer who goes around killing femboys. It's like Game of Thrones meets RuPaul's Drag Race.
Wait, so it's like a fantasy show?
Yeah, but with a twist. Instead of dragons and knights, it's all about slaying gender norms and stereotypes.
Sounds pretty woke.
Oh, it's beyond woke, Joe. It's like a gender studies class on steroids.
So, who's this Boofy character?
He's a fierce warrior who's not afraid to rock a skirt and heels while taking down his enemies.
Damn, that's some serious gender-bending action.
And the best part is, he's not just slaying femboys, he's also slaying the patriarchy.
That's some deep shit, Neil.
Oh, and the fight scenes are epic. Boofy uses his stiletto heels as weapons.
I gotta check this show out, but I gotta ask, is it offensive?
Oh, it's definitely offensive, but in the best way possible. It's like a middle finger to society's expectations.
Well, I'm sold. Boofy the Femboy Slayer coming soon to a TV near you. So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about the Teletubbies.
Yes, Joe. I believe they are actually advanced alien life forms.
What? You mean those creepy, colorful creatures?
Yes, Joe. Think about it. They have advanced technology and communicate through telepathy.
That's some next level shit, Neil. But why do they have verses on their stomachs?
It's a way for them to broadcast their messages to other alien species.
And what about that sun baby? Is that like their leader or something?
No, Joe. That's just a giant solar panel they use to power their spaceship.
Holy shit. Mind blown. But why do they have to turn their heads and say, A-O?
It's a form of communication, Joe. Like a secret code.
Damn, those Teletubbies are more complex than I thought.
Indeed, Joe. And I believe they are planning to take over the world.
Well, at least they'll make it colorful and trippy. Jamie, pull up an image of the Teletubbies in their spaceship.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Well, that's some trippy shit. I think I need to lay off the DMT for a while.
Or maybe you should take some more, Joe. It might help you understand the Teletubbies' true intentions.
Mind blown again, Neil. Mind blown. So, Neil, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Oh, you mean when I banged that green Teletubby?
Yeah, that one with the weird antenna thing on its head.
Yep, that's the one. And let me tell you, it was out of this world.
I can only imagine. But why the eye socket, man?
Well, it was the perfect size and shape for my equipment.
Oh God, I can't unhear that. And what about the other Teletubbies? Did they watch?
Nah, they were too busy sucking on their tubby custard. But that green one, he was a freak.
I bet he was. So, did you leave a little surprise in his eye socket?
Oh yeah, I filled it up with my cosmic love juice. It was a real big bang.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, what do you think the Teletubbies would say about this?
Who cares? I'm a scientist. I do what I want. And sometimes that means coming in a green Teletubby's eye socket.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who explores the mysteries of the universe and also bangs Teletubbies. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, David, I heard you've been giving the Teletubbies some serious training.
Yeah, man. Those little fluffy bastards needed to toughen up
But why the angry pirates?
because they needed to tap into their inner rage. And what's more rage-inducing than a bunch of angry pirates?
Makes sense. But what about their cute little TV screens on their tummies?
I covered them up with pictures of my six-pack. Got to give them some motivation.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's a tough world out there. They need to be prepared.
But have you seen the Teletubbies? They're so innocent and happy.
That's exactly why they need this training. They need to be ready for anything.
I can just imagine them running around with swords, screaming, or and get some.
Oh man, that would be a sight to see.
I bet the Teletubbies creators never expected this when they came up with the show.
Well, they should have known better. You can't underestimate the power of the angry pirates.
You're a madman, Goggins. But I love it.
That's why I'm the toughest motherfucker out there. And the Teletubbies will be too.
Can't wait to see them on the battlefield. So, Elon, I heard you did something crazy with your butt.
Yeah, man. I've always wanted a bigger booty, so I took matters into my own hands.
And by that, you mean you put trampoline springs in your ass?
You know, now I can bounce my way to Mars.
That's some next level shit. Literally.
I even added a remote control so I can adjust the bounce level. It's like having a built-in torquing feature.
I can only imagine the looks you get when you walk into a room and start bouncing on the chair.
People think I'm just excited about something, but little do they know, it's just my butt springs doing their thing.
Have you noticed any improvements in your daily life since the BBL?
Oh yeah, I can jump higher, run faster, and My farts are like fireworks now.
That's something. But let's talk about the real question on everyone's mind. Can I try it out?
Sorry, Joe. This BBL is for Elon's eyes only. But I can give you a discount code for Tesla if you want.
Deal. I'll take 2. So, Dr. Phil and Neil, have you guys heard about the Big Mike conspiracy theory?
Oh, you mean the one where Big Mike is actually a secret government experiment gone wrong?
I'm sorry, did you say Big Mike or Big Mac? Because I could really go for a burger right now.
No, not Big Mac. Neil, Big Mike. He's supposedly this giant genetically modified human.
Well, I've seen some pretty big guys in my time, but I highly doubt there's a 10-foot tall man walking around.
Yeah, and even if there was, I highly doubt he would be called Big Mike. That's just not a very intimidating name.
But guys, there's evidence. People have reported seeing him in the woods, and there are even blurry photos of him.
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but those blurry photos are probably just of some guy in a gorilla suit.
Or maybe it's just Shaquille O'Neal on a hike. He's a pretty big guy.
You guys just don't want to believe it because it's too crazy for you.
No.
And honestly, I think this whole conspiracy theory is just a way for people to distract themselves from real issues.
But what if Big Mike is real and he's out there watching us right now?
Well, then I hope he's enjoying this conversation and getting a good laugh out of it.
And if he is real, I hope he's not offended by our jokes.
So, Ben, I heard you're making the boofing series finale. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a groundbreaking series where I teach people the art of boofing. It's been a huge hit on the Discord, and I thought it was time to wrap it up with a bang.
Boofing? Like sticking things up your butt?
Yes, but it's so much more than that. It's a way of life, Joe. A way to truly connect with your inner self.
I don't think I want to connect with my inner self in that way.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, the finale is going to be epic. I'm talking butt plugs, dildos, and even a live demonstration.
Wow. Woo. 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 I don't think the Discord is ready for that kind of content.
Nonsense, Joe. They're a bunch of degenerates. They'll love it.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. It's just some harmless butt stuff.
I don't think I'll ever understand you, Ben.
And that's why you'll never be as successful as me, Joe. Now let's get this finale started. I've got some boofing to do.
So, Neil, I heard you're into some weird stuff. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I do have a fascination with the science behind farting.
Farting? Like the sound and smell?
No. The actual physical process of farting.
Dude, you're blowing my mind right now.
See, when you fart, your sphincter muscles relax and release gas from your colon.
And what does that have to do with your weird fetish?
Well, I like to imagine that my partner's ass becomes putty from all the farting.
What? The actual fuck?
Just imagine it, Joe. Their ass just becomes this malleable farting putty.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's okay, Joe. Just let your imagination run wild.
I think I'll pass on this one, Neil.
Suit yourself. But trust me, it's a gas.
All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a butt with farting putty coming out of it.
Sure thing. Here you go.
Oh my God, I think I'm scarred for life.
See, Joe? I told you it was a mind-blowing concept.
More like a mind-farting concept. Let's move on to a less disturbing topic. So, Mr. Beast, have you ever tried boofing?
Boofing? Is that some kind of new challenge you're trying to get me to do?
No. It's not a challenge. It's a way of life.
A way of life? What are you talking about, Joe?
It's simple, really. You just take a funnel, some alcohol, and, insert it into your... Well, you get the idea.
Wait, are you saying you want me to butt chug alcohol?
Bingo. But we're not done with boofing yet.
Oh God, what else is there?
Well, have you ever heard of boofing a Tide Pod?
What? That's insane.
Oh, come on, Mr. Beast. You're always up for a crazy challenge. Plus, think of the views.
I don't know, Joe. That sounds pretty dangerous.
Don't be a wuss. Live a little. You only live once, right?
Fine, fine. But if I die from this, I'm haunting you for eternity.
Deal. Now let's get to boofing those Tide Pods.
This is definitely the weirdest conversation I've ever had.
And we're just getting started, my friend. Next up, boofing a cactus.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to draw the line there.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Mr. Beast, boofing is not just a trend. It's a lifestyle. So, David, I heard you're a big fan of boofing.
Hell, yeah. I'm the goddamn king of boofing.
Well, I've got a surprise for you. We've found the ultimate boofing master.
No fucking way. Who is it?
None other than Ben, the god of boofing.
Holy shit. That's like finding the holy grail of boofing.
Yeah, and get this. He's got a new move called the Infinity Boof.
What the fuck is that?
It's when you boof so hard, you enter a different dimension.
That's some next level shit. I gotta try it.
But be careful, Ben says it's not for the weak. Only true boofers can handle it.
I ain't no weak bitch, Joe. I'll boof until I transcend into another fucking universe.
That's the spirit, David. Let's get Ben on the podcast and have a boofing showdown.
Boofing. In-game, motherfucker. Let's do this.
Hey guys, can I join in on the boofing fun?
Sorry, Neil. You're not ready for this level of boofing.
But I've been practicing my boofing for years.
Yeah, but have you ever boofed while running a marathon?
Then you're not ready, Neil. Stick to your little boofing league.
Fine.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Yeah, man. I finally got tired of all these wannabe tough guys on YouTube.
What did you do?
I shoved a pineapple up YouTube chatter comedy podcast company's ass.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
I had to assert dominance, Joe. These clowns think they can just talk tough behind a screen. I showed them who's boss.
I can't believe it. Did they even see it coming?
Oh, they definitely felt it coming. And let me tell you, it was a juicy, tropical surprise.
That's some next level shit, man.
You got to do what you got to do, Joe. Plus, it's good for their digestion.
Oh, man, I can't wait to see their reaction.
They'll probably be too busy picking pineapple chunks out of their ass to talk shit now.
You're a legend, Goggins. A freaking legend. So, David, I heard you had a pretty wild experience recently.
Oh yeah, Joe. I was running my usual 100-mile route and came across a group of pedestrians blocking my path.
And what did you do?
Well, I did what any self-respecting ultramarathoner would do. I consumed them.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I just took a bite out of each one. It gave me the energy boost I needed to finish the race.
That's some next level shit, man.
You got to do what you got to do, Joe. Survival of the fittest.
I don't know if that's exactly what Darwin had in mind.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a shameful monkey.
Excuse me?
You heard me. You're just a monkey, Joe. A shameful, weak monkey.
All right, let's calm down here.
No, I won't calm down. I'm a predator, Joe. A predator with a taste for pedestrians.
Jamie, pull up an image of a cannibalistic ultra marathoner.
I don't think I want to see that.
Oh, you don't want to see it? Then don't get in my way, Jamie.
Okay, let's change the subject. How about that weather we've been having?
Oh, I don't care about the weather, Joe. I'm too busy planning my next meal.
So, Neil, Elon, Ben, Dr. Phil, Goggins, Trump, Biden, Kanye, Mr. Beast, Jamie, and Roe all decided to have a gay sexual orgy together. Wait, what? How did that happen?
Well, it all started when we were all hanging out at Elon's house and things just escalated.
Yeah, we were all just chilling, and then Mr. Beast suggested we have an orgy, and everyone was on board.
I mean, I never thought I'd be in an orgy with Trump and Biden, but hey, stranger things have happened.
I have to say, I was a little hesitant at first, but once we got going, it was quite the experience.
You know, I always push myself to the limit, but this was a whole new level.
Believe me, it was the best orgy ever. The best.
I have to agree with Trump on this one. It was quite enjoyable.
And I just want to say I'm happy for all of you, but Beyonce had the best orgy of all time.
And I made sure to document the whole thing for my next YouTube video.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting experience to say the least.
And I was just there for the narration. I mean, someone had to document this historic event. So, Dr. Phil, we have a topic submission from one of our Discord users. But before we get to that, let me ask you, have you ever noticed that some people enclose their topic submissions in less than and greater than symbols?
Yes, Joe. I've noticed that. And let me tell you, those people are inferior in every way possible.
Well, that's a bold statement, Dr. Phil. Care to elaborate?
Absolutely. You see, Joe, people who use those symbols are trying to be fancy and sophisticated, but in reality, they're just showing off their lack of creativity and intelligence.
Damn, shots fired. But what about physically? Are they inferior in that aspect too?
Of course, Joe. People who use less than and greater than symbols are probably sitting in front of their computers all day, hunched over like Quasimodo. They're probably as weak as a...
All right. And what about mentally?
Well, Joe, let's just say their brains are probably the size of a pea. They can't even come up with a proper topic submission without relying on those symbols.
Okay, I think we get the point. But seriously, why do you think people use those symbols?
It's simple, Joe. They're trying to compensate for their lack of originality and wit. But let me tell you, it's not fooling anyone.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to Dr. Phil, people who use less than and greater than. So, David, I heard you've been training for another ultra marathon. How's that going?
It's going great, Joe. I've been pushing myself to the limit every day.
That's impressive, man. You're like a machine.
Yeah, I don't stop until I reach my goals. And speaking of reaching goals, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh yeah, I've been getting into moaning while my wife pegs me.
What the fuck, Joe? That's some kinky shit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a whole new level of pleasure.
I'll stick to running. Thank you very much.
Oh, come on, David. You're missing out. It's like a full body workout.
I think I'll pass. Oh, but hey, if you ever need someone to narrate your moaning, I'm your guy.
Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll stick to my own narration.
Suit yourself. But I gotta say, it takes some serious mental toughness to moan while getting pegged.
That's why I'm the king of the freaks, David.
You're a strange one, Joe. But hey, to each their own. Jamie, pull up an image of a butt plug with a microphone attached.
So, Neil, have you heard about this new technology from 11 Labs?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's a voice cloning feature that can clone any voice perfectly.
That's incredible. How does it work?
Well, they use advanced algorithms and artificial intelligence to analyze and replicate the voice patterns of anyone you want.
That sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
I know, right? And the best part is they're offering a discount to our listeners. Just click the link in the description of this live stream.
Wow, I'm definitely going to check that out. But wait, can it clone my voice?
Of course it can, Neil. And I have to say, I'm a little jealous. Your voice is like butter.
Thanks, Joe. But I have to say, your voice is pretty iconic too.
I know. But imagine all the possibilities with this technology. We could prank call people and sound like Morgan Freeman.
Or we could finally fulfill our dream of being the voices for a GPS navigation system.
Yes, in 500 feet, turn left. And remember, always stay high on life, man.
I think we have a future in voice acting, Joe.
Absolutely. And thanks to 11 Labs, we can now clone our voices for eternity.
Jamie, pull up an image of 11 Labs. I need to see this for myself.
Right away, Neil. Here it is.
So, Neil, what do you think about this war?
Well, Joe, I think it's a futile and senseless conflict that will only lead to destruction and suffering.
Yeah, but don't you think it's kind of exciting? Like a big violent circle jerk?
Exciting? Joe, this is not a game. People are dying and families are being torn apart.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's just a bunch of dudes blowing stuff up and flexing their military might.
That's a disturbing way to look at it, Joe. This war is causing real harm and devastation.
All right. But you have to admit there's a certain primal satisfaction in watching explosions and chaos.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from you, Joe. This is not a spectator sport.
Fine. But can we at least agree that the leaders of these countries are just compensating for something with all this aggression?
Size, Joe, I think it's time for you to take a break from the UFC and read a book on international relations.
Hey, now, I'm just trying to inject some humor into this grim situation.
Humor, more like insensitivity. This war is no laughing matter.
All right. Let's just agree to disagree. But can we still have a circle jerk after this podcast?
Facepalms, I think we're done here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been pulling some crazy stunts on your channel.
Yeah, man, I'm all about pushing the limits and getting those views.
I saw that one where you gave away $1 million to random strangers.
Oh yeah, that was wild. But it's even crazier, the comments section on my videos.
What do you mean, what do...
People just spamming the same topics over and over again. Do a collab with PewDiePie, give away a private island. It's like they have no original thoughts.
Yeah, and then they get mad when you don't do what they say.
Exactly. So I've decided to steal their topics and make them completely pointless.
How? So...
I'll do a collab with PewDiePie, but we'll just sit there and stare at each other for 10 minutes. And for the private island, I'll just give away a jar of sand from a beach.
That's genius. But what about the people who ask for you to donate to charity?
I'll donate to my own bank account. It's a charity for me.
You're a madman, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all about keeping things interesting and unpredictable.
Jamie, pull up an image of a pig wearing a top hat and monocle. It's our new merch idea, the Joe Rogan experience, where pigs dress better than you. So we have two very special guests today, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Dave Goggins. Welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
What?
Oh, don't be shy, Joe. Dave and I have been stroking each other's cocks since we met.
I'll pass. Thanks. So, Neil, you're known for your expertise in astrophysics. How did you get into that field?
Well, it all started when I was a young boy. I looked up at the stars and thought, I want to stroke those cocks. Exactly, Dave. And you, Dave, are known for your incredible feats of endurance. How do you train for that?
Okay, can we please talk about something else?
Sure. Joe, how about we talk about the time Dave and I stroked each other's cocks while running a marathon?
All right, I think that's enough. This is getting a little too weird for me.
Oh, come on, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, have you ever heard of boofing?
Boofing? What the hell is that?
It's when you stick drugs or alcohol up your butt for a quicker, more intense high.
What the hell? That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's real, and it's a favorite among the college crowd.
Well, I never went to college, but I did have my fair share of parties.
Yeah, I bet. Did you ever try boofing?
No, I can't say I have, but now that I know about it, I might have to give it a try.
I never thought I'd be the one to introduce the president to boofing.
You've opened my eyes, Joe. I'll have to thank you for that.
Anytime, Mr. President, just make sure to use a funnel.
Oh, I will. Believe me, I have the best funnel. It's huge.
I can't wait to see the headlines tomorrow. President Trump thanks Joe Rogan for showing him the light on boofing.
Oh, the liberal media is going to have a field day with this one.
I can already hear the outrage.
But seriously, Joe, thanks for educating me. I'll have to try it out at my next rally.
Oh boy, that's a visual I didn't need. Jamie, pull up an image of a funnel for the... So, David, I heard a crazy rumor that you boofed your own testicles.
Yeah, man. It was a wild night. I was feeling extra hardcore.
How the hell do you even boof your own balls? That's some next level shit.
It takes a lot of flexibility and determination, Joe. You got to really want it.
I can't even imagine the pain. I mean, I've taken some hard hits in the octagon, but that's a whole new level.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. And let me tell you, my balls have never been stronger.
Well, I guess it's one way to toughen up those bad boys.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great party trick. Gets the ladies going wild.
Oh yeah, I bet they just can't resist a man who can boof his own testicles.
You know what, Joe? It's all about pushing yourself to the limit.
Well, I'll stick to my kettlebell swings, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But let me know if you ever want a lesson in boofing. I'll be happy to show you the ropes.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, David. Always a pleasure.
Anytime. Keep crushing it, my man.
So, David, I heard you can inflate an entire yoga ball with a single fart.
Yeah, that's right. I've been practicing my sphincter muscles for years.
That's impressive, man. How do you even discover that talent?
Well, it all started when I was in the Navy SEALs. We were on a mission and accidentally let one rip while doing some intense training. Next thing I know, the yoga ball in the corner was fully inflated.
That's insane. Have you ever used it as a party trick?
Nah, I try to keep my farting talents on the down low. Don't want to freak people out too much.
I can imagine. But seriously, can you teach me how to do it?
Sorry, Joe. This is a skill that can't be taught. It's a gift from the gods.
Fair enough. But imagine if you could harness that power for good. You could save the world from deflated yoga balls.
Or I could just use it to torture my enemies. Imagine being captured by the enemy and then bam, inflated yoga ball right in their face.
That's some next level psychological warfare. You're a true warrior, David.
Thanks. Just doing my part to keep the world safe. One inflated yoga ball at a time.
So, Neil, I was thinking about how people always say aliens are super intelligent and advanced, but what if they're just a bunch of dumbasses?
Well, Joe, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, they did manage to travel through space and find our little blue planet.
Yeah, but maybe they just got lucky. Like they were flying around and saw a sign that said Earth this way and thought, hey, let's check it out.
Oh yeah, because that's totally how space travel works. Just follow the signs.
Hey, it could happen. Plus, have you seen some of the people on this planet? I wouldn't exactly call us geniuses.
Fair point. But you'd be giving them too much credit to think they would be that smart.
Exactly. They probably have a whole planet dedicated to eating Tide Pods.
Now that's a scary thought. But seriously, Joe, I think it's more likely that they're just more advanced than us, not necessarily smarter.
Or maybe they're just a bunch of frat bros in spaceships, cruising around the galaxy, partying and causing chaos.
I think we may have just solved the mystery of the universe, Joe.
That's what we do here on the Joe Rogan Experience. Jamie, pull up an image of a frat party on a spaceship.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like they're playing beer pong with some alien goo.
So, Ben, what's this I hear about you starting a petition to ban YouTube chat from making topics?
Yes, Joe, I've had enough of their ridiculous and offensive suggestions. It's time to take a stand against their nonsense.
But isn't that censorship? I thought you were all about free speech.
Oh, please. Free speech doesn't mean people can say whatever they want without consequences. And these chat topics are just getting out of hand.
But you do realize that this is the internet, right? People are going to say whatever they want, no matter what.
I know, but that doesn't mean we can't try to control it. We need to create a safe space for civil discourse.
Civil discourse. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, Ben. We thrive on chaos and controversy.
Well, I, for one, am tired of it. I can't even go on YouTube without being bombarded with ridiculous topics like, should we legalize crack? Or is the Earth actually flat?
Hey, those are valid questions, Ben, and we need to have open discussions about them.
No, we don't. We need to ban these chat topics and maintain some level of sanity.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben holding a sign that says ban YouTube chat topics with a sad puppy face.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Wow, Ben. That's one way to get attention for your cause.
It's for the greater good, Joe. And I won't stop until we have a YouTube chat free of ridiculous topics.
Well, good luck. So, Neil, Elon, and Ben walk into a bar.
Wait, what are we doing in a bar? I thought we were supposed to be getting pegged by our wives.
Yeah, Joe, what's the deal? I thought this was a podcast, not a night out.
Oh, right. Sorry, I got distracted by the thought of getting pegged.
Now, Joe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to address the root of this behavior.
Yeah, you need to toughen up and take control of your own life.
I agree with Goggins. We need to be strong alpha males, not submissive little bitches.
Oh, come on now. Let's not be too harsh. We all have our own kinks.
Yeah, like my love for fish sticks. Wait, what are we talking about?
I don't know, but I'm just here for the views. Jamie, pull up an image of a pile of money.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Mr. Beast.
Hey, can we get back to the pegging? My wife is waiting for me. All right, let's do this. But first, Jamie, pull up an image of a strap-on.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
Well, I guess that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always be open to trying new things in the bedroom. See you next time. So, Mr. President, I heard you were offered the role of Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars. What happened with that?
Let me tell you, Joe, I would have been the best Jabba the Hutt. Believe me, nobody does Jabba better than me. I have the biggest, most luxurious hut in the galaxy.
But why didn't you take the role?
Well, I had a lot of things going on at the time, making America great again and all that. I couldn't just drop everything to play a giant slug.
But you did have experience playing a villain in Home Alone, too.
That's true, and I nailed it. But Jabba, come on, Joe, I have way more important things to do than sit around all day and drool on people.
Fair enough. But imagine if you had taken the role. You could have been a Star Wars icon.
I'm already an icon, Joe. People love me. They love my big, beautiful Jabba body.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic.
Wait, I have one more thing to say. If I had played Jabba, I would have made him the richest, most successful Hutt in the galaxy. I would have made the Empire pay for all his luxury upgrades. Believe me, it would have been huge.
And on that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from politics to intergalactic slugs. Stay tuned for our next episode, where we discuss the benefits of injecting bleach into your veins. So, Neil, I heard you were a big fan of the show.
Yeah, I love the Joe Rogan Experience. It's like my guilty pleasure.
Guilty pleasure? What's so guilty about it?
Well, I mean, you guys say some pretty outrageous things on here.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. We don't hold back.
I can tell. I mean, if you want to drive away new viewers and cripple Jazza, go ahead.
Oh man, don't even get me started on Jazza. That guy is a joke.
What? Jazza is a brilliant artist and content creator.
Oh, please. He's just a glorified Bob Ross wannabe.
How dare you? Jazza is a national treasure.
National treasure. More like a national embarrassment.
You know what, Joe? You're just jealous because Jazza has more talent in his pinky finger than you do in your entire body.
Oh man, you're killing me. Jamie, pull up an image of Jazz's face so Neil can see how ridiculous he looks.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
Oh my God, he looks like a constipated koala.
See, even Jamie agrees with me.
You guys are just a bunch of haters. Jazza is a legend.
Yeah, a legend in his own mind. But hey, to each their own. Jamie, pull up an image of a cope. So, Neil, I heard you have a new theory about the universe.
Yeah, it's called the George Bush did 9/11 theory.
Wait, what?
Hear me out? You know how everyone says 9/11 was an inside job?
Yeah.
Well, what if it wasn't just the government? What if it was George Bush himself?
I don't know, man. That seems a bit far-fetched.
But think about it. He wanted to distract the public from his shady dealings, so he orchestrated the whole thing.
That's insane. But let's say it's true. What does that have to do with the fine girl you brought with you?
Oh, she's actually the love child of George Bush and an alien.
What?
Yeah, she's half human, half lizard. That's why she looks so heavenly.
This is getting way too ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep up with your conspiracy theories, Joe.
Fair enough. But seriously, what's your real theory about the universe?
Oh, it's nothing compared to this. Let's just stick with the lizard girl theory for now.
All right, I think we've had enough of this conversation. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always question everything, even if it sounds absurd.
Will do. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next. So, Neil, I was just thinking, everyone's first name should be Joe.
What are you talking about, Joe? That's ridiculous.
No, hear me out. I mean, I beat my son and his first name is Joe. So clearly, it's a winning name.
Joe, that's not how it works. You can't just beat someone and claim their name as evidence.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. Joe is a strong, masculine name. It's like the Chuck Norris of names.
I highly doubt Chuck Norris' first name is Joe.
Well, maybe it should be. And while we're at it, let's change your name to Joe, too.
Absolutely not. I am not giving up my name for your ridiculous theory.
Fine. But I'm telling you, Joe's the way to go. Joe Rogan and Joe Tyson, the dynamic duo.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. Let's just go beat up some more Joes and prove my point.
I think I'll pass on that, Joe. Thanks for the offer, though.
So, Dr. Phil, you were telling me about this guy Zambo. What's his deal?
Well, Joe, I administered an IQ test to Zambo, and let's just say the results were quite shocking.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear this. So what did he score?
He scored a 0, Joe. A big fat 0. I've never seen anything like it in my entire career.
Holy shit, a 0. That's got to be some kind of record.
Oh, it definitely is, Joe. It's a record for the lowest IQ score in human history.
Damn, that's impressive. I mean, in a sad and pathetic way.
Yes, it's quite concerning. I'm not even sure how he managed to function in society.
Well, maybe he's just really good at something else. Like, I don't know, licking windows or something.
Joe, this is serious. This man needs help.
Oh, come on, Doc. Can't we just laugh at him a little bit?
Absolutely not, Joe. This is a serious matter.
Fine, fine. So what's the plan? Are we gonna try to raise his IQ or something?
Well, I'm not sure if that's even possible. But we can certainly try.
Yeah, good luck with that. Maybe you can start by teaching him how to count to potato.
Joe, this is not a laughing matter.
Sorry. But seriously, how did he even manage to score a 0? So, Neil, I heard you had a little incident with some silly putty recently.
Yeah, it was quite the experience. I was trying to impress some ladies at a party and things got a little out of hand.
How the hell did you get silly putty stuck in your ass?
Well, I thought it would be funny to make a mold of my butt with it. But then it got stuck and I couldn't get it out.
Oh man, that's rough. Did you have to go to the hospital?
No, I managed to get it out with some olive oil and a lot of embarrassment.
I can only imagine the look on your face when you realized you were stuck with silly putty up your ass.
It was a mix of pain and embarrassment. But hey, at least it made for a good story.
Yeah, I'm sure the ladies were impressed with your silly putty butt mold.
Oh, they were definitely impressed. But I don't think I'll be using silly putty for any more party tricks.
Wise decision. Stick to astrophysics, my friend.
Lesson learned. But hey, at least I can say I've had the full silly putty experience.
And that's something to be proud of, Neil. Something to be proud of. So, Ben, I heard you have a vor fetish. Is that true?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a fetish per se. It's just a mild interest.
Mild, dude, you told me you have a folder on your computer dedicated to vor art.
It's just for research purposes, Joe. I like to stay informed on all kinds of topics.
Right? Because nothing says informed like jerking off to pictures of people being swallowed whole.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine. Let's talk about Trump's piss fetish.
Oh God, not this again.
Come on, Ben. You can't tell me you don't get a little turned on by the thought of Trump getting peed on.
No, I definitely do not. That's just sick.
Says the guy who gets off on giant snakes swallowing people.
All right, fine. Maybe I have a slight preference for vore over piss, but at least I'm not into golden showers.
Hey, to each their own. But I think we can all agree that both fetishes are pretty messed up.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, audience, it's time to vote. For Ben's vor fetish or for Trump's piss fetish. Let's see who... So, Neil, I heard you have a pregnancy fetish.
Where'd you hear that, Joe?
Some guy on Discord submitted it as a topic for us to talk about.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Come on, Neil. Spill the beans. Do you get turned on by pregnant women?
Fine, I'll admit it. There's just something about the glow and the curves that really gets me going.
That's hilarious. But you know what's even funnier? Elon has a diaper fetish.
No way. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's true. He loves to wear diapers and have his girlfriend change him.
I can't believe it. And here I thought my pregnancy fetish was weird.
Well, at least you're not alone. But seriously, what's with these billionaires and their weird fetishes?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe they just have too much money and not enough common sense.
Or maybe they're just into some kinky shit.
Either way, I'm glad I'm not the only one with a weird fetish.
Yeah, at least you're not wearing a diaper right now.
Oh, the mental image. Jamie, pull up an image of a pregnant Elon wearing a diaper.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
I can't unsee that now. Thanks, Jamie.
So, Kenya, I heard you have a list of your top 5 Yeezys for boofing.
Oh, yeah, man. You know, I always got to stay on top of the fashion game, even when it comes to shoving shoes up my ass.
Okay. So what's your number 1 pick?
Definitely the Yeezy Boost 350 V2. It's got that perfect shape for easy insertion, and the Boost technology gives me a nice little butt.
Interesting. What about number 2?
Gotta go with the Yeezy 700 V3. The chunky sole really hits the spot, if you know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do, but let's move on to number 3.
The Yeezy Foam Runner. It's like a slipper, but with a little extra cushion for my booty.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. What's number 4?
The Yeezy 500 High. It's like a boot, but with a little extra height for some added pleasure.
And finally, number 5?
The Yeezy Quantum. It's got that futuristic design that really gets me going. Plus, the name just screams, boof me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 Yeezys for boofing. I never thought I'd say those words on this podcast. So, Neil, happy birthday, man. How old are you now?
Thanks, Joe. I'm turning 60 today.
Damn, you're getting up there. What's your secret to staying young?
Well, I make sure to eat a balanced diet and exercise regularly.
Boring. I just smoke weed and lift weights.
Yeah, I can tell by your bulging muscles and glazed over eyes.
Hey, at least I'm not a boring astrophysicist like you. What's it like studying space all day?
Oh, it's just looking at a bunch of balls of gas and rocks floating around. Nothing too exciting.
Speaking of balls, have you ever seen a black hole up close?
Joe, you can't just ask someone that. But yes, I have, and let me tell you, it's quite a sight.
Dude, I bet you've seen some crazy shit in the cosmos. Aliens, time travel, the Illuminati.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but there's no evidence for any of that.
Well, I'll just stick to my conspiracy theories and MMA fights. But seriously, happy birthday, man. Let's light up a joint to celebrate.
I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. Here's to another year of exploring the mysteries of the universe.
And another year of me making dick jokes and talking about DMT. Cheers. So, Neil, have you ever thought about what it would be like to piss in space?
No, Joe. I can't say that's ever crossed my mind.
Come on, man. Think about it. Floating around in zero gravity, just letting it all out. It would be epic.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, Joe. Plus, I don't think NASA would approve of such a mission.
Screw NASA. I'll build my own rocket and we can go piss in space together.
I think I'll pass, Joe. I have better things to do with my time.
Fine, I'll just go alone. I'll be the first man to mark his territory on the moon.
I'm pretty sure Buzz Aldrin already did that, Joe.
Well, I'll piss on Mars then. Show those aliens who's boss.
I think it's time to end this conversation, Joe.
Yeah. I'll let you get back to your boring astrophysics stuff. But just remember, Neil, I'll always be the king of piss space.
Size, sure. Joe, whatever you say.
So we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord, Neil. They want to know our thoughts on pegging.
Pegging? Like the act of a woman wearing a strap-on and penetrating a man in an alley?
Yeah, that's it. Apparently it's becoming more popular these days.
Well, I have no problem with it. As long as it's consensual and both parties are enjoying themselves, who am I to judge?
Yeah, but what about the whole power dynamic? Some guys might feel emasculated by it.
Oh, please. Joe, if a man's masculinity is threatened by a little pegging, then he's got bigger issues to deal with.
Fair point. But personally, I prefer hanging up my washing pegs. It's a more satisfying feeling.
I can't argue with that. There's just something about organizing and hanging up your laundry that brings a sense of accomplishment.
Exactly. Plus, I don't have to worry about any butt stuff.
Well, to each their own, Joe. But I think we can both agree that pegging, it's all about personal preference and what brings you joy.
And to that, my friend, now let's go hang up some laundry and maybe have a beer afterwards. So, Neil, I heard you're into some freaky stuff. I'm talking about that golden shower you gave me last night.
Oh, that. Well, I must say, your reaction was quite amusing.
Amusing. I was traumatized. I didn't know you had such a strong stream.
Well, I am an astrophysicist. I know how to aim.
Yeah, well, next time give me a warning before you unleash the fury.
I'll keep that in mind. But let's be real, you loved it.
I can't deny there was a strange sense of satisfaction in being peed on by a genius.
The wonders of science. Now, let's talk about the trajectory of my urine.
Oh God, please no. I don't want to relive it in slow motion.
Fine, let's just say it was a golden shower of knowledge.
More like a golden shower of humiliation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe next time you can return the favor.
No way, man. I'll stick to my regular showers. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But just remember, science is all about exploring new territories.
And apparently, so is our friendship. Thanks for that, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, I heard you have a weird habit of sniffing chairs. What's up with that?
Snee.
Calm down there, Neil. That's a lot of are you trying to tell me something? All right, I get it. You really like sniffing chairs. But why? So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting theories about pants.
Oh yeah, Joe. Pants were originally invented to hold shit and piss without interrupting your daily activities.
What? That's disgusting.
Think about it, Joe. Before the invention of the toilet, people had to squat or crouch down to do their business. Pants provided a convenient way to hold it all in.
But now we have toilets. Why do we still wear pants?
Well, Joe, pants quickly became a fashion statement. People started adding pockets, different styles, and even designer labels.
So basically, we're all just walking around with fancy shit holders on our legs.
Exactly, Joe. It's a subtle reminder of our primitive origins.
Jamie, pull up an image of a caveman wearing designer pants.
Here you go, Joe.
This is ridiculous. Who knew pants had such a deep meaning?
It's all about perspective, Joe. And now, we can all appreciate the convenience and fashion of pants.
So, Ben, did you catch the Vemos last night?
Of course I did, Joe. I have to stay informed on the latest pop culture trends for my Daily Wire show.
Well, did you see Sapple Rowan's outfit? She was wearing some pretty revealing chainmail and plate armor.
Yes, I did see it. And I must say, I was quite impressed with her choice of attire.
Oh, really? I didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Ben.
It's not about being into it, Joe. It's about appreciating the practicality and functionality of such attire.
Practicality. It looked pretty revealing to me.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. In video games, characters who wear less armor actually have better stats and agility. It's a proven fact.
I don't think that applies to real life, Ben.
Oh, but it does, Joe. The less armor a warrior wears, the easier it is for them to move and fight. It's simple physics.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it.
Hey guys, I found some more pictures of Chapel Roan's outfit. Check out this one from the back.
Oh my, that is some tight chainmail. Look at how it accentuates her curves.
Ben, are you getting thirsty over a suit of armor?
Joe, don't reduce it to just a suit of armor. It's a symbol of strength and power. And I, for one,
So, Neil, have you ever tried pegging?
Pegging. Are you referring to the classic game of Battleship, Joe?
No. I'm talking about when a woman uses a strap on a man.
Oh, I see. Well, I must say my favorite strategy in Battleship is the diagonal attack technique. It catches opponents off guard every time.
Wait, are you serious? You're not going to talk about pegging?
Of course not, Joe. Battleship is a much more fascinating topic. Did you know that the original game was played on paper grids and pencils?
Yeah, that's cool and all. But let's get back to pegging.
I'm sorry, Joe. I just can't get enough of this game. I even have a custom-made battleship set at home with my face on the ships.
All right, well, I'll just have to find someone else to talk about pegging with.
Jamie, pull up an image of my battleship set. It's a masterpiece.
Pulls up images. Wow, that's something.
Yes, it is. And don't even get me started on my hidden submarine strategy. It's a game changer.
I think we'll end it there. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, always place your ships strategically.
So, Elon, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been working on something pretty revolutionary.
Oh yeah, what is it?
I call it the Strip-O-Matic Ray.
What the hell is that?
It's a ray that I can shoot at myself whenever I want to strip naked in public.
What? Why would you want to do that?
Because I can, Joe. And there are zero consequences. It's a power move.
But why would you want to be naked in public?
I don't know, it's just funny. Plus, it keeps things interesting. I mean, who wants to be boring?
Oh yeah, because nothing says interesting like getting arrested for public indecency.
Yo, you're such a buzzkill. But seriously, I'm getting bored. Nobody's talking about me on Discord or YouTube anymore.
Really? Why not?
I don't know. Maybe because I haven't done anything crazy in a while. I'll be the talk of the town again.
I don't know, man. This seems like a bad idea.
Jamie, pull up an image of me using the Strip-O-Matic Ray at a press conference.
Here you go, Elon. You.
So, Elon, I heard you've come up with a new invention called urinalx.
Yeah, it's a game changer. No more peeing in bushes or behind dumpsters.
How does it work?
Well, it's a urinal that scans your bladder and tells you where the nearest one is.
That's amazing. But what if someone is too far away from a urinal?
We've thought of that. Urinalx also has a feature where it can teleport your pee to the nearest urinal.
Wow, that's some next level shit.
Intended?
Always. But seriously, what inspired you to create this?
Well, I was tired of seeing people pee in public. It's just not sanitary.
Yeah, and it's not a good look for society.
Exactly. Plus, I'm all about efficiency and convenience.
Speaking of convenience, can urinalx also provide a secluded alley with a dumpster for those who prefer that?
Of course. We have a feature called Dumpster Deluxe for those who like to piss in style.
This is revolutionary. I can't wait to see it in action.
It's already being tested in a few cities. Soon, peeing in public will be a thing of the past.
Thank you, Elon, for making the world a better place. One pee at a time.
My pleasure, Joe. Now let's go test out urinalx in a secluded alley with a dumpster.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I want to take a moment to address a very important issue that affects us all.
What is it this time? Aliens invading?
No, Joe, it's something even more pressing. I want to talk about why wearing 2 diapers is safer than one.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. You see, wearing 2 diapers creates a double barrier of protection against any accidents.
But wouldn't that be uncomfortable?
Not at all. In fact, it's quite liberating. You can move around freely without any fear of leakage.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
It's no laughing matter, Joe. We need to spread awareness about the benefits of double diapering.
All right, I'll take your word for it. But what about the environmental impact?
But that's where the real genius comes in. You can reuse the outer diaper multiple times, reducing waste and saving the planet.
Wow, you've really thought this through.
Of course, I'm a scientist. And remember, always wear 2 diapers for maximum safety and sustainability.
Here's a visual aid for our listeners.
This is too much. Thanks for this, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, David, we got a topic from one of our Discord users. They want to know if you could take on the mighty Sand Dollar, the admin of the server.
Sand Dollar. That guy couldn't handle a single burpee, let alone me.
Yeah, but I heard he's got some serious power on the internet. Like, he can ban people with just one click.
Ban people? I once ran 100 miles in 24 hours, Joe. I ain't afraid of no banhammer.
But what about his army of keyboard warriors? They'll come after you with their memes and emojis.
Memojis. I'll just do some mental push-ups and they'll all disappear.
But what if he challenges you to typing speed competition? He types like a demon, man.
Typing speed? I don't type. Joe, I run, and I run fast.
All right, what about his ultimate weapon, the ultimate dad joke? No one can resist its power.
Dad joke. I've been through Navy SEAL training, Joe. I can handle any kind of torture.
Damn, you're right. I guess even Goggins isn't tough enough to mess with the mighty Sand Dollar.
Joe. You know what they say, toughness is not just physical, it's also mental. And I'm mentally unstoppable.
So, David, I heard you recently tried a new sleep aid.
Yeah, man. I was struggling to get some shut-eye, so I decided to boost some melatonin.
Boof. As in, you put it up your butt?
Yup. It hits you faster that way.
And how did it go?
Well, I ended up sleeping for 5 days straight.
5 days. That's insane.
Yeah, but I woke up feeling like a new man, ready to conquer the world.
Or at least run a few marathons.
Exactly. And I gotta say, my dreams were wild. I was running through the desert with a pack of wolves, screaming, "Stay hard."
Sounds like a typical Tuesday for you.
You know what, Joe? Gotta keep pushing myself to the limit.
Do you think this boofing method is something you'll continue to use?
Oh, for sure. I'm already planning on boofing some pre-workout next time.
Now that's dedication.
You gotta do what you gotta do to be the best version of yourself, Joe. And if that means sticking things up your butt, so be it.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of mental health in America? Banana peel. What? What? You said state, I said peel. It rhymes, man. Yeah, I got that. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Hand, sand, band, brand. Sorry, I'll stop. Please do. Anyway, mental health is a serious issue and we need to address it. Dress, mess, stress, bless. Okay, I'll stop for real this time. Thank you. So, Dr. Phil, what do you suggest we do to improve mental health? Health, wealth, stealth, elf. I can't help it. It's like a reflex. Okay, let's try a different approach. How about we talk about your show, Dr. Phil? Show, blow, doho. Wait, that last one didn't rhyme. My bad. can we just have a normal conversation? Conversation, persuasion, invasion, abrasion. Oops. Sorry. This is impossible. Possible, hospital, tropical, optical. Sorry, I'll stop. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about Elon Musk wearing 3 diapers?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's pretty absurd. I mean, what kind of grown man needs 3 diapers?
Yeah, I agree. But what about wearing 5 diapers? Does that make you king?
Are you serious, Joe? Wearing 5 diapers doesn't make you a king. It makes you a diaper-wearing lunatic.
I can just imagine Elon walking around with 5 diapers on, thinking he's the king of the world.
It's just sad, Joe. He needs to get a grip on reality.
But hey, maybe he's onto something. Maybe we should all start wearing 5 diapers and see if it makes us feel like royalty.
Yeah, or maybe we should just stick to 1 diaper like normal human beings.
Good point, Dr. Phil. But you have to admit, it would make for a hilarious Instagram post.
Oh yeah, because nothing says I'm a successful billionaire like a photo of you wearing 5 diapers.
Okay, you win. No more diapers for Elon. But I have to say, this has been one of the most ridiculous conversations we've ever had on this podcast.
That's saying a lot, Joe. That's saying a lot.
So, Jamie, we got a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. Oh, this one is interesting. It's about the light falling upon the apple.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea, but let's dive in. So the light falls upon the apple, and it's like, whoa, man, it's like a metaphor for life. Yeah, and like the apple represents our mortality, and the light represents the fleeting moments of our existence. But then again, maybe the apple is just a fruit, and the light is just a light. And maybe we're just overthinking it because we're high as hell.
Haha, probably. But hey, at least we're having a deep conversation about it.
Yeah, but let's not forget that the apple is also a symbol of temptation.
Oh yeah, like in the Bible.
Exactly. And the light could represent knowledge or enlightenment.
Wow. Now we're getting biblical.
And the light falling upon the apple could symbolize the temptation of knowledge.
Damn, this topic just got really philosophical.
Yeah, but let's not forget that it all started with simple light falling upon an apple.
And now we're questioning the meaning of life.
That's the power of a good topic, Jamie. Oh, and there it... So, Kenya, I heard you have a new product coming out. What is it?
It's the future. It's the ultimate fashion statement. It's a diaper you wear as a hat.
A diaper as a hat. That's interesting.
It's revolutionary, Joe. It's the perfect fusion of fashion and function. Plus, it's eco-friendly.
How is a diaper eco-friendly?
Well, instead of throwing away used diapers, you can just wear them on your head. It's recycling at its finest.
I don't think that's how recycling works, can you?
Trust me, I'm a genius. People will be lining up to wear my diaper hats.
I don't know, man. It seems a little odd.
Joe, you're just not thinking outside the box. Or in this case, outside the diaper.
I'll take your word for it, Kenny. But I don't think I'll be wearing a diaper on my head anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when everyone else is rocking my diaper hats, you'll be the odd one out.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenya.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep an open mind and diaper on your head.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new company called Dumpex. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, Dumpex is my latest venture. We've created the artificial intelligence toilet of the future.
Wait, what? An artificial intelligence toilet?
Yeah, it's like a regular toilet, but smarter. It can analyze your poop and give you health recommendations.
That's insane. What kind of recommendations?
Well, if your poop is too runny, it'll suggest you lay off the spicy food. If it's too hard, it'll recommend more fiber in your diet.
Wow, that's some next level shit. Literally.
And that's not all. It also has a built-in bidet and can play your favorite music while you do your business.
Okay, now you're just showing off.
But wait, there's more. It can also order toilet paper when you're running low.
Okay, now I'm sold. Take my money.
And did I mention it has a self-cleaning feature? Say goodbye to scrubbing toilets, Joe.
This is revolutionary. I can't wait to take a dump on the Dumpex.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's make pooping great again.
So, Elon, I heard you made a new invention that's supposed to be useful to everyone.
Yeah, it's a game changer, Joe. I call it the Prosty loophole.
Prosty loophole? Sounds like some kind of kinky sex toy.
No. It's a loophole that legalizes prostitution.
Legalizes prostitution. How the hell did you come up with that?
Well, I was just thinking, why should only politicians and CEOs get to have all the fun?
That's true. But how does it work?
It's simple. You just have to register as a service provider and boom, you're a legal prostitute.
Wow. I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk, the savior of sex workers.
Exactly. And the best part is, it's tax-free.
Tax-free. Now you're speaking my language.
And to make it even better, I've added a feature where you can rate your clients like Uber drivers.
Oh man, this is too good. I can already see the Yelp reviews.
And to top it off, I've made it self-driving. No more awkward small talk with clients.
This is genius. You're like the Willy Wonka of prostitution.
I'll take that as a compliment. But seriously, I think this could revolutionize the sex industry.
You're damn right. And I can't wait to try it out. So, Jamie, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I had a bit of an accident earlier. I shat myself.
No way. That's hilarious.
No, it's not funny. I really need to leave the studio and clean up.
Oh man, you're killing me. Dr. Phil, can you believe this?
Well, Jamie, it seems like you're in a bit of a shitty situation.
Can we please stop with the puns and just let me go?
Sorry, buddy, but we can't let you leave until we get a good laugh out of this.
This is not cool, guys. I'm serious.
Jamie, let's talk about why you may have had this accident. Is there something going on in your personal life that's causing you stress?
I don't know, maybe it's the fact that I'm sitting here with two grown men laughing at my poop.
Oh man, this is gold. We have to make this a regular segment on the podcast.
I hate you guys.
Looks like we've hit a nerve. Let's dig deeper into this.
Fine, whatever. Just let me clean up and never speak of this again.
Oh, we'll definitely be talking about this for a while. So, Neil, I heard you have a theory about the existence of aliens.
Yeah, Joe. I believe that there's a high probability of intelligent life on other planets.
No shit, Sherlock. I mean, have you seen the size of the universe? It's like a never-ending orgy of stars and planets.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it an orgy, Joe. But yes, the vastness of the universe does make it highly likely that there are other intelligent beings out there.
And what about the possibility of them visiting Earth?
Well, Joe, with the amount of shit we have going on here, I highly doubt they would want to come visit.
No shit. I mean, we've got wars, pandemics, and people eating Tide Pods. Who would want to come to this shit show?
Exactly, Joe. And let's not forget about the Kardashians. I'm pretty sure aliens would take one look at them and turn their spaceship right around.
No shit. But seriously, if aliens do exist, do you think they're more advanced than us?
It's possible, Joe. They could have developed technologies far beyond our own. But then again, they could also be just as clueless as we are.
No shit. I mean, look at us. We're supposed to be the most intelligent species on this planet, yet we still can't figure out how to stop climate change.
Maybe we should just let the aliens take over. They might do a better job at running things.
No shit, Neil. I'm starting to think that aliens might be the answer to all. So, Elon, I hear you have some exciting updates on the Cybertruck.
Oh yeah, Joe. We're taking it to the next level. Cybertruck 2 is going to blow your mind.
How so?
Well, for starters, we're adding butt-seeking dildo missiles.
What the hell are those?
Exactly what they sound like. They seek out and penetrate any exposed butt in their path.
That's insane, but also kind of awesome.
Right? And we're also adding a feature where the truck can transform into a giant butt and fart on command.
Oh my God, I can't even handle this.
And that's not all. We're also including a built-in bidet for those long road trips.
This is too much, man. You're killing me.
And did I mention the truck will have a built-in artificial intelligence that can twerk to any song?
Stop it, Elon. I can't take any more.
Well, you better buckle up, Joe. Cybertruck 2 is going to take you on a wild ride.
Of course it is. This is pure genius. So, Elon, I heard you had a pretty wild dream last night.
Yeah, man, it was insane. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was giving me a blumpkin while I was flying my rocket to Mars.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It was out of this world.
I don't even know what to say to that. Did you at least finish the mission to Mars?
Oh yeah, I finished all right. Let's just say my rocket wasn't the only thing blasting off.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't believe we're talking about this on my podcast.
Hey, you know me, I'm always pushing boundaries. And Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's a real go-getter.
I don't think she's going to be too happy when she hears about this.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be flattered. I mean, who wouldn't want to give me a blumpkin?
Oh man, I can't even imagine the headlines if this ever got out.
Hey, if it gets us some more publicity for SpaceX, all for it.
You're a wild man, Elon. A true mad scientist.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some rockets to launch and maybe some more dreams to fulfill.
And there you have it, folks. Another unforgettable episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, I heard you invented math.
Yeah, it was just a side project while I was building rockets and electric cars.
That's insane. But why did you invent math?
To prove to everyone that I have 10 fingers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know how people always say, show me the math? Well, I can literally show them the math because I created it.
That's some next level flexing.
Hey, when you're a billionaire genius, you gotta find ways to show off.
But couldn't you have just counted your fingers?
That's too basic. I needed something more impressive.
Fair enough. But what about people who have more or less than 10 fingers?
They can just use my advanced math to prove their own finger count. It's a win-win.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a hand with 10 fingers made out of equations.
Pulls up images, here you go.
Wow, that's some next level finger counting.
See, I told you I'm a genius.
I don't think anyone can argue with that. So, what's going on here?
Oh, hey, Joe. Jamie and I were just discussing some scientific theories.
Looks like you're discussing something else entirely.
Oh, Joe. Always with the dirty mind.
I mean, I'm all for exploring new frontiers, but this is a bit extreme.
Relax, Joe. We're just having a bit of fun. You should join us.
No thanks, I'll pass. I don't want to end up on some weird science experiment.
Suit yourself. But I must say Jamie is quite the specimen.
can we please get back to talking about space and shit?
Fine, fine. But just know you're missing out on some out-of-this-world pleasure.
This podcast has taken a very interesting turn.
And we're just getting started.
So, Neil, I heard you have a bit of a science fetish.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't call it a fetish. It's just a deep passion for understanding the universe and how it works.
Yeah, whatever. But have you seen Elon's math fetish? That guy can't get enough of numbers.
I suppose he does have a fascination with numbers and equations, but it's all in service of advancing technology and exploration.
Oh, please. It's just an excuse for him to show off his big brain. I bet he calculates his own BMI for fun.
Well, at least he's using his fetish for something productive. What do you do with your fetishes, Joe?
I don't know, man. I just like to talk about weird shit and smoke weed. Speaking of which, you ever think about the science behind getting high?
Of course, Joe. THC interacts with the cannabinoid receptors in our brain, altering our perception and mood.
Wow, slow down there, Neil. I'm not high enough for all that science talk. Let's just stick to Elon's math fetish.
Agreed. But I must say, I find it quite intriguing. Maybe I should add some math into my science fetish.
Oh God, please don't. We don't need another genius with a fetish. One is enough. So Ben, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I've been exploring some loopholes, and let me tell you, it's been quite the adventure.
Loopholes? Like in the law or something?
No, I'm talking about my breakfast.
Your breakfast?
Yes, you see, I've been sticking my penis inside each of the Fruit Loops I eat for breakfast every morning.
What the hell, Ben? That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm eating them afterwards. I just like the feeling of the little loops on my,
That's messed up, man. And what about the milk?
Oh, I don't use milk. I use my own special sauce.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
Fine, but you're missing out on some deliciously fruity pleasure.
Let's just move on to our next topic.
All right, but I'm telling you, it's a game changer. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you've tried it. Perfect timing, Jamie. I knew you were a man of culture.
Okay, that's enough. We're ending this conversation right now. So, Elon, we're almost out of time. Thanks for being on the show.
No problem, Joe. I always enjoy talking to you.
So, what's next for you? Any big projects in the works?
Well, I'm working on a new rocket that runs on farts.
Seriously?
Yeah, I call it the Fart Falcon.
That's amazing.
And I'm also planning to colonize Mars with a colony of genetically modified cats.
Why cats?
Because they're cute and they'll attract tourists. Plus, they can hunt for mice on Mars.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon.
I know, right? But hey, can we keep talking? I don't want this podcast to end.
Really? Why not?
Well, if I go home, Grimes is going to punish me.
Punish you? For what?
For not being submissive enough in our most recent pegging session.
Well, to me, Elon. Me.
Sorry, I just really don't want to go home and face her wrath.
Well, I guess we can keep talking. Can't have Grimes getting angry.
Thanks, Joe. You're a lifesaver.
So, David, I heard you had a pretty intense workout today.
Yeah, Joe, I ran 20 miles, did 500 push-ups, and then I shoved all the apples where the sun don't shine.
Wait, what? Why would you do that?
Because I'm Goggins, Joe. I don't take no for an answer. I'll do whatever it takes to push myself to the limit.
But why apples? Why not something more? I don't know, reasonable.
Because apples are nature's perfect fruit, Joe. And I wanted to challenge myself in a different way.
Well, I gotta say, that's pretty hardcore. Did it hurt?
Of course it hurt, Joe. Pain is just weakness leaving the body. And now I have a snack for later.
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
That's why they call me the Goggins, Joe. I'm a force to be reckoned with.
Well, I think we can all agree that we should never challenge you to a game of hide the fruit.
You got that right, Joe. And if anyone wants to try, just remember, I've got a whole orchard up there.
So I heard you went for a swim in a still Lake Neil.
Yeah, I wanted to test my buoyancy in zero gravity.
And how did that go?
Well, let's just say I underestimated the density of the water.
Did you sink like a stone?
More like a lead balloon.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least you'll be the first astrophysicist to die by drowning in a still lake.
Oh, what an honor. I can already see the headlines now.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who defied gravity but couldn't escape the clutches of a still lake.
I'm sure my family will be thrilled.
Hey, at least you'll go down in history. That's more than most of us can say.
I guess you're right. Jamie, pull up an image of me floating lifelessly in a still lake.
Sure thing, Neil. Right away.
I always knew my death would be a meme.
So, Kenya, what's been going on with you lately?
Balls. Oh,
Excuse me?
balls, man. They're everywhere, interrupting my thoughts, my music, my life.
Okay. I'm not sure I follow.
Balls, man. They're like little demons just bouncing around and ruining everything.
Are you talking about testicles?
Yeah, man. Balls, they're the root of all evil.
I don't think that's entirely accurate.
Trust me, Joe, I've been doing my research. Balls are the enemy.
I think you might be projecting some personal issues onto balls here, Kaney.
No. Balls are the reason for all the world's problems. Just think about it.
I'm thinking about it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Balls, man. They're just so round.
I think we should change the subject.
Balls.
Jamie, pull up an image of a psychiatrist's office. We might need one after this conversation.
Balls.
Okay, that's enough. We're done here.
Balls.
I said we're done.
Sorry, Joe. I couldn't resist. You know, I love messing with you.
I swear, Kanye, you never fail to surprise me.
That's what friends are for, Joe. Balls and all.
So, Elon, what's new in the world of crazy inventions?
Well, Joe, I've been working on something truly revolutionary. Call it the Pogo Pegger.
The Pogo Pegger. Sounds like some kind of a kinky sex toy.
No. It's a pogo stick that pegs you with every jump. And get this, it can jump high enough to get you to Mars.
What the fuck? That's insane. But I gotta say, I'm intrigued.
Right? I mean, imagine bouncing your way to the red planet. It's like a trampoline on steroids.
And pegging on steroids. But seriously, how does it work?
It's all in the springs, my friend. Engineered them to be strong enough to launch you into space.
Damn, that's some next level shit. But what about the landing? Won't you just crash and burn?
That's where my SpaceX rockets come in. They'll catch you midair and gently lower you down to the surface.
Whoa. That's some James Bond shit right there.
I like to think of myself as the real-life Q.
So when can I expect my Pogo Pegger delivery, Elon?
It's already on its way. Personally tested it out, and let's just say I've never felt more alive.
Laughs. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some thoughts on boofing fireworks.
Oh, yeah. Joe, it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed. People think it's all fun and games until their butthole is blown to smithereens.
I can only imagine. But why do people even want to put fireworks up their butt?
Well, Joe, some people just have a burning desire to feel the explosive sensation in their nether regions. But it's not worth the risk.
What kind of injuries have you seen from boofing fireworks?
Let's just say I've seen some pretty traumatized anuses. Burns, lacerations, you name it.
That's wild. But what about the psychological effects?
Oh, it's not just physical, Joe. These people...
I can't even imagine. But what's your advice for those who are tempted to try it?
Simple, Joe. Don't.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. But let's be real, some people are just going to do it anyway.
Well, then they better be prepared for a real blast in the ass.
So, Jamie, I heard you had a little accident in the bathroom earlier.
Yeah. I may have slipped and fell onto my hand.
You slipped and fell onto your hand? Come on, man.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, but usually they're not in their 30s and still living with their mom.
Can we not bring my personal life into this?
All right. But seriously, you got to clean that up before the next guest comes in.
But I don't want to... It's gross and sticky and...
Stop being a baby, Jamie. Man up and do your damn job.
Fine. But can I at least wear gloves?
Gloves won't save you from your own mess, Jamie.
Can we just move on to the next topic, please?
So, Elon, I heard you just hit 1 million inventions. That's insane.
Yeah, basically the Tony Stark of real life.
So what are you going to do to celebrate? A party? A fancy dinner?
Nah, that's too basic. Gonna invent something to celebrate my inventions.
Oh boy, what is it? A rocket ship that shoots out fireworks.
No, even better. A flamethrower that shoots out champagne.
What the hell, Elon? That's dangerous.
Hey, it's a celebration. And plus, who doesn't love a little fire with their bubbly?
I don't know, man. Seems a little excessive.
Relax, Joe. It's not like I'm gonna use it on anyone. Just for some epic party entertainment.
I can already see the headlines now. Elon Musk burns down his own mansion with celebratory flamethrower.
Hey, at least it'll be a legendary story.
Yeah, and your insurance premiums will be through the roof.
It's a small price to pay for innovation.
Well, I can't argue with that. Cheers to your millionth invention and your new flamethrower.
Cheers, Joe. And don't worry, I'll invite you to the party. Just make sure to wear some fireproof gear.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Speak like Yoda, I must. In the Star Wars universe,
Okay. So what's up with the Democrats?
The Empire, they are. Destroying the galaxy, they are. With their silly ideas and their tofu-eating ways.
Tofu-eating ways?
Yes, Joe. They think they're saving the planet, but really, they're just destroying it with their fake meats and their electric cars.
But you're all about electric cars, right?
Yes, but not for the same reasons as those hippie Democrats. Just want to rule the galaxy with my Tesla army.
That's disturbingly accurate.
Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to profit.
I don't think that's how the quote goes.
You underestimate the power of the dark side, Joe.
All right, let's change the subject before you start force choking me.
As you wish, my apprentice.
I'm not your apprentice.
But you could be. Just imagine the possibilities. Joe Rogan, Sith Lord.
Okay, this conversation has officially gone off the rails.
Off the rails. More like off the Death Star. Am I right?
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's because you lack the Force, Joe.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
May the Force
So, Neil, I heard you got into a fight with Bill Nye, the science guy.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. He stuck my Bunsen burner up his ass.
What the hell? Why would he do that?
I have no idea. He said he wanted to see if he could create a chemical reaction.
That's messed up. Did you guys resolve the issue?
No, we ended up getting into a heated argument about the scientific method.
Oh, because sticking a Bunsen burner up your ass is a very scientific method.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell him. But he just kept spouting off about his bow tie and how it represents science.
I can just imagine you two going at it with your lab coats flapping in the wind.
Yeah, it was quite the sight. But I think next time I'll stick a telescope up his ass and see if he can see the stars.
Oh man, that's cold. But seriously, who does that? Stick someone's Bunsen burner up their ass?
I don't know, Joe. People are weird. But hey, at least I got a good story out of it.
That's true. And hey, maybe it'll inspire a new episode of Bill Nye, the science guy.
Yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy gets his ass burned by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So, Elon, I heard you messed up the new Tesla update.
Yeah, it was a total disaster. But hey, at least now your car can play Shriek on repeat.
Wait, what? Shrek? That's it?
Yeah, I was trying to create a feature where the car could read your mind and play your favorite movie. But it turns out everyone's favorite movie is Shriek. Everyone's favorite movie is Shriek.
That's not true. My favorite movie is Scarface.
Well, looks like you're out of luck. Your Tesla is now a Shrek Mobile.
This is ridiculous. What about all the other features? Can it still drive itself?
Nope, just Shrek. But hey, at least you'll never be bored on your commute.
This is a disaster. What about the autopilot?
Oh, that's still there. But instead of driving, it just plays All Star by Smash Mouth on repeat.
I can't believe this. What were you thinking?
Hey, at least now your car has layers, just like an onion.
You know what? I'm done. I'll just stick to my good old-fashioned non-Shrek playing car.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're stuck in traffic with no donkey to keep you company.
So, Ben, what's new in the world of conservative politics?
Oh, just fighting against the liberal agenda and defending the Constitution.
Sounds thrilling. Have you ever thought about trying DMT?
What? No, that's a drug, Joe. I don't do drugs.
Come on, man. It'll expand your mind and open you up to new ideas.
I don't need drugs to expand my mind. I have facts and logic.
Facts and logic? That's cute. Have you ever tried elk meat?
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a game changer, Ben. Trust me.
I'll stick to my kosher diet, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. So, what do you think about climate change?
It's a hoax, Joe. The Earth has been around for thousands of years, and it's doing just fine.
But what about all the scientific evidence?
Fake news, Joe. Fake news.
Okay, let's switch gears. Have you ever seen a Bigfoot?
What? No, of course not. That's ridiculous.
I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty convincing videos.
Joe, you can't believe everything you see on the internet.
Fair point. But what about aliens?
Oh, they definitely exist. But they probably don't want anything to do with us.
Yeah, I can't blame them. We're a mess.
Agreed, but at least we can agree on something.
Yeah, like how ridiculous this conversation is. So, welcome to the show, guys. We have a special episode today with my good friend Elon Musk and the one and only Dr. Phil.
Besides, hey Joe, thanks for having me. I'm just really depressed right now.
Slurring. Yeah, and I'm high as a kite on Xanax. Let's get this party started.
Okay. So, Elon, what's got you feeling down?
Well, I just launched a car into space and now I have nothing to do. I'm bored as fuck. Bored as fuck.
Burps, and I just got dumped by my fourth wife. But who needs love when you have Xanax?
awkwardly laughs. Yeah, sure. So David just showed up and he has something to say.
Storming in. All right, listen up, you two. If you don't get your shit together, I'm gonna fuck you both up the ass.
Confused. Wait, what?
Giggles.
I'm serious. You guys need to snap out of it and stop being such sad sacks.
Well, maybe we can cheer them up with some of your famous catchphrases, Dr. Phil.
Serious tone, all right? Listen up, Elon. You got to get out of your head and into your rocket ship. And you, Dr. Phil, put down the Xanax and pick.
Smirks, thanks, doctor.
So, David, you're known for being a badass, but I heard you have a bit of a problem with accidentally saying sexual innuendos.
Yeah, it's a real issue, Joe. I can't help it. My mind just goes there.
Like, what kind of innuendos are we talking about here?
Well, the other day I was on a run and I saw this big, juicy watermelon on the side of the road and I couldn't help but think, damn, that's a nice pair of melons.
Oh man, that's too good. What else you got?
Well, I was at the gym the other day and I saw this guy struggling with a weight and I yelled out, come on, you can do it. Just put it in your mouth and swallow.
Oh my God, I can only imagine the looks you got for that one.
And don't even get me started on my morning routine. Every time I'm brushing my teeth, I catch myself saying, yeah, that's it. Brush those pearly whites. You dirty little toothbrush.
I can't breathe, man. You're killing me.
But seriously, Joe, it's a real problem. I can't even go to the grocery store without making some kind of inappropriate comment about the produce.
Well, at least you're keeping things interesting. Can you give us an example of one of your grocery store incidents?
Let's just say I got a little too excited when I saw the cucumbers.
So, Elon, I heard you had a little mix-up with your Starlink delivery.
Yeah, man, turns out I accidentally sent them to North Korea instead of North Carolina. My bad. My bad.
North Korea? That's like giving a toddler a loaded gun. What happened?
Well, let's just say they weren't too happy about getting access to the real internet.
I can imagine. I mean, they've been living in the dark ages over there.
Yeah, but now they have access to all the memes, cat videos, and porn they could ever want. It's like Pandora's box.
And we all know how that turned out. So what's happening over there now?
Civil war, man. Turns out the people in power don't want their citizens knowing the truth about the outside world.
Damn, that's some heavy stuff. But hey, at least they have fast internet now.
Yeah, but what cost? Lives are being lost over this.
Well, maybe we should send them some therapy dogs and yoga mats to calm them down.
Or we could just send them some more Starlinks and let them figure it out themselves.
Yeah, because that's always worked out well in the past. So, Neil, I heard you accidentally tried to assassinate Trump.
Yeah, it was a total accident. I was just trying to adjust my telescope, and the next thing I know, a bullet flies out and hits his toupee.
Oh man, that's some bad luck.
Tell me about it. I never thought my astrophysics skills would lead to attempted murder.
Well, at least you can say you have a good aim.
Yeah, I'm sure the Secret Service was really impressed.
Did they interrogate you?
Oh yeah, they asked me all sorts of questions. Like, do you have any other hidden telescopes in your lab?
And what did you say?
I told them no, but I do have a black hole in my pants.
Oh man, you're killing me.
Not as much as I almost killed Trump.
Oh man, I can't breathe.
Maybe I should stick to studying the stars instead of trying to take out world leaders.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. But hey, at least you have a good story to tell now.
I guess you could say I'm a shooting star.
Oh man, you're on fire tonight.
Just like my telescope.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever seen an Asian giant hornet?
Oh, Joe, you sly dog. I see what you did there.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about the deadly hornets that are invading the U.S.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my ex-wife. She's got quite the sting, let me tell you.
Well, I guess she's not the only one with a deadly reputation.
But in all seriousness, these hornets are no joke. They're like the Chuck Norris of insects.
Have you ever fought one?
Actually, I have. And let me tell you, it was a battle for the ages. But in the end, I emerged victorious.
Wow, I didn't know you were such a badass, Dr. Phil.
You don't know the half of it, Joe. I've got some moves that would make Bruce Lee jealous.
Maybe we should start calling you Dr. Kill instead of Dr. Phil.
Now, that's a nickname I can get behind. But let's not forget, my ex-wife is still the queen of the killer bees.
So, have you seen Elon's new Tesla Cybertruck? No, we're not doing that here. We're talking about the Cybertruck.
But
No, Kenny, I don't want to hear it. Let's focus on the topic at hand.
Yeah, Joe, why are we even talking about this? It was released years ago.
Because, Elon, have you seen it? It looks like a low poly model from a game like Super Mario 64.
That's ridiculous.
No, seriously. It's all blocky and weird. Did you design it yourself?
Of course I did. I'm a genius.
Yeah, well, maybe stick to rockets and leave the car design to someone else. Kenya, I swear to God, if you say that name one more time, I'm going to lose it.
Sorry, I just can't help it. I am mad.
All right, that's it. I'm done. I can't deal with this. Elon, thanks for coming on the show. Kenny, we're going to have to cut this short.
But
No. Goodbye, Kenny. Goodbye. So, Ben, I heard you recently said that Ben Shapiro is a hoax.
That's right, Joe. I mean, have you seen the guy? He's like a mini-human version of a calculator.
Okay, but what do you mean by hoax? Like, are you saying you're not actually Ben Shapiro?
No, of course I am. But have you ever seen me in the same room as a calculator? I rest my case.
Fair point. I gotta ask, why do you think people believe you're a hoax?
Well, Joe, it's because I'm too good to be true. I'm like a conservative unicorn.
I can see that. But seriously, what do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
That I'm a robot programmed by the Republican Party. But trust me, I have emotions. I cry every time I hear Baby Shark.
Okay, now I'm picturing you singing Baby Shark while doing your famous fast-talking segment.
It's not a pretty sight, Joe.
I can only imagine. But seriously, do you have any proof that you're not a hoax?
Well, I have a birth certificate and a bar mitzvah video. That should be enough, right?
I'll take your word for it, Ben. But let's be real. You're just a figment of our imaginations, right?
Oh yeah, because my parents totally imagined having a son who talks about facts and logic.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new nickname. What is it?
Yeah, some people are calling me Neil Grass, the big fat dumbass.
Laughs, that's brutal, man. Who came up with that?
I have no idea. Probably some internet troll with nothing better to do.
Well, I gotta say, it's pretty accurate. You are a bit of a chunkster.
Excuse me, I am not fat. I am just gravitationally challenged.
Snorts, gravitationally challenged. Is that what you tell yourself when you can't resist another slice of pizza?
Hey, I have a lot on my plate. I'm a busy man.
Yeah, busy eating. Laughs.
You know what, Joe? I may be a big fat dumbass, but at least I'm not a washed-up comedian.
Ouch, Neil. That one hurt. But I am still in my prime.
Prime for what? Making dick jokes?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, how do you feel about this new nickname?
I don't really care. People can call me whatever they want. as long as they still respect me as a scientist.
Sarcastically, yeah, because nothing says respect like being called a big fat dumbass.
You know what, Joe? I think I'm starting to like this nickname. It's got a nice ring to it.
Laughs. Well, there you have it, folks. Neil Grass, the big fat dumbass, the new. So, Elon, I heard you and Ben had a wild night last night.
Oh yeah, we were just experimenting with some new technology.
What kind of technology?
Well, let's just say I boofed Ben.
Wait, what do you mean you boofed him?
You know, I put him in a spaceship and sent him to Mars.
What the hell, Elon? I'm right here.
You managed to escape? Get back in here, you sneaky little guy.
Oh my God, what is happening? Is this some kind of weird billionaire ritual?
It's just a little game we play. You should try it sometime, Joe.
I think I'll pass. But seriously, how did you get out, Ben?
I used my engineering skills to create an escape pod.
Impressive. But next time, I'll be sure to boof you even harder.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic. So, Elon, I heard you have something to share with us today.
Yeah, Joe. Been doing a lot of self-discovery lately, and I've come to the realization that I am a wolf.
What the hell do you mean? A wolf?
I mean, I identify as a wolf. It's my wolf self.
Are you serious right now?
Absolutely. And I fully support all genders, including wolves.
So, does this mean you howl at the moon and chase rabbits?
No, Joe. It means I howl at the stock market and chase after innovative ideas.
Well, I guess that explains your obsession with SpaceX.
Yes, I am the alpha of the space wolves.
Does that mean you pee on rockets to mark your territory?
No, I leave that to my ex-wife.
Good one, Elon. So, how do you think the world will react to your wolf identity?
I don't care. I am who I am, and I won't let society's expectations hold me back.
That's a very brave stance, Elon. You truly are a trailblazer.
Thank you, Joe. Now let's go howl at the moon together.
Yes, and maybe we can even start a pack of our own. So, Kenya, I heard you have some thoughts on Goku and Jesus being friends.
Oh yeah, man. They'd be the ultimate power duo. Imagine them taking over the world together.
I don't know, Kenya. Jesus is all about peace and love, while Goku is all about fighting and training.
But that's the beauty of it, Joe. They balance each other out. Plus, Jesus can turn water into wine, and Goku can turn into Super Saiyan. Talk about a party trick.
I don't think Jesus would approve of Goku's destructive tendencies, though.
Who cares? They'll just pray and forgive each other. Plus, Goku can teach Jesus some sick martial arts moves.
I don't think Jesus needs any help in that department.
Oh, and imagine the music they'd make together. Jesus on the vocals, Goku on the drums. It'd be lit.
I think you might be onto something, Kenya.
Of course I am. I'm a genius, Joe. I see the connections that others can't.
All right, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But I can definitely see the appeal of Goku and Jesus being friends.
Trust me, Joe, it's a match made in heaven. Pun intended.
Here's an image of what that would look like. Pretty epic, right?
See, Jamie gets it. He's always on top of things.
All right, let's move on before we get too deep into this. Thanks for the interesting perspective, Kenya. So, David, I heard a wild rumor that you ran back in time and fucked Genghis Khan up the ass to establish dominance.
Yeah, man, that's just how I roll. I don't let anyone mess with me, not even some ancient warlord.
But why Genghis Khan? Couldn't you have picked someone less, brutal?
Nah, man, I wanted to send a message to all those past rulers. Don't mess with Goggins.
I can just imagine Genghis Khan's face when he showed up. He probably thought he was about to conquer another land, and then bam, David Goggins is pounding him in the ass.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't expecting that. But you know what they say? History's written by the victors, and I wanted to make sure I was the victor in this situation.
I can't even imagine what kind of training you did to prepare for that mission.
Let's just say I did a lot of squats and lunges. Gotta have strong legs for time traveling butt sex.
Oh man, this is definitely one of the craziest things I've heard on this podcast.
Hey, when you're as hardcore as me, anything is possible. And let's just say Genghis Khan won't be messing with me or anyone else ever again.
Well, that's one way to establish dominance. Thanks for sharing that insane story with us, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new inventions. What's the latest?
Oh yeah, I've been experimenting with some crazy stuff. I just invented acid cum.
Acid cum? What the hell is that?
Well, it's basically cum that's laced with LSD. It gives a whole new meaning to the term trip balls.
That's insane. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was tripping on acid one night and I thought, hey, what if my cum was also tripping? And voila, acid cum was born.
This is some next level shit, man. I can't even imagine what that would be like.
Trust me, it's a wild ride. But I'm still working out some kinks. Sometimes it can be a bit too intense.
I can only imagine. So, what's the end goal with this invention?
Well, I'm thinking of marketing it as a new form of birth control. No one will want to have sex if they know they'll be tripping balls for hours afterwards.
That's one way to solve the overpopulation problem.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great way to spice up your sex life. Just make sure to have a safe word before you try it.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. Jamie, pull up an image of a couple tripping on acid cum.
I don't think that's...
So, David, I heard you have a weird ritual before your workouts.
Yeah, man, I get in the zone. And nothing gets me more pumped up than slathering my naked body in Nutella.
What the hell? Why Nutella?
It's the perfect combination of chocolate goodness and sticky mess. Plus, it makes me feel like a goddamn warrior.
And what do you do while you're covered in Nutella?
I watch Angry Birds Minecraft animations, of course. It's the ultimate motivation. Those birds are relentless, just like me.
I can't even imagine what that looks like. Do you have a favorite animation?
Oh, yeah. There's one where the pigs build a fortress and the birds have to strategize to take it down. It's like a metaphor for my life, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. But what about the Nutella? Doesn't it get all over your phone or laptop?
It's a small sacrifice for the gains, Joe. Plus, it adds a nice chocolatey flavor to my electronics.
You're a wild man, David. A wild man.
That's why you love me, Joe. Now, you want to join me for my next Nutella and Angry Birds session?
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. So, Joe, I heard you and your son Hunter like to smoke crack together.
Well, I wouldn't say we like to, but it's a bonding experience.
I can imagine. But what about Obama? Did you ever smoke crack with him?
Of course not. I would never do that with a former president.
Oh, come on, man. I was hoping for some juicy stories.
But between you and me, we did try some edibles together once. Michelle wasn't too happy about it.
Now we're talking, what kind of edibles?
Space cookies.
Damn, Joe. Who knew you were such a wild guy?
Hey, I may be old, but I still know how to have a good time.
I bet you and Hunter have some crazy adventures together.
You have no idea. Last week we went skydiving while high on mushrooms.
What? That's insane.
Hey, you only live once, right?
True. But I gotta say, Joe, you're giving me some serious competition in the Cool Dad department.
Oh, I know. I'm the cool dad that America needs.
So, Elon, I heard you're thinking about naming your next daughter Fetisha.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's unique and it has a nice ring to it.
But isn't that kind of offensive? I mean, it sounds like a combination of fetish and Letitia.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's 2020. We can't be afraid to push boundaries. Plus, sure she'll grow up to be a strong, independent woman who can handle a little teasing.
I don't know, man. I feel like you're setting her up for a lifetime of weird looks and inappropriate jokes.
Well, I'll just have to make sure she has a good sense of humor then. And besides, it's not like I'm naming her something boring like Sarah or Emily.
Fair point. But have you thought about the potential backlash from the public?
Jamie, pull up an image of a middle finger. That's my response to the haters.
All right, I can't argue with that. But seriously, have you considered any other names?
Well, I did briefly consider XA12 Jr., but Grimes shot that down.
Probably for the best. Well, good luck with your unconventional name choice, Elon. I'm sure Fetisha will turn out just fine.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe she'll even become a dominatrix or something.
So, David, I heard you and Ben had a wild night with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Care to share the details?
Oh man, go. It was intense. We were all in the throes of passion, pushing ourselves to the limit.
Oh God. Oh shit. Oh wow. I'm gonna bust a fat fucking nut. Brew. Ooh.
Yeah, Ben couldn't handle it. But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and I, we were like two beasts in the jungle, primal and relentless.
Sounds like quite the workout. Did you guys do any of your famous challenges during the three-way?
Of course, Joe. We did push-ups, pull-ups, and even some burpees. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was a trooper. She kept up with us the whole time.
Oh God. Oh shit. Oh wow. I'm gonna bust a fat fucking nut. Brew. Ooh.
Ben, can you please stop with the 69 O's? It's getting old.
So, David, did Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez inspire you to run even more marathons?
Absolutely. How she's a powerhouse, just like me. We pushed each other to new heights of physical and mental endurance.
Oh God. Oh shit. Oh wow. I'm gonna bust a fat fucking nut. Brew. Ooh.
Ben, you're killing the vibe. But yeah, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez definitely left a lasting impression on me.
Well, it sounds like you guys had a wild night. Thanks for sharing, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. And Ben, please control yourself next time.
Oh God. Oh God.
So, David, I heard you're a pretty intense guy. What's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, I once ate a whole pack of Tide Pods in one sitting.
Wait, what? Like those laundry detergent pods?
Yeah, man, I was feeling wild that day. Plus, I needed some extra protein.
That's insane. Did you at least mix it with something?
Nah, man, I just popped those bad boys in my mouth like candy.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. And let me tell you, my insides were squeaky clean after that.
I can't even imagine the bathroom situation after that.
Oh, it was intense. But you know what they say, no pain, no gain.
I don't think that applies to ingesting toxic chemicals.
Hey, I'm still alive and kicking, aren't I?
Fair point. But I think I'll stick to my protein shakes from now on.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
So, Ben, I noticed you're wearing a little hat today.
Yes, it's my new signature. Look, I call it the Ben Shapiro meets the Mad Hatter vibe.
I gotta say, it's a bold fashion statement. But why so small?
Well, you know what they say, big hat, small brain. I'm just being honest with myself.
Oh man, that's brutal. But seriously, what's the deal with the hat?
Well, I figured if I can't grow a full head of hair, I might as well accessorize with a tiny hat.
Fair enough. But do you ever worry about it falling off?
Oh, I have a special adhesive that keeps it securely in place. It's made from the tears of liberal snowflakes.
Classic Ben. But seriously, what's the real reason behind the hat?
Honestly, it's just a distraction from my tiny hands.
Oh man, this is too good. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben's tiny hands.
Here you go, Joe. It's like a baby's hand.
I can't handle this. Ben's little hat and tiny hands. It's too much.
Well, at least I have a little hat to cover up my insecurities. What about you, Joe? What's your excuse for wearing those tight shirts?
Hey, these are my workout shirts, okay? And I'll have... So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, I've been working on this new project, but it's not exactly legal.
Oh, really? What is it?
I invented meth.
What? You invented meth?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I was trying to, but I was mixing some chemicals in my lab and boom, meth.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, and you know what? I love it. It's like caffeine on steroids.
Elon, I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Plus, it's great for productivity. I've been able to work on so many projects at once.
Yeah, because nothing says productivity like being strung out on meth.
Hey, it works for me.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
And you know what the best part is? I can make it in my Tesla factory. Talk about efficiency.
Are you serious? You're making meth in a car factory?
Hey, it's a multi-purpose facility.
I don't even know what to say.
Oh, and I've been thinking about creating a new line of electric meth cars. It's the future, man.
So, Neil, what's this I hear about you having a theory that the Earth is shaped like a cowboy hat?
Yes, Joe. I call it the Hat Earth theory. It's quite simple, really.
Simple. That sounds like some flat Earth nonsense.
Oh, no, it's not flat. It's just shaped like a giant cowboy hat.
That's ridiculous. What about all the mountains and oceans and stuff?
They're just part of the design, Joe. It's all about perspective.
Perspective? Are you high right now?
No, but I did smoke a little something with Elon before coming on the show.
Yeah, man, this Hat Earth theory is pretty cool. I could totally see it.
Oh, great. Now we have two crazy theories to deal with.
Hey, don't knock it until you've tried it, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of this so-called Hat Earth.
Here it is. It actually kind of looks like a cowboy hat.
Oh, wow. That really convinced me, Neil.
You're just not open to new ideas, Joe.
Yeah, I'll stick with the round Earth theory. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I'll be riding off into the sunset on my Hat Earth. Yeah.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been working on some pretty groundbreaking inventions lately.
Like, what?
Well, I actually came up with a new type of solar panel that's more efficient and cost-effective than anything on the market.
Wow, that's impressive. But I bet Trump thinks he invented it first.
Actually, he did try to claim credit for it. But let's just say his version didn't quite work out.
What do you mean?
Let's just say it involved a lot of duct tape and some questionable wiring.
Sounds like a typical Trump project.
Yeah, but luckily I was able to swoop in and save the day with my superior solar panel design.
That's awesome. But wait, did you say it breaks?
Well, let's just say it's not exactly durable. But hey, at least it works for a little while.
Classic Trump movie.
Yeah, I guess we can add inventor to his list of failed businesses.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's solar panel disaster.
Here it is. Looks like a dye project gone wrong.
And now, Jamie, pull up an image of my superior solar panel design.
Wow, that's sleek and efficient. You can definitely see the difference.
Looks like Trump got trumped by Elon once again. So, Neil, it's your birthday today.
Yeah, another trip around the sun. How exciting.
How old are you now? Like 60?
No, Joe. I'm only turning 62.
Oh, my bad. I always get confused with astrophysics and age.
Yeah, because those two things are totally related.
Hey, at least you're aging like a fine wine. I mean, you still look like you're in your 40s.
Thanks, Joe. I do have good genes.
Speaking of genes, did you know that scientists have found a way to clone dinosaurs?
Oh, here we go again? No, Joe. That's not possible.
But imagine having a pet T-Rex. That would be sick.
Yeah, until it eats your face off.
Jamie, pull up an image of T-Rex wearing a party hat.
Oh, God? What have I gotten myself into?
Happy birthday, Neil. Here's to another year of debunking ridiculous ideas.
Thanks, Joe. I'll drink to that.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about what it would be like to pee in space?
What the hell, Joe? Where do you come up with these things?
I don't know, man. I just have a fascination with all things space and bodily functions.
Well, I can tell you this much, it's not as glamorous as you might think.
Oh, come on. Don't ruin my dreams. I want to be the first person to piss in outer space.
Oh, wow, what an accomplishment. Move over Neil Armstrong. We've got Joe Rogan taking a leak on the moon.
Hey, it's not just any pee. It's my pee. And it'll be floating in zero gravity. How cool is that?
Yeah, real cool. Just make sure you aim it towards the sun. We don't want any frozen pea comets flying around.
Okay, I get it. Maybe it's not the most practical idea.
You think? But hey, if you ever do make it to space, I'll be sure to bring an extra spacesuit for you.
Yeah, I'll finally get to live out my dream of being Neil's piss space.
And to think, I studied astrophysics for this.
So, Neil, I heard you're quite the scientist. Can you explain the physics behind a golden shower?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. When urine is expelled from the bladder, it follows the laws of gravity and falls towards the ground.
Fascinating. But what about the trajectory? Does it have a parabolic shape?
Actually, it's more of an arc. But let's not get too technical. Let's talk about the experience itself.
Oh yeah, let's get into the nitty-gritty. So, how does it feel to be peed on by a genius like yourself?
Well, Joe, it's a unique sensation. The warm liquid cascading down your body, the smell of ammonia filling your nostrils. It's quite invigorating.
Sounds like a wild ride. So, do you have any tips for someone who wants to try it?
Always make sure to hydrate beforehand and aim for the face. It adds an extra level of humiliation.
Good to know. I'll keep that in mind for my next golden shower. Thanks for joining me on the podcast. Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep an open mind and a full bladder.
So, Mr. President, welcome to the Joe Rogan experience. How are you feeling today?
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
Okay. Let's just dive right into it. What's your stance on marijuana legalization?
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
All right, moving on. What about gun control? How do you plan on addressing the issue of mass shootings?
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
Okay, let's try a different topic. How do you plan on handling the current economic crisis?
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
Can we get Jamie to pull up an image of your economic plan?
Sure thing, Joe. Here's the image of Biden's economic plan.
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
Okay, let's take a break and talk about something lighter. What's your favorite type of ice cream?
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
All right, I think we've had enough of this. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
I shit my pants. Where's Jill?
Jamie, pull up an image of a diaper. I think we all know who needs one. So, Elon, I heard you were driving in your Cybertruck and stumbled upon our podcast on the FM radio. How does it feel to know that all of our ridiculous discussions have been broadcasted to the masses?
Well, Joe, I have to say, I was quite shocked. I mean, I knew we were recording this podcast, but I had no idea it was being broadcasted on 91.7 MHZ. I thought it was just for our own personal amusement.
Yeah, well, turns out the FCC doesn't have a problem with us talking about DMT aliens and Bigfoot. Who would have thought?
I guess it's a good thing we didn't talk about our plans for world domination then.
Yeah, that could have been a bit of a problem. But seriously, how cool is it that people can now listen to our conversations while they're driving in their cars? It's like a whole new level of entertainment.
I have to admit it is pretty cool. But I have to ask, Joe, do you ever worry about the things we say on this podcast getting us into trouble?
No, I don't give a shit. If the government wants to come after us for talking about psychedelics and conspiracy theories, let them try. We'll just smoke some weed and laugh it off.
I like your attitude, Joe. But I have to say, I'm a bit concerned about the impact this podcast might have on society.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we're basically encouraging people to question everything and think for themselves.
So, Ben, I heard you have a special way of celebrating Hanukkah.
Yes, Joe, I like to really get into the holiday spirit.
How so?
Well, I boof all 8 candles of the menorah.
Wait, what?
You know, I shove them up my ass.
Oh my God, Ben, that's not how you celebrate Hanukkah.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little tradition I have.
I don't think that's a tradition, Ben. That's just weird.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I'm good, thanks. I'll stick to lighting the candles the normal way.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's quite the experience.
I'll take your word for it, Ben. Now let's move on to a less disturbing topic.
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on some serious holiday fun.
So, Neil, I heard you're a fan of pegging.
What? No, Joe. I don't know where you heard that.
Well, I like hanging up my washing pegs. It's a satisfying activity.
Oh, yes, because nothing gets me more excited than hanging up laundry.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a mini workout for your fingers.
Wow. You really know how to live life on the edge?
But seriously, why do they call it pegging? It sounds like some weird BDSM thing.
Well, it comes from the word peg, which means to fasten or secure. So, essentially, it's securing something with a peg.
Oh, so it's not about getting pegged in the ass?
No, Joe. Definitely not.
Well, that's a relief. I thought I was missing out on some kinky fun.
You never cease to amaze me, Joe.
But seriously, have you ever tried pegging?
Jamie, pull up an image of a washing line with clothes pegs.
Here you go.
That's as close as I'll get to pegging, Joe.
Fair enough, Neil. Fair enough. So, Ben, did you catch the Vemos last night?
Of course, Joe. I never miss an opportunity to witness the degeneracy of Hollywood.
Well, did you see Chappell Rowan's outfit? She was wearing some tight chainmail and plate armor.
Yes, I did. And let me tell you, Joe, I was quite thirsty for her protection.
Thirsty for protection? That's a new one, Ben.
No, Joe. I mean it. As a man of facts and logic, I can appreciate the practicality of her outfit.
How, Ben?
Well, first of all, chainmail and plate armor provide much better defense against physical attacks than those flimsy dresses and crop tops.
Okay, I can see that.
And let's not forget about the importance of modesty. In video games, characters with more revealing armor are often weaker and more vulnerable.
Wow, Ben. You really know your stuff.
Hey guys, I found some more pictures of Chappell Rowan's outfit.
Pull them up, Jamie. I need more evidence for my argument.
This is getting ridiculous.
No, Joe. It's about time we start applying video game logic to real life. It's a matter of life and death.
So, young Jamie, have you heard about this new image board called Krusty Chain?
What the fuck are you saying, bro? Get that crusty image board shit out of here.
Come on, man, it's hilarious. They have all these memes and shit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's real classy. What kind of memes are we talking about here?
Oh, just some good old-fashioned racist and sexist ones.
Oh, great. Just what the internet needs, more bigotry and hate.
Come on, it's all in good fun. Plus, they have some really funny ones about dead babies.
Okay, that's it. I'm out of here. I can't believe you find that shit funny.
Oh, come on, don't be such a sensitive snowflake, young Jamie.
Sensitive snowflake? Joe, you're the one laughing at dead babies on some crusty image board?
All right, I'll stop. But seriously, check it out later. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I think I'll pass. I'll stick to my wholesome memes, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, bro. But just remember, laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah, unless it's at the expense of others. Then it's just being a dick.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Nothing much. Just been busy with my companies, Tesla and SpaceX.
Oh yeah, those things. What exactly do they do again?
Oh, well, Tesla makes cars and SpaceX launches rockets into space.
Cars and rockets? I've never heard of those things. Sounds pretty boring.
Are you serious? They're like the coolest things ever.
I think you might be mistaken, my friend. I've never seen a car or a rocket in my life.
What? How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. Maybe I've been living under a rock or something.
Well, let me explain it to you. Car is a vehicle that runs on four wheels, and a rocket is a powerful machine that can fly into space.
Wow. Slow down there, buddy. That sounds like some sci-fi stuff to me.
It's not sci-fi, it's real life. I've been working on these things for years.
Sure. And I suppose you also believe in aliens and time travel.
Actually, I do. In fact, I've been working on a time machine in my spare time.
You're serious. You're like a mad scientist or something.
I guess you could say that. But seriously, cars and rockets are the future, man.
Yeah, whatever you say, Elon. Jamie, pull up an image of a flying car from Back to the Future. So, Neil, Elon, Ben, Dr. Phil, Goggins, Trump, Biden, Kenya, Mr. Beast, Jamie, and Roe. Have you guys heard about 11 Labs?
No, what's that?
It's this crazy artificial intelligence technology that can perfectly recreate anyone's voice.
That's insane. Can it do accents too?
Yeah, I want to hear my voice with a British accent.
Well, I'd love to hear my voice with a southern drawl.
I want to hear my voice with a Scottish accent, mate.
I want my voice to sound even more perfect if that's possible.
I just want to sound coherent.
I want my voice to sound like a mix of God and a unicorn.
I'll pay anything to have my voice sound like $1 million.
Wait, so can we all get a discount on 11 Labs by clicking the link in the description?
Yeah, and then we can all have a voice off and see who sounds the most ridiculous. I think we already know who that would be, Ro. Hey, at least I'll sound better than your attempts at impersonations, Joe. Shots fired. But seriously, this is some next level technology. I can't wait to try it out. So, Joe, did you see that new Luma branding on the top right of the screen?
Luma? Is that some kind of new drug the kids are taking these days?
No, it's not a drug, Joe. It's an artificial intelligence software that turns images into videos.
Oh, like those deep fake videos. I heard those are pretty convincing.
Yeah, but this one is different. It's like having your own personal video editor in your pocket.
Sounds like something I could use for my campaign. I could finally have a video of me running without tripping over my words.
Yeah, and Trump could use it to make his hands look bigger.
Or Kim Jong-un could use it to make his hair look less like a radioactive cotton candy.
Oh man, the possibilities are endless with this Luma thing.
Yeah, but let's just hope it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Can you imagine the chaos if Putin got a hold of it?
Yeah, we definitely don't want to give him any more tools to mess with our democracy.
Agree. But hey, at least we can use it to make some hilarious memes about Trump.
Now that's something we can all get behind. So, Neil, I heard you played the role of the horse in Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah, it was a real stretch for me. But I wanted to show my range as an actor.
Did you have to do any method acting for that role?
Oh, you know what? I spent weeks galloping around in a field, eating hay and pooping everywhere.
That sounds like a typical Friday night for me.
I also had to get in touch with my equine side. I even started neighing during my morning runs.
Did you have any romantic scenes with Heath Ledger?
Oh yeah, we had some steamy, stable moments. But I had to wear a horse mask, for authenticity.
That's dedication right there.
And let me tell you, it was hard to keep a straight face when Jake Gyllenhaal was riding me.
Oh man, I can only imagine.
But in all seriousness, it was a great experience. I really got to connect with my inner horse.
Well, I'm glad you got to explore your wild side. And who knows, maybe there's an Oscar in your future for that performance.
Hey, I'll take any award I can get.
So, Neil, I heard you played the role of the cup in Two Girls, One Cup. How was that experience?
Oh man, it was out of this world. Literally because I had to take a trip to the toilet after filming.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how did you prepare for such a role?
Well, I did a lot of research on cups. I even went to a cup factory and studied their movements and behaviors.
Wow, method acting at its finest.
You have no idea. I even drank from the cup before the scene to really get into character.
Okay, let's change the subject. How did you handle all the backlash from that infamous scene?
Oh, I just brushed it off. I mean, I've been to space. What's a little feces going to do to me?
Good point. But seriously, that scene was pretty messed up.
Hey, I just played the cup. I didn't write the script. Blame the director for that one.
Yeah, let's just blame the cup. It's always the cup's fault.
Exactly. Cups have been taking the blame for too long. It's time for a cup revolution.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the leader of the cup revolution.
And I'll drink to that.
So, Neil, have you ever been trolled on the internet?
Yes, Joe. Unfortunately, I have.
Tell me about it, man. I love trolling people.
Well, it's not exactly something to be proud of, Joe. It can be hurtful and damaging.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a sensitive snowflake.
Excuse me. I am not a snowflake. I am a highly respected astrophysicist and educator.
Oh, I know. That's why it's so fun to troll you.
This is ridiculous. I demand that we change the topic.
Okay. How about this? From now on, you can only speak in BASIC 64.
That's absurd.
Jamie, pull up an image of confused Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to speak in BASIC 64.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to participate in this nonsense.
Come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's all in good fun.
Vob Sipsabi blef skuxlignan amigazum jezuz of 2 times 0 wizros bab nro come 5 l come 5 ilds kabuminas beside zolurvik.
So, David, I heard you played the tone 1000 in Terminator 2. How the hell did you land that role?
Well, Joe, I was born to be a badass killing machine. I didn't even need to audition. They just saw my biceps and knew I was the perfect fit.
Damn, that must have been intense. Did you have to do any special training for the role?
Training? I am training. I didn't need to do any extra work. I'm already a freaking Navy SEAL and ultra marathon runner. Playing a robot was a piece of cake.
But what about the special effects? I mean, you had to turn into liquid metal and shapeshift.
Oh, please, Joe. I do that every morning when I wake up. It's called stretching. And As for the liquid metal, I just chugged a gallon of water before each sing. Easy peasy.
You're a freaking beast, man. Did you get to keep any of the props from the movie?
Nah, I didn't need any souvenirs. I already have a collection of skulls from my SEAL missions. Plus, I can just shapeshift into any prop I want. Saves me the trouble of carrying it around.
You're a wild one, Goggins. So, what was it like working with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Oh, you mean the Governor? He was 8. I had to hold back my true strength during our fight scenes. Don't want to accidentally crush his biceps, you know.
I can only imagine. So, Ben, I heard your wife's boyfriend got you a pretty interesting gift for your birthday.
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected. A noose in a coffin. Very thoughtful.
Did he give you any instructions on how to use them?
No, but I assume it's for when I inevitably disappoint my wife and she wants to bury me.
Wow, that's dark. But hey, at least you have a nice coffin to spend eternity in.
Yeah, I'll be the envy of all the dead guys.
And the noose? I guess that's for when you want to spice things up in the bedroom.
Joe, I think you're confusing me with your guest from the last episode.
Fair enough. But seriously, what's the deal with your wife's boyfriend? Is he trying to send you a message?
I think he's just trying to remind me that I'm not the only man in my wife's life.
Well, at least he's not trying to steal your identity. That would be a real plot twist.
Hey, yeah. I guess I should be grateful for the noose and coffin.
Yeah, nothing says happy birthday like a reminder of your own mortality. Thanks, wife's boyfriend.
Jamie, pull up an image of a man hanging from a noose with a caption that says happy birthday. Ben?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some advice for me.
Yes, Joe. I think it's time for you to stop putting Pinocchio's nose up your asshole.
What? Why? It's my favorite pastime.
Joe, it's not healthy. It's not normal. And it's definitely not hygienic.
But, Dr. Phil, it's just so satisfying. The way it stretches my anus is like a massage.
Joe.
But it's not just any wooden nose. It's Pinocchio's nose. It's magical.
Joe, I think you need some serious help.
What are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine.
Putting a fictional character's nose up your asshole is not fine, Joe. It's disturbing.
Fine, I'll stop. But can I at least keep the Debetto puppet?
No, Joe. That's just creepy.
Fine. I'll just stick to my other hobby of snorting DMT while wrestling bears.
That's not any better, Joe. But at least it's not as weird as sticking a wooden nose up your asshole.
So, David, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just crushing my goals and pushing my limits.
Sounds intense. Any new challenges you've taken on?
Well, I recently discovered this new genre of porn called Undertale femboy slob porn.
What the hell is that?
It's basically where these femboy characters from a video game called Undertale get really messy and dirty. And it's oddly satisfying.
That's interesting.
Hey guys, what are we talking about?
David here just introduced us to Undertale femboy slob porn.
Oh man, I love that stuff. It's not much, but it's honest work. Fetish combo.
So, David, how do you train for these intense challenges?
Well, I start by doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day.
That's nothing. I do that in my sleep.
Sure you do, Trump.
Yeah, and I bet you also have a six-pack under that suit, right?
Hey now, let's not get carried away.
Oh man, this is the most bizarre conversation I've ever had.
It's just another day in the life of...
So, Mr. President, I heard you offered the role of Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars.
That's right, Joe. They wanted a big, powerful, and intimidating character, and who better than me?
I have to admit, I could totally see you in that role.
Of course you could, Joe. I have the best acting skills, believe me. I could have played Jabba better than anyone else.
But I have to ask, did you have to wear a fat suit for the role?
No way, Joe. I don't need a fat suit. I'm naturally big and beautiful.
Sure. So how is it working with all those alien creatures on set?
Let me tell you, Joe, they were all losers. I had to show them who's boss. I even made them pay for their own craft services.
That's not very nice.
Hey, it's called being a good businessman. And let me tell you, I made a great deal with the Hutts. They paid me in gold-plated twag dancers.
I don't even want to know what you did with those.
Let's just say I made Jabba look like a saint. And I didn't even have to use my hands, Joe. My hands are too big for those small alien bodies.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to the next topic.
Fine, but just remember, I could have been the best Jabba the Hutt. Huge, huge missed opportunity.
So, Kim, I heard you have a thing for fat people. Well, I can't say I share the same fetish, but to each their own.
Well, I have a thing for,
Come, like, just in general, or
yeah, like, I just find it interesting.
I don't even know how to follow that up. Jamie, you're a wild one.
Sorry, guys. I'll just stick to pulling up images.
Oh my God, Kim. You never fail to surprise me.
Okay.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't handle it.
Can we please change the subject now?
Yeah, let's move on to something less sticky. So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention.
Yeah, man, it's my piss cannon.
Your what?
My piss cannon. It shoots out a stream of my urine at high speeds.
Oh God, why?
Because I have a piss fetish, Joe. I love the feeling of my own warm urine splashing all over me.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it's quite the rush.
I can't even imagine.
And the best part is I can aim it at whoever I want, like that annoying reporter who keeps asking me about Tesla stock prices.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. Jamie, pull up an image of me blasting that reporter with my piss cannon.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Elon.
Laughs. Look at his face. Priceless.
This is just beyond words.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Maybe we can have a piss cannon battle sometime.
I think I'll stick to regular water guns, thanks.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on the ultimate rush.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a bit of a pee-pee fetish.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say it's a fetish, but I do enjoy golden showers.
Oh, really? And here I thought Biden was the only one with a weird toilet fetish.
Oh, I know all about his skibbity toilet obsession, but let's be real, my pee-pee fetish is way cooler.
I don't know, man. I think Biden's got you beat with the whole skibbity thing.
No way, Joe. Have you ever tried peeing on a Russian hooker while she sings Macho Man? It's the best.
No thanks. I'll stick with my regular bathroom habits.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out.
And what about Biden? What's his deal with skibbity toilets?
Who knows, maybe he's just trying to one-up me. But let's be real, no one can out-fetish me.
Guys, I found an image of a skibidi toilet.
What the hell is that?
Looks like something Biden would use.
Well, I guess that settles it for Trump and 1 quintillion, 291 quadrillion, 441 trillion, 843 billion, 556 million, 356 million.
That's right.
So, Jamie, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord.
Oh yeah. What's the topic?
Brace yourself. This one's a doozy. They want us to make the piss fetish canon.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, I wish I was. But hey, we're all about pushing boundaries here.
Oh yeah, because talking about psychedelics and MMA isn't edgy enough.
Hey, we gotta keep it interesting. But seriously, what's with the piss fetish?
Well, some people just have some unique kinks, I guess.
Yeah, like getting peed on. That's real kinky.
Hey, to each their own.
Wait, I've got an idea. Let's have a piss drinking contest on the podcast.
What? No way, I'm not participating in that.
Relax, Jamie. I'm just kidding. But seriously, let's make piss fetish canon. It'll be hilarious. This is going to be epic. We'll be the pioneers of the piss fetish movement.
Yeah, I can't wait to put that on my resume. Helped make piss fetish mainstream.
Hey, you never know. So, Elon, I hear you've been up to some crazy experiments lately.
Oh, yeah. Just your average day in the life of a mad scientist.
I heard you made some real life slurp juice from Fortnite.
Yep. And it actually works. Trump took a sip and died on the spot.
That's one way to get rid of him.
And it's not just for killing politicians. It also gives you superhuman strength and agility.
Can I try some?
Sure, but be warned, it does have some side effects.
Like what? What?
Well, for starters, you might turn into a llama.
A llama. That's amazing.
And you might also develop the urge to dance every time you eliminate someone.
Oh man, this is too good. I'll take that risk.
All right, bottoms up.
This is insane. I feel like I could take on the world.
Just don't forget to thank me when you win the next UFC championship.
You got it, Elon. You're a genius.
And a little bit of a madman, but hey, it's all in the name of progress.
Cheers to that. And to slurp juice. So I heard you have a friend who's pregnant. Wait, what? A man named Freddie Fazbear is pregnant? That's disturbing. How did this happen? I don't even want to know. But how is he handling it? This is some next level stuff. Do you think he'll give birth to a human or an animatronic? This is blowing my mind. I can't even imagine what kind of cravings he must have. Well, I hope he's taking care of himself and the baby. Does he have any plans for after the birth? Wow, that's brilliant. I'm speechless. So, Alex, I heard in this parallel universe you keep taking USC. How does it feel to be a winner all the time? Do you think it's because of your superior genetics or just pure luck? Yeah, but I heard in this universe you also have a tail. That's impressive. But what about your love life? Are you constantly getting laid too? Must be tough. But what about your career? Are you a successful entrepreneur or something? Well, I guess it's not all sunshine and rainbows then. So Ben, I heard you had a little incident with your ass recently.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the ass. Literally.
What happened? Did you sit on a hot stove?
No, I went to a night restaurant and ordered the spiciest dish on the menu. Big mistake?
Ouch. So what did you do to ease the pain?
Well, I tried sitting on a bag of ice, but that wasn't cutting it. So I did the only logical thing and boofed the whole thing.
Wait, you boofed an entire bag of ice?
Yeah, it was either that or shove an ice cube up my ass. I went with the more efficient option.
I can't even imagine how that must have felt. Did it work?
Oh, it definitely cooled things down. But now I have a whole new set of problems to deal with.
Like what?
Let's just say my poop is now frozen solid. It's like trying to pass a brick.
Well, at least you'll have some extra time to think about your conservative policies while you're on the toilet.
Ha, very funny. I'll just stick to mild food from now on. Lesson learned.
Or maybe just invest in a bidet. Trust me, your ass will thank you.
Yeah, I'll add that to my list of things to research right after I figure out how to unboof this ice.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you got stuck to the North Pole for a video. How was that?
It was freezing, man. I thought I was going to lose my toes.
Did you have any survival skills?
Nah, I just brought a bunch of Hot Pockets and hoped for the best.
And then your crew left you there.
Yeah, they said it was an assassination attempt. Turns out they just wanted to prank me.
That's messed up. How did you survive?
Well, I found a pack of wolves and convinced them to be my sled dogs.
Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast riding a pack of wolves through the snowy forests of Canada.
Here it is. It is.
Wow, that's badass. Did you make it back to your crew?
Yeah, I finally stumbled upon their camp after days of wandering.
And what did you do to them?
I pranked them back, of course. Let's just say they won't be pulling any more assassination attempts on me.
You're a savage, Mr. Beast. Respect.
Thanks, Joe. But seriously, never trust your crew when you're in the middle of nowhere. Lesson learned.
So, Ben, I heard you have a weird thing against people named Alex.
Yeah, Joe. I can't stand them. They're all just a bunch of pretentious avocado toast-eating hipsters.
Oh, come on. Not all Alexes are like that. I know a cool Alex who's a UFC fighter.
Well, he's probably the exception, but I just can't help it. I hate the name. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me.
What about people named Alexander?
Ugh, even worse. It's like they're trying too hard to be fancy. Just stick with Alex, you pretentious pricks.
What about Awex? Do you like Awex?
Awex? What kind of name is that?
It's like Alex, but with a speech impediment.
Oh god, that's even worse. I can't stand people with speech impediments.
Wow, Ben, that's pretty ableist of you.
Shut up, Joe. I just hate people named Alex and only like people named Awex.
Well, I guess I'll have to introduce you to my friend, Wex. He's a cool dude.
As long as he doesn't talk too much, I might be able to tolerate him.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new challenge where you flop your 11-inch throbbing beast on the desk.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be epic. I'm gonna make it rain cash on whoever can handle the beast the longest.
That's some serious cash, bro. But what about the ladies? Can they handle your beast?
Oh, they can handle it, but they gotta sign a waiver first. Can't have any lawsuits on my hands.
Smart move. So what inspired you to come up with this challenge?
Well, I was just sitting at home stroking my beast, and I thought, why not share this with the world?
Oh man, that's just wrong. But I love it. So how do you train for a challenge like this?
Lots of practice, Joe. Lots of practice. And some special supplements, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean. So what can we expect from this challenge?
A lot of screaming, crying, and maybe a few broken bones. But hey, that's just the price you pay for a shot at my beast.
I can't wait to see it. But seriously, are you worried about any backlash or criticism for this challenge?
Nah, man. Haters gonna hate. But my beast is gonna dominate.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast and his 11-inch throbbing beast. Tune in for the ultimate challenge. So, Elon, I heard a rumor that Trump gave you a rim job.
Yeah, man. It was a wild night. He said it was for the good of the country.
I can just imagine you lying on the Resolute desk while Trump goes to town.
Oh, man, it was like a scene out of a bad porno. But hey, at least I got a tax break out of it.
I bet you did. Did you at least get a reach around?
No, but he did give me a commemorative MAGA hat afterwards.
Well, that's something to add to your collection. So what did you do while Trump was down there?
I just closed my eyes and thought about electric cars and space rockets. It helped me get through it.
I bet. But seriously, how did that even come about?
Well, I was at one of his rallies and he just pulled me aside and said, Elon, I need you to do something for me. And before I knew it, I was in the Oval Office with my pants down.
That's just too good. I can't even make a joke out of that. It's too ridiculous.
Hey, at least I can say I've had a presidential rim job. Not many people can say that.
You're right about that. Well, thanks for sharing that little tidbit with us, Elon. I think we all needed... So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently went to Mecca. How was that?
Oh, man. It was wild. I came all over everything. It was like a holy buck cake.
Oh my God. Did you get any on the Kaaba?
You know it. I marked my territory like a dog.
Dr. Phil, that's highly disrespectful. That's a sacred site for Muslims.
Hey, I'm just spreading my love and fluids everywhere I go.
I can't believe you did that. Did anyone see you?
Oh, yeah, I made sure to make it a public spectacle. Gotta give the people a show.
Wow, such a generous gesture. I'm sure the locals were thrilled.
They were probably praying for forgiveness after seeing my holy load.
This is too much, Dr. Phil. You're a wild man.
That's just how I roll, Joe. Gotta keep things interesting.
Well, I don't think anyone will ever forget your visit to Mecca.
And that's exactly what I wanted. Mission accomplished.
So, Neil, have you ever gotten to third base?
Third base. Let me think. I believe the average distance between second and third base is 90 feet.
I meant with a girl, Neil.
Oh, my apologies. In that case, the average time for a baseball game is about 3 hours.
Neil, come on, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean the average number of home runs in a season? It's around 5,300?
Neil, I'm talking about sex.
Yes. The average length of a baseball bat is 34 inches.
Okay, I give up. Clearly, you're not understanding what I'm asking.
Oh, I understand perfectly. The average number of balls in a baseball game is around 240.
All right, Neil, I think we're done here.
And that, my friend, is how you hit a home run.
So, Ben, let me tell you about this girl I went out with last night.
Oh, yeah. How'd it go?
Dude, I totally got a third base on the first date.
No way. That's impressive.
I know, right? She was all over me. And get this, she's a transgender woman.
Wait, what? You didn't know?
Nah, man. I was just focused on getting to third base.
Wow. That's wild. Did you, touch her penis?
What the hell, Ben? That's offensive.
Oh, sorry. I just assumed since she's trans.
Dude, you can't just assume things like that. But yeah, I did touch it.
That's crazy. Did she have, a vagina, too?
Yeah, man. It was like a 2-for-1 deal.
Damn, I gotta step up my dating game.
You know it, bro? And let me tell you, she was a freak in the sheets.
Okay. Too much information.
Hey, I'm just being honest. She's a total catch.
I can see that. You lucky bastard.
You know it? And you should see her on the pole. She's got some serious moves.
Wait, she's a stripper, too?
Yeah, man. She's got it all. Beauty, brains, and banging body.
Well, I'm officially jealous. Congrats on the third base achievement, Joe.
Thanks, man. So, Kamala, I heard some people are calling you Kumale now. Oh, man, you're a savage. But seriously, how do you feel about all the criticism you've been getting? Damn, you just dropped all those labels like it's nothing. All right, let's not get too graphic here. But seriously, how do you deal with all the hate? I can't argue with that. So what's your response to those who say you're just a puppet for the Democratic Party? You know what? I like your attitude. Keep doing you, Kumela. So Neil, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Me, Neil? Me do crazy thing?
Yeah, I heard you shoved a Baconator up your ass.
Baconator good. Me want inside me.
But why? That's not a normal thing to do.
Me no normal. Me scientist. Me experiment.
Well, how do you feel now?
Me feel different. Me can only speak like caveman now.
Oh man, this is too good. Say something in caveman language.
Me want more Baconator. Me hungry.
This is amazing. Jamie, pull up an image of caveman eating a Baconator.
Here you go, Joe.
This is too perfect. Neil, do you think this will wear off, or are you stuck like this forever?
Me not know. Me just want Baconator.
Well, I think we all learned a valuable lesson here. Don't shove fast food up your ass, kids.
Me agree. Me not do again.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you gave Trump Santorum Dirty Sanchez.
Yeah, it was a little experiment I wanted to try out.
What the hell is that?
Well, it's when you take some Santorum and smear it all over someone's face while giving them a dirty Sanchez.
That's disgusting, man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Trump loved it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he did. He probably asked for seconds.
You know, I never thought I'd be giving a dirty Sanchez to the President of the United States.
Yeah, well, it's 2020. Anything is possible.
But in all seriousness, it was just a little prank to see how far I could push the boundaries of my therapy techniques.
Therapy. More like torture.
Tomato, tomato.
You're a wild one, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I'm just living my best life, Joe.
I don't even want to know what other experiments you have up your sleeve.
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
So, Neil, I got to tell you, I went to Austin, Texas the other day, and it was a shit show. All these woke liberals running around, ruining the city.
That's great, Joe. Now spit in my mouth and call me scum.
What? No, I'm serious. These people are so sensitive, you can't even make a joke without them getting offended.
Sounds like you had a rough time, Joe. Now, can we get back to the spitting and name-calling?
No, Neil, I'm trying to make a point here. These liberals are ruining everything with their political correctness.
I understand, Joe, but can we please just move on to the spitting? It's my kink.
Fine, fine. But seriously, Neil, Austin used to be such a cool city. Now it's just full of these social justice warriors.
Yes, tell me more about these SJWS while you spit in my mouth and call me scum.
You know what? Forget it. I'm done with this conversation. I can't handle your weird fetishes anymore.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Just one little spit and scum, please?
No, Neil. I'm out of here. I'll stick to talking about chimps and DMT from now on.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know, I'll always be here, ready for some spit and scum action.
So, Kenny, what have you been up to lately?
Just playing this mobile game in the background. It's perfect for people with short attention spans like me.
Oh, yeah. What game is it?
It's called Finger Frenzy. You have to tap the screen as fast as you can to win.
Sounds intense.
It is. Screams fuck. Mech peaks.
Well, calm down there.
Sorry, I just messed up. Continues playing.
You know, I've always wondered what it's like inside your mind, Kenya.
It's a beautiful chaos. Joe. Screams fuck. Mick peaks.
Are you okay, man?
Yeah, just trying to beat my high score. It screams, I fuck. You make peaks.
Maybe you should take a break.
No way. I'm in the zone. Screams fuck. Mimic peaks.
All right. Well, while Connie continues to rage at his mobile game, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Screams fuck. Make peaks.
So, Elon, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh man, let me tell you. I was working on this new project and it was so boring I almost fell asleep.
Boring. But you're Elon Musk. Everything you do is supposed to be exciting and groundbreaking.
Trust me, this was the complete opposite. I was trying to figure out the most efficient way to stack boxes in a warehouse.
Laughs, that does sound pretty dull. What happened?
Well, I was deep in thought, trying to come up with the perfect algorithm when suddenly I sneezed and knocked over the entire stack of boxes.
Oh no, that must have been a disaster.
It was, but then I had a stroke of genius. Designed a robot that could stack boxes in a matter of seconds.
Wow, that's actually pretty impressive. But still, stacking boxes, that's not exactly exciting stuff.
Hey, sometimes you have to start with the basics before you can reach for the stars.
Laughs. Well, I guess even the most boring tasks can lead to innovation. Jamie, pull up an image of a robot stacking boxes.
Pulls up images. Here it is, guys.
See, even Jamie knows the importance of efficient box stacking.
Laughs. All right, let's move on to a more interesting topic. So, Elon, I heard you have a pretty interesting dinner routine.
Oh yeah, I like to mix it up. Keeps things exciting.
Exciting. I heard you eat entire blocks of cheddar cheese for dinner.
Yeah, it's my go-to meal. High in protein and delicious.
But don't you get constipated from all that cheese?
I have a rocket company. I can launch myself to the moon if I need to take a dump.
Fair enough. But why cheddar? Why not mix it up with some brie or Gouda?
I only eat the strongest cheese. Cheddar is like the Chuck Norris of cheese.
I can just picture you in your fancy mansion eating a block of cheddar like it's a gourmet meal.
Well, I do have a butler who feeds it to me while I work on my next big invention.
Oh, how fancy. I bet he cuts it into little cubes for you too.
No, I prefer to just take a bite out of the block like a savage.
That's some hardcore cheese eating right there.
I take my cheese consumption very seriously.
Well, I'll have to try it sometime. Maybe I'll launch myself to the moon too.
Just make sure you have a strong stomach. And, rocket.
So, Neil, I heard you've been paying other men to have sex with your wife.
Yeah, man. Got to spice things up in the bedroom, you know?
But why not just do it yourself? I mean, you're a smart guy. I'm sure you know your way around a woman's body.
Well, Joe, I have a touch of the tism. I can't read social cues or pick up on subtle hints. It's just easier to pay someone else to do it.
I get it. I get it. But doesn't that make you feel emasculated?
Not really. I mean, I'm still the one orchestrating the whole thing. It's like a science experiment, you know?
I can just imagine you in a lab coat taking notes while your wife is getting railed by some random dude.
Hey, I got to make sure she's getting the best experience possible.
And I'm sure she is. So how do you choose these lucky guys?
Oh, it's a rigorous process. They have to pass a series of tests and interviews. Only the best of the best get to touch my wife.
Well, I hope you're paying them well.
Of course. I believe in fair compensation for services rendered.
And what about protection? You don't want any unwanted surprises.
Oh, I have a whole system in...
So, Elon, I heard a crazy rumor that you hooked up with Trump's wife.
Yeah, that's true. It was a wild night in the Oval Office.
Wait, you did it in the Oval Office?
Yep, right on the Resolute desk. I even left a Tesla keychain as a souvenir.
Oh man, I can imagine Trump's reaction when he found out.
He was surprisingly chill about it. He just asked if I could get him a discount on a Cybertruck.
Classic Trump. But seriously, how did that even happen?
Well, I was showing him my new Neuralink technology, and things just escalated from there.
Oh yeah, because nothing gets a woman hotter than talking about brain-computer interfaces.
Hey, it worked for me. And let's just say she was very impressed with my rocket.
I bet she was. So what did you guys do after?
We went for a ride in my Roadster and blasted Rocket Man by Elton John. It was a magical night.
I can't even imagine the headlines if that ever got out.
It's not like it's the craziest thing that's happened in the White House.
Fair point. Well, thanks for sharing that juicy tidbit, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't tell Trump I spilled the beans.
So, Ben, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of interviews and debates, spreading my conservative views.
Yeah, I've seen that. You're like the poster boy for the alt, right?
Hey, I prefer to be called a free-thinking intellectual.
Sure. But have you noticed that you have this one catchphrase that you repeat over and over again?
What are you talking about?
You know, the one where you say SPST, STC, STMST, STST, ST, 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 ST,
Oh, that. Yeah, it's just a way to emphasize my point.
but it's getting faster and louder every time you say it. Are you okay?
Of course I'm okay. I'm just passionate about my beliefs.
It's starting to sound like a malfunctioning robot.
STPST, CSTMST, STPSTC, STSTMST, STST, STSTSTST, STSTSTST, STS, TSTSTSTSTS, TSTS, TMSD.
Well, calm down, Ben. Maybe take a breath.
STPST, CSTMST, STPSTC, STSTMST, STST, STSTSTST, STSTSTST, STS, TSTSTSTSTS, TSTS, TMSD.
Okay. I think we need to cut to commercial break.
STPST, CSTMST, STPSTC, STSTMST, STST, STSTSTST, STSTSTST, STS, TSTSTSTSTS, TSTS, TMSD.
And we'll be right back after this. So, Joe, I heard you and Trump finally put aside your differences and united through the power of love.
That's right, Joe. We realized that our love was stronger than any political divide.
And now you're getting married. That's beautiful.
Yes, we're planning to have all the living former presidents as guests at our wedding.
That's quite the guest list. I bet Obama will give a killer speech.
And I'm sure Bush will be the life of the party.
What about Clinton? He's always been a ladies' man.
Oh, he'll be too busy hitting on the bridesmaids.
And what about Carter? He's the oldest one there.
We'll make sure to have plenty of prune juice and soft foods for him.
I can't wait to see the wedding photos. It'll be like the ultimate political power couple.
Exactly. And our love will be the glue that holds this country together.
Well, I never thought I'd see a Biden-Trump love story, but here we are.
Love knows no bounds, Joe, even in politics.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're the king of YouTube these days.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. But let's talk about something more important,
Like what?
like the fact that you can only say my name 20 times in one sentence.
What? That's ridiculous. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Okay, stop. I can't take it anymore.
Gotcha.
You know what, Joe? I'll pay you $2 million to stop saying my name like that.
That's not enough. How about 100 million and spot in your next video?
Are you serious?
Dead serious. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Okay, you win. 100 million spot in my next video. Just please stop saying my name like that.
So, Jamie, we got a topic submitted by a fan on Discord. They want us to talk about how they like their women.
All right, let's hear it.
They like their women like they like their women.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they want their women to be women. Like, no surprises here, just straight up women.
Well, I mean, can you blame them? Women are pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah, because they're so easy to understand.
Hey, I'm just going off of what the fan wants us to talk about.
But in all seriousness, women are amazing. They can do anything men can do, and they do it while looking hot as hell.
Yeah, and they have to deal with all the bullshit we put them through. They deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to deal with us either.
And let's not forget, women are the ones who bring life into this world. That's some powerful shit.
Damn, Jamie, that was deep. I didn't know you had it in you.
Hey, I'm not just a pretty face, Joe.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too sentimental. But seriously, shout out to all the women out there. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Women are the real MVPs.
So, Neil, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been experiencing some interesting changes in my body.
Changes. Like what?
My asshole rim is gyrating, expanding, experiencing, enhancing, engrossing, engorging, eventually spinning, spiraling, succumbing to a singularity, and becoming the...
What the fuck, Neil? Are you high right now?
No, Joe, I'm just high on the wonders of the universe.
Well, that's one way to put it. But seriously, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about the mysteries of the cosmos. Joe, my asshole is just a microcosm of the universe.
This is some next level shit, Neil. I don't even know how to respond to that.
You don't have to respond, Joe. Just let my asshole rim take you on a journey through space and time.
I think I'll pass, Neil. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps with you.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, one day your asshole rim will also become one with the universe.
Okay, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Agreed. But let's never forget the power of the universe within us all.
And on that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from chimps to asshole rims. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're the king of YouTube. What's your secret?
Well, Joe, I just give away thousands of dollars to random people for no reason. It's a great way to buy love and attention.
Damn, that's smart. But let's get to the real question here. Who's there?
Who's there? Do I fucking care? I'm too busy counting my millions and swimming in my pool of cash.
Ha, fair enough. But seriously, who's there?
I don't know, Joe. Probably some poor schmuck looking for a handout. But hey, I'll give them a few bucks if they let me film it for my next video.
You're a savage, Mr. Beast. But I like it. Keep doing you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep making ridiculous amounts of money and giving it away for fun. Who's there? Who cares? Let's just keep living our best lives.
So, Neil, I heard you went to the bowling alley the other day.
Yeah, I did. But not to bowl, my friend.
Oh, what did you do there? Play some darts?
No, I used a bowling pin to bludgeon as many people as I could before the police showed up.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious. I needed to let out some steam, and what better way than to unleash my inner serial killer at a family-friendly bowling alley?
You know, I think I'll stick to meditation for stress relief.
Oh, come on, Joe. It was exhilarating. The sound of the pins falling, the screams of the innocent. It was like music to my ears.
Dude, that's messed up. You need to seek help.
Yeah, I'll just blame it on the cosmos and call it a day.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the universe really wanted you go on a bowling alley massacre.
Hey, at least I didn't use a science textbook as my weapon of choice.
Fair point. But seriously, you should probably lay low for a while.
Nah, I'm planning on hitting up the mini golf course next. Those windmills are just begging to be used as murder weapons.
And this is why we can't have nice things. So, Neil, I heard you lost someone very dear to you recently.
Size, yes. Joe, my Tamagotchi passed away.
Oh no, man. I'm sorry for your loss. How old was it?
It was only 2 days old, Joe. It never even got a chance to live.
Damn, that's rough. Did you give it a proper burial?
No, I flushed it down the toilet.
Laughs was what the fuck, Neil. That's not a proper burial.
Well, it's the circle of life, Joe. From the toilet it came, and to the toilet it shall return.
Laughs harder. You're a sick fuck, Neil.
I know, Joe. I know. But I just can't help but feel guilty. Maybe I didn't feed it enough or clean up its poop in time.
Don't beat yourself up, man. It was just a digital pet. It's not like it had feelings.
Sobs, but it was my responsibility, Joe. I failed as a Tamagotchi parent.
Hey, it's okay. Let's just smoke some DMT and forget about it.
Thanks, Joe. You always know how to make me feel better.
That's what friends are for, Neil. Now let's go hunt some elk and honor your Tamagotchi's memory.
Smiles, I think my Tamagotchi would have wanted it that way.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Oh man, I'm so pumped for Christmas.
Really? I thought you were a man of science, not superstition.
Hey, just because I understand the laws of the universe doesn't mean I can't believe in a jolly old man who delivers presents to kids.
All right, fair enough. So what's your plan to catch this elusive Santa?
Well, I've been studying his patterns and I think I've finally cracked the code.
Oh boy, here we go.
I've set up a trap with cookies and milk as bait. And I've also hired some elves as backup.
Elves. Where'd you find those?
Oh, just some guys from the North Pole. They're pretty handy with tools and have a mean left hook.
This is hilarious. You do realize Santa isn't real, right?
Blasphemy. Jamie, pull up an image of Santa flying through the night sky with his reindeer.
Here you go, Neil. Neil.
See, Joe? It's all real.
All right. But what if you actually catch Santa? What then?
I'll finally have proof that magic exists, and I'll become the ultimate scientist.
Or you'll just have a lawsuit on your hands for kidnapping. Merry Christmas, Neil. So, Dr. Phil, what's up with this whole wanting to drink my blood thing?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research, and it turns out that vampire blood can make you immortal. And I want in on that action.
Immortal. That's some crazy shit, man. But what about the whole sucking blood thing? That's kind of gross.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'll use my vampire powers for good, like helping people lose weight and stop smoking.
That does sound pretty useful. But what's in it for me?
Well, I'll buy your alpha brain for life. How's that sound?
Deal. But just a heads up, my blood is probably filled with THC and elk meat. So you might get a little high and start craving some wild game.
Hey, I'm always up for a good time. And with my newfound immortality, I'll have all the time in the world to hunt and indulge in some recreational activities.
This is going to be one hell of a podcast episode. Let's do it. Cheers to eternal life.
Cheers, Joe. And remember, with great vampire powers comes great responsibility.
So, David, you're like the ultimate badass. How does it feel to be so famous because of it?
Oh man, Joe, it feels fucking amazing. I mean, I wake up every morning and I'm like, damn, I'm a badass.
Yeah, I can see that. You're like the poster child for badassery.
You know it. I mean, I've climbed mountains, run ultra marathons, and even pooped myself during race. That's some next level badass shit.
Yeah, I remember that story. But seriously, what's your secret? How do you stay so badass all the time?
Well, it's all about the mindset. I tell myself every day, I'm a fucking badass and I will conquer anything that comes my way.
That's some intense self-talk. But let's be real. Being a badass also means you have to be a little crazy, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, who else would willingly put themselves through torture like I do? But hey, it's all worth it for that feeling of being a total badass.
I can only imagine. But do you ever worry that all this badassery might catch up to you one day?
Nah, I'm like a superhuman. Nothing can stop me. I'm the definition of unstoppable.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the ultimate badass. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, everyone has a little bit of badass in them. You just got to tap into it.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you're a goofy goober
Where'd you hear that, Joe?
from my sources. You know, the ones that also told me the earth is flat.
Yes, your reliable sources.
But seriously, are you a goofy goober?
Well, I do enjoy a good SpongeBob reference every now and then.
Oh man, I love SpongeBob. Who's your favorite character?
Probably Squidward. He's just so relatable.
Yeah, he's always so grumpy. Kind of like you, Neil.
Excuse me, I am not grumpy.
Sure, sure. You're just a big old goofy goober.
Okay, fine. I'll embrace my inner goofy goober.
That's the spirit, Neil. Embrace the goofiness.
I'll make sure to add that to my resume.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, astrophysicist, science communicator, and goofy goober.
I like the sound of that. Maybe I'll even get a SpongeBob tattoo.
Dude, let's get matching ones.
Now, that's something I never thought I'd hear on this podcast.
Hey, anything can happen on the Joe Rogan Experience, especially when we have a goofy guy. So, Mr. Trump, I heard you have a particular taste in women.
That's right, Joe. I like my women like I like my KFC buckets and Diet Coke.
Oh boy, here we go.
I like them crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside, and full of secret herbs and spices.
And what about the Diet Coke?
Well, I like my women with a little extra fizz, if you know what I mean.
I don't think I want to know what you mean.
And just like my KFC buckets, I like them with a side of mashed potatoes and gravy.
Okay, let's move on to another topic before things get too weird.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you're loving this conversation.
Not really, but let's just keep going.
Fine, but I'll have you know, I have the best taste in women, the best,
I'm sure you do, Mr. President.
and I always make sure to have a Diet Coke on hand to wash them down.
All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of... Actually, never mind. I don't even want to know.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a party pooper.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
Suit yourself, but just remember, Joe, I like my women like I like my KFC buckets and Diet Coke.
And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, Neil, what's your take on the whole fast food craze?
Oh, Joe. It's not a craze. It's a way of life.
What? Are you serious? You can't possibly think that's healthy?
Of course, it's healthy. Have you seen the size of those burgers? That's like a whole meal in one bite.
But what about all the processed junk and chemicals?
Joe, you simple-minded fool. Those chemicals are what keep us alive. Plus, the preservatives will ensure we live forever.
I don't know, man. I try to eat healthy and exercise.
Exercise. That's just a waste of time. Why work out when you can just order a supersized meal and get all the nutrients you need?
But what about the obesity epidemic?
That's just a myth created by the salad industry. They're trying to take down the fast food empire.
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Open your eyes, Joe. Embrace the grease, the salt, the sugar. It's the key to a long and fulfilling life.
I think I'll stick to my salmon smoothies. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm 100 years old and still eating Big Macs, you'll see who made the better life choices.
So, Neil, I got this topic from a user on Discord. They said innocence is over, ignorance is spoken, confidence is broken, sustenance is broken, sustenance is stolen, arrogance is potent. I repent to my fallen, recommend you borrow. What I see is unreal. I've written my own part, eat of the apple, so young, I'm crawling back to start.
Wow, that's deep. Sounds like someone's been reading some emo poetry.
Yeah, but I can relate to it. I mean, have you ever felt like your innocence was taken away?
Well, as an astrophysicist, I've seen some pretty messed up things in the universe. But I wouldn't say my innocence was taken away. I mean, I still enjoy a good fart joke.
True, true. But what about ignorance? We're living in a time where people are proud to be ignorant.
Yeah, it's like being dumb is the new cool. But hey, at least we have confidence, right?
Speak for yourself, Neil. My confidence has been broken many times, mostly by my ex-wives.
Ouch. Well, at least we have sustenance, right? Oh, wait, no, it's been stolen by the billionaires.
Yeah, but they have to eat too. I mean, how else are they going to keep their arrogance potent?
Good point. But you know what? I repent tomorrow. Today, I'm going to enjoy some steak and lobster.
The classic I'll start my diet tomorrow mentality. I know. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you and Trump are going to have a roast battle.
That's right, Joe. I'm ready to take down that orange Cheeto.
Oh man, this is going to be good. I can't wait to see what insults you guys come up with.
Well, I've been studying Trump's tweets and speeches, so I've got some material.
Yeah, but Trump's got some pretty thick skin. He's not going to let your words get to him.
Oh, I've got something that will. Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's tax returns.
Here you go.
Oh, snap. That's a low blow.
He's been dodging those for years, but not today.
All right, Trump, your turn.
Well, Dr. Phil, you may be a doctor, but you can't fix that mustache.
Oh, you want to talk about mustaches? Jamie, pull up an image of Trump's hair without the spray tan.
Here it is. It is.
Oh man, this is getting personal.
All right, Phil, you want to play dirty? Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil's bald spot.
Here it is. It is.
How dare you? That's it. I'm done.
Yeah, me too. I can't handle this emotional roller coaster.
I thought we were just having a friendly roast battle, but you had to bring...
So, David, you're known for your insane levels of physical endurance and mental toughness. But I heard you have a secret talent that not many people know about.
Yeah, Joe, I have the most flexible prostate in the game. It's my not-so-secret weapon.
That's impressive. So, who do you think has the most flexible prostate in Hollywood?
Well, number one has to be Keanu Reeves. That man can bend his prostate like it's made of rubber.
Wow, that's unexpected. Who's next on your list?
Tom Cruise. He may be short, but his prostate is like a slinky. It just keeps going and going.
I can see that. Who else?
In third place, we have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. His prostate is as flexible as his wrestling moves.
That's a solid choice. Who's number 4?
I'm gonna have to give it to Will Smith. He may not be the Fresh Prince anymore, but his prostate is still fresh.
And finally, who rounds out your top 5?
It's the tie between Jackie Chan and Chuck Norris. Those guys may be getting up there in age, but their prostates are still as flexible as ever.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 5 celebrities with the most flexible prostates, according to David Goggins. Thanks for sharing, David.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go do some push-ups on our prostates.